Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei becomes true demon king. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The abandoned church was a place where a legend would begin. A nun sat on one of the benches, lifeless and still, dressed in a dark teal outfit with light blue accents, a white veil, and a silver cross necklace around her neck. She was at peace, eternally asleep, while a fierce battle raged nearby. On one side stood a girl with two pairs of black wings, a fallen angel who had strayed from grace. Her violet eyes glinted with malice, and her long, silky black hair flowed down her back. Her attire was striking, consisting of dark straps and chains that accentuated her figure, and she wore thigh-high boots that added to her imposing presence. Though her appearance might suggest otherwise, she was far from what one might assume. Opposite her was a young boy with brown hair, tears streaming down his face. Issei Haidu, an average-looking boy in a Crow Academy uniform, had just lost his friend. He wore a blazer over a white dress shirt, with a red t-shirt peeking out beneath. Despite the pain, he was determined to fight back. The fallen angel toyed with him, easily dodging his attacks while mocking him. "Give up, Issei Haidu. Your friend Asia is gone, and you cannot defeat me now." Fueled by anger and grief, Issei charged at her, only to be struck by two light spears that pierced his legs. The pain was excruciating, but he refused to fall. "If there is any God in this church. No, I am a devil now. Satan, please grant me the strength to defeat this fallen Rainier once and for all." Rainier laughed, her voice dripping with amusement. "Has the pain driven you mad?" As Issei struggled to rise, another voice echoed in his mind, commanding and powerful. "Do you longing power boy? Who are you?" Issei demanded, his heart racing. "My name will be revealed in time. But first, do you longing power?" "Yes. I want to defeat this fallen and avenge Asia. Then I shall help you, but it will come at a price." "I will do anything," Issei vowed. "Very well. Take this fallen down and show her her place." Despite his injuries, Issei began to move, surprising Rainier. The gauntlet on his arm transformed, shifting from its usual appearance to a dark, powerful form adorned with green jewels and dark golden spikes. "Not bad," the voice in his mind remarked, "but soon you will meet my true power again." With newfound strength, Issei prepared to confront Rainier, ready to reclaim his friend's honor and face the darkness that threatened to consume him. Rainier shouted in fear, "No! This is impossible! That power is high class. No, it's ultimate class. How can you have this power?" Issei walked toward her, determination etched on his face. Rainier, filled with dread, hurled a light spear at him, but he deflected it effortlessly, deepening her terror. With a fierce grin, Issei declared, "It hurts, I'll be honest with you. I wish I could bleed out right here and now, but I can't. I will not until you fall to the ground, where you belong. Do not approach." Rainier cried, attempting to escape. Her sacred gear, which she had stolen, proved useless as Issei grabbed her legs. "You will not run away from me," he shouted. "I have the supreme power," she protested. "This is for Asia," Issei yelled, delivering a powerful punch that sent Rainier flying through the glass window. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, where Kiba caught him. "You're late, Casanova," Issei said, annoyance creeping into his tone. "Sorry, I couldn't intervene. President's orders." Kiba replied, his handsome features framed by his short blonde hair and blue eyes. "Huh," Issei responded, confused. Rias Gremory, their Mester, stepped forward. She was a striking young woman with long crimson hair and a commanding presence. "He's right. Good job, Issei." "Oh, I brought her," came a voice from a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes, her hair styled with bangs and a cat-shaped hair clip. "Good job, Kaneko." "Akino, if you may," Rias instructed. "Very well, President. And great job bringing her down, Issei," Akino said, her long black hair cascading down her back. Issei felt a blush rise to his cheeks at the compliments from the two girls. Just then, Kaneko brought the now unconscious Rainier inside. Rias woke her by asking Akino to splash some water on her face. "Ah, looks like our guest has finally woken up." "Hello, Rainier," Rias greeted. "Who are you?" Rainier stammered. "Introductions are in order. My name is Rias Gremory, the current heir of the House of Gremory and the owner of this town." Rias announced proudly. Gremory? Just because you own this area doesn't mean anything. My friends will come to save me. Rainier retorted. Oh them? I killed them, Rias said casually, tossing a few feathers belonging to Rainier's friends, much to her horror. They were quite rude to me. So I destroyed them in cold blood. Rias continued, her tone chilling. No! Rainier gasped, realizing the gravity of her situation. Wow, I never thought she could be this strong. Issei remarked, astonished. That's our president for you. She may be nice and kind, but when provoked, she lives up to the title of the Crimson Princess of Ruin. Kiba added. DMN. Issei muttered, still processing the events unfolding around him. Issei heard a familiar voice echoing in his mind. Is something wrong? Kiba asked, noticing Issei's distracted expression. Nothing. Nothing is wrong. Issei replied quickly. Rias observed the gear on Issei's hand, noting its stark transformation. It was no longer the familiar red of the twice critical. Instead, it was a deep black, exuding a darker aura. Rias recognized it as resembling the boosted gear but distinctly different in color and design. She made a mental note to investigate it further later. Oh, it seems your gear has changed, Rias remarked. Huh. Issei turned his attention to the gear, awe evident in his voice. Wow. Rias then addressed Rainier with a sense of pride. Do you want to know why you lost? That gear you thought was a twice critical is actually the Longinus boosted gear, which houses the spirit of the Welsh dragon, Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, strong enough to challenge even the mightiest beings. Rainier scoffed. The power of a dragon in the hands of this pervert? In a swift motion, Rias moved to eliminate Rainier, but Rainier transformed into her Yuma form. Issei, please save me. This devil is trying to kill me. Look, I even have the bracelet you gave me. Yuma pleaded. Why do you still have that? You made it clear you didn't want anything to do with me. Issei's voice was laced with sorrow. Kiba prepared to strike, realizing Yuma was manipulating Issei, while Rias hoped her secret would remain hidden. Please, I will do anything. Just give me a second chance. Yuma begged. Issei turned away, and Yuma seized the moment. Issei, tell me something, why do you trust this devil? Snapping back to reality, Issei replied, she is my emissary. She saved me. Rainier seized the opportunity to turn Issei against Rias. Let me ask you this, how did you know you were killed by my hand? She came out of nowhere to save you. Ever wondered why? Issei's gaze shifted to her, confusion clouding his mind. Rainier smiled, sensing the doubt she had sown. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko were in a state of panic, while Kiba's suspicion grew as he noticed the girl's changing expressions. It's simple, Rainier continued. She knew you were going to die by my hand. She intervened so you would be eternally loyal to her, her SLV for all eternity. Issei looked at his friends in disbelief. Guys, is this true? Everyone except Rias and Kiba hung their heads in shame. Kiba glared at Rias, realizing the truth, while Rias broke free from her shock. Fallen angel Rainier, you have manipulated my pawn for long enough. Now perish. Rias declared, charging her power of destruction, determined to protect Issei. Issei, please save me. Rainier cried out, but Issei remained in shock, processing the betrayal. An unknown force within him stirred, ready to unleash fury upon those who had wronged him. Issei! Rainier yelled, snapping him from his trance. An aura of both dragon and demon radiated from him, causing Rias to tremble. This was the aura of a formidable being, one that even the devils feared. Everyone fell silent, Rainier and Rias gripped by fear. Rainier realized she had made a grave mistake, having provoked a Longinus wielder. The aura Issei was developing was dangerous enough to intimidate even high-ranking fallen angels. No one will die here tonight. Issei shouted, breaking the tension. He stepped in front of Rias, grasping her hand firmly. Issei, let go of my hand. I need to end this. Rias insisted. No. No one is going to die tonight. Is that clear? Issei's voice boomed, commanding attention. Issei, please let us talk. You will answer all my questions now. Issei demanded, his eyes glowing with a fierce intensity that pierced through Rias's resolve. Rias, trembling, finally responded, I was banking on the fact that you had a gear. Issei narrowed his gaze, the red glare in his eyes transforming into an abyss of darkness. Issei opened his eyes, his glare returning. Rias stuttered, unsure of how to respond. Issei, And if I didn't, would you leave me to die? Rias, I. Suddenly, Issei yelled, startling everyone, including Kiba, who was frozen in place. Issei, RS. Rias, no. Issei paused, his expression tense. Issei, you will reincarnate this crow into a devil. You have an evil piece, right? Rainier bristled at being called a crow but remained silent. Rias, however, was visibly shaken. Rias, why yes? Issei, you will take her into your peerage. She is a fallen who could be advantageous to your team. Rias, but. Before she could finish, Issei interrupted her again. Issei, RS. Rias, wise I will. Rainier, feeling frustrated, tried to speak up. Rainier, hey, don't I get a say in this? Issei turned to her, his glare intensifying. He had a fierce determination in his eyes. Issei, you have a choice, servitude or death. You killed 2 innocent people, me and Asia. I can make you regret your actions, so make your choice. Rainier realized she had no real option but to comply. Issei extended his hand toward her, activating his gear. Rainier, As she cried out in pain, Issei gripped her finger, pulling off the sacred gear she had stolen from Asia, Twilight Healing. Rainier, that's mine. Issei, not anymore. It was never yours. It belonged to my friend whom you murdered. His voice echoed in the room, causing everyone to flinch, except for Kiba, who remained calm. He understood that Issei's anger was directed at the girls and chose not to intervene, though he couldn't help but ask. Kiba, Issei, where are you going? Issei, I will be taking this with me as a reminder of my failure to save someone. I won't let Rias use Asia as a pawn like she did with me. I will leave and only return when I feel like it. Issei pocketed the ring and approached Asia's body, carrying her to a safe place before walking out of the church hall, leaving the others behind. Rias wanted to stop him but felt her pride wounded. She struggled to comprehend the consequences of her actions. Before he exited, Issei turned back to Kiba. Issei, and to you, Kiba, it is Hayu. The same goes for all of you. You have lost the right to call me by my first name. You are no longer my friends. I don't want backstabbers as my friends. The group watched in silence as Issei walked away, unable to move. Rainier, meanwhile, realized her life was now bound to serve the very race she had looked down upon. Rias wanted to intervene but hesitated, fearing for her own safety and grappling with her pride. Deep down, she knew Issei would eventually return, as he didn't want to become a stray. Scene change. Issei wandered through an unfamiliar location deep in the woods, tears in his eyes. Aside from Matsuda and Motohama, he had never had many friends. His childhood friend had moved to England, and now Asia was gone too. He felt the weight of his failures pressing down on him. Issei, goodbye, Asia. I'm sorry. As your friend, I couldn't save you from those monsters. He could only bury her, feeling the sting of his inability to protect her, the one person she had trusted. Why does this happen to me? I was manipulated twice because of my foolishness. I failed to save you, Asia, but I will never let this happen again, no matter what. Issei held the Twilight Healing in his palm, tears streaming down his face. He kept it as a reminder of his failure, vowing never to let Rias manipulate him again. As he walked away, he failed to notice a green light flickering behind him. He returned home, feeling powerless in the face of his grief. Scene change. A man sat on a dirt block, wearing a teal shirt and blue jeans. He gazed at the moon, sensing a familiar power approaching. His eyes glimmered in the darkness, surprise washing over him. How is that? A smirk spread across his face. So you have finally found a way to come back, my lord? Seeing that no one was around, he decided to teleport to his dimension to prepare. I will be meeting you soon, whoever you have become, my lord. Chapter end. Previously, a fierce battle unfolded at the abandoned church, where Asia lay lifeless after Rainier had taken her sacred gear. This act ignited a confrontation between the fallen angel and Issei, a devil who was underestimated. During the fight, a voice within Issei prompted him to reveal his deepest longing, power. Following this revelation, Issei's sacred gear transformed completely, instilling fear in Rainier. In her attempt to escape, she was ultimately defeated. Kiba arrived to assist Issei, while Rias congratulated him on his victory. Rainier was brought in and abruptly awakened by a cold splash of water. After a proper introduction, Rias disclosed that she had killed Rainier's friends out of fear. In a desperate attempt to manipulate Issei, Rainier tried to charm him, But her efforts backfired, igniting Issei's anger. It was revealed that she had intentionally allowed Issei to die at the hands of a fallen angel, a revelation that shocked everyone present. Issei's aura, reminiscent of Zalgo, a demon both respected and feared, overwhelmed the room, leaving everyone in stunned silence. In a fit of rage, Issei used his gear to sever the finger that bore the sacred gear Twilight Healing, causing Rainier to scream in pain. Disillusioned by the betrayal around him, Issei chose to leave, carrying Asia's body to a secluded place where he buried her, shedding tears for his first true friend. The sacred gear now served as a painful reminder of his failure, and he departed without looking back. As Issei walked home, the weight of his failure pressed heavily on him. He had not only failed to save Asia but had also been betrayed multiple times. He recognized that his past perversion had led to his manipulation, and he vowed that it would not happen again. Unlike many who looked forward to returning home, Issei felt no such joy. Few cared for him, aside from his friends Matsuda and Motohama, who, despite their flaws, still showed concern for him. He also remembered his childhood friends and Asia, who was no longer with him. Upon arriving home, Issei was greeted by his twin sister, Misumi. She had blue eyes and brown hair, dressed in a flowing white skirt adorned with golden embroidery. She greeted him with a teasing smile. "Aren't you kind of late, brother?" she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Issei sighed, not in the mood for conversation. He continued walking, hoping to retreat to his room. Misumi, undeterred, called out to him again. "I was talking to you, Issei." Her tone shifted to annoyance, prompting Issei to stop. "I haven't got time for this, Misumi." "Leave me alone," he replied, his voice edged with frustration. Misumi flinched at his tone, surprised by his sudden anger. "What's wrong? Got into trouble again?" For the last time, Issei turned to face her, his glare making her step back. "I am not in the mood. Just leave me alone." With that he walked away, leaving Misumi in shock. After a moment she called after him, "Jr." before retreating to her room where she too sought rest. Their parents had already gone to bed, and unlike many families, Issei's relationship with his parents was strained. Once, they had shared a close bond, but after his friends moved away, everything changed. Issei's struggles began in elementary school, where he faced torment from two girls, Yui Kates and Kaori Murayama. They framed him for various misdeeds, and despite his innocence, no one believed him due to his gender. As he transitioned to middle school, the torment continued. Even at Kuo Academy, a place where he hoped for a fresh start, Yui and Kaori resurfaced, perpetuating their cruelty. Issei's friends tried to defend him, but their reputation made it difficult for anyone to intervene. The trio became the most disliked in school, though a few sensed that something was amiss. Issei did not understand why he was hated, but he was certain of one thing: those girls would make his life a living hell. At home, things were no better. When everything fell apart for Issei, it truly did. His parents received constant calls from his school about his behavior, largely due to those girls. Initially, it was just mild warnings, but it escalated to severe punishments that, to any outside observer, would seem like physical and mental abuse. Thankfully, this was kept within the household, but despite everything, Issei managed to maintain a smile that was loathed by the two girls. He wore the same smile at home, where his parents never bothered to ask for his side of the story. Instead, they berated him and punished him at every turn. Misumi, his older twin sister, also grew distant. Unlike their parents, she neither tried to help him nor support him. She wanted a normal life, and being associated with him only complicated that. This led to a strained relationship between Issei and his twin. After being deceived by Yuma, later known as Rainier, Issei was killed by her only to be revived by Rias. He thought that perhaps his life would improve, but then the incident at the church occurred. Rainier revealed everything Rias had done. In a way, Issei felt he should thank her, for he would have been a princess's if not for her. Yet, like Rias, she toyed with his heart and good nature, and he could never forgive or forget this betrayal. To make matters worse, Asia, someone who looked up to him, died because of them. He blamed himself for her death, wishing he had known her situation sooner. Entering his room, Issei sarcastically remarked, "Home, sweet home." He lay on his bed, the same room he had left earlier that morning for school. Sometimes he felt like ending it all, but deep down he sensed that his purpose in the world was not yet fulfilled. With his hand over his eyes, he cried for everything that had transpired that day, eventually crying himself to sleep. When Issei awoke, he found himself in a fiery landscape. He looked up in fear at a massive dragon with red scales, towering before him. Who are you? He stammered. It seems you've forgotten me. I was the one who gave you the power to defeat that fallen angel, the dragon replied. That means you are Draig, the heavenly dragon. Issei realized. Draig nodded, but another voice interrupted them. Aren't you a bit too slow to take in the situation? The voice echoed ominously. Issei recognized the voice from the church. That voice. It's the same as I heard there. Draig's tone shifted to one of dread. No, it can't be. As the shadow revealed itself, Issei saw a knight clad in red armor, surrounded by black lightning. Zalgo. Draig spoke, filled with fear. What are you doing here, Zalgo? Draig asked. Me? I was just checking in on my reincarnation, Zalgo replied, addressing Issei. You know about the Great War, right? Issei nodded, and Zalgo continued, well, since I was considered one of the strongest, the gods decided to stab me in the back. They couldn't face me directly, so they used a weapon designed for my downfall. So you are dead, Issei said, feeling a pang of sympathy for the former demon king. Zalgo placed a comforting hand on Issei's shoulder. The world hasn't been kind to you, has it? Issei nodded sadly, and Zalgo reassured him, don't worry, kid. Draig and I will take care of you. Draig added, yes, we will help you become the strongest. Zalgo interjected, he'll be my successor, the demon king. Issei looked confused. Huh? Draig clarified, I thought he would be the strongest red dragon emperor? Zalgo insisted, no, he will be my successor. The two began to argue, and Issei finally spoke up. How about I be both the strongest red dragon emperor and the demon king? They paused, considering his suggestion. Zalgo nodded, yeah, that makes sense. Draig agreed, totally. Zalgo then asked, remember our deal, kid? Issei thought for a moment before realizing, wait, was that you? Of course. Zalgo replied, his tone dry. You won't have to give your soul to me. Since you're a demon, I want you to reunite and rebuild the demon faction, leading it as my successor. Issei contemplated this and replied, I will, Zalgo, I will. Draig added, and I will help you, partner. Together, we will become the strongest. Zalgo smiled, we both will. But tell me, what are your current motivations? Issei took a moment before answering, I want to be the strongest so that I can protect those I love. I refuse to be manipulated again, not by Rias Gremory or anyone else in my life. I will be the strongest in the world, no matter how hard I have to train. Both Zalgo and Draig smiled at Issei's determination, pleased with his response. Zalgo noted that Issei sounded just like him during his time as the Demon King. Draig spoke, that is an admirable quest. I, Draig Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor, will lead you on this journey. Zalgo added, and I, Zalgo, the former Demon King, will assist you as well, Issei Hayut. Issei felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Thank you guys. Thank you. Zalgo chuckled lightly. Anyway, you might want to get up, you'll be late for school, or as you call it, prison. Issei nodded and exited his mindscape. Scene change. Issei stretched, feeling refreshed. Wow, that was a nice dream. I haven't had one like that in a long time. Draig replied, that was no dream, partner. Issei looked at his boosted gear, noticing it was different from what he had expected. Regardless, he felt happy because he understood the truth and was determined to find a way to no longer feel trapped. Zalgo confirmed, yes, we've seen your memories, and we understand why you reacted the way you did when I showed you a bit of compassion. Draig added, some parents can be abusive towards their own children. And that school. I wish I could burn it to the ground if I were there. Zalgo growled, and those girls would make for such useful allies of mine. Issei nodded sadly, understanding their sentiments. Draig then spoke with pride. Once we complete your training, you can confront them. Show them what happens when they mess with the future Demon King and the Red Dragon Emperor. Yeah, Issei exclaimed, feeling a surge of determination. Curious, he asked Zalgo, from what I've heard, demons are considered bad. Shouldn't you be trying to pull me into darkness or aggression? Zalgo shook his head. No, kid. Quite the opposite. Unlike the biblical God who takes credit for punishing evil, we demons do the actual work. Our methods may seem brutal or ruthless, which is why we are feared and sometimes hated. But in reality, we are the ones who prevent souls from being corrupted again. It's just a difference in methods. There was a hint of disdain in Zalgo's voice, which Issei and Drake noticed. Drake continued, I understand. The old man hated even us dragons because he saw us as too dangerous. That's why they attacked us during our rivalry. With the other factions joining in, it was practically over for us. We fought hard, but eventually, we fell and were sealed into sacred gears. Zalgo nodded. And then you continued your rivalry through human hosts, am I right? Yeah. Drake replied. Issei asked, so eventually, I need to fight the white dragon as well? Yep, but we will help you since we are partners, Drake assured him. Zalgo interjected, now, don't you have to get ready? Issei paused, glancing at the clock. Wait, it's Sunday. We have a holiday today. Zalgo smiled. That's great. We can begin your training. Before Issei could respond, a voice called out. Brother, come down. Mother is calling you for breakfast. Issei groaned, not looking forward to dealing with his family. The duo in his gear understood his frustration. Scene change. Issei headed downstairs, dreading the time spent with his family. He saw his sister Misumi, along with their parents, Garu and Miki Hayu. Garu, an ordinary office worker, had the appearance of a middle-aged man with brown hair and glasses, traits that Issei had inherited. Miki, a full-time housewife, had dark brown hair tied in a ponytail and hazel eyes. Both parents wore neutral expressions, not quite smiles but not frowns either. Issei sighed, knowing it was going to be a long day. Miki broke the silence. You're late. Where were you last night? Issei took his food and began to eat, ignoring her question, which caused her expression to shift to a frown. I asked you a question, boy. Ignoring her again, Misumi chimed in, brother. Miki raised her voice. I asked you a question, Issei. Issei finally snapped. I was at the church, if you want to know so badly. Miki was taken aback by his outburst, realizing he hadn't fully recovered from the loss he had endured. Garu responded angrily, this is not how you talk to your mother, Issei. Issei retorted, says the guy who attacks me daily, yeah. Chapter end. In his dreamscape, Issei first encountered the Welsh dragon, Drake, and then the demon god, Zalgo. Both beings showed him compassion, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. Surprised by his situation, they decided to train Issei to become the strongest. Zalgo informed Issei about a deal, which he accepted eagerly, much to Zalgo's delight. When Issei opened his eyes, it was Sunday. He headed downstairs for breakfast, but the atmosphere was tense. He gave his parents the silent treatment, which led to a confrontation that ended poorly. Issei retreated to his room with his food, leaving his parents confused. Once inside, he spoke with Zalgo and Drake, who explained the rigorous training they had planned for him. Their goal was to transform him into the first demonic dragon, alongside intense spell, physical, and mental training. Knowing that Issei's disappearance would raise suspicion, Zalgo devised a plan. He took Issei to the null dimension, where time stood still, allowing him to train without interruption. They began the conversion process, followed by 6 months of intense training. Issei learned many abilities, including the powerful skill known as corrupt, as well as various manipulations of reality and soul. The final part of his training involved mastering the balance breaker. Zalgo pushed him hard, and Issei successfully unlocked a new form of his balance breaker. Satisfied with the results, Issei returned to his own dimension. After taking a bath and changing his appearance, he noticed he looked more muscular than before. Misumi called him for lunch, and he joined her, still maintaining the silent treatment with his parents, which saddened them. Later, he went to sleep. The next day, before heading to school, Zalgo warned him about facing his former emissary, a confrontation he knew was inevitable. Issei arrived at Kuo Academy, a school that appeared pleasant but had its darker sides. Once an all-girls school, it had recently become co-ed. Issei attended with his friends Matsuda and Motohama. While Matsuda and Motohama sought relationships, Issei had different goals. He aimed for a good college, ideally in America, but Tokyo would suffice. Matsuda, a former sports star, wore his Kuo Academy uniform with an unbuttoned blazer. Motohama, dressed similarly, wore glasses and had neatly trimmed black hair. Hey Issei! Matsuda called out, waving. Issei greeted him back, then acknowledged Motohama with a casual wave. They were his only real friends. The rest of the school seemed to dislike him. Issei, I just got the latest DVD of Pui Pui Magical Girl. Want to watch it? Motohama asked enthusiastically. Yeah, sure, Issei replied. Matsuda noticed Issei's mood. Is something wrong? You seem gloomy. I'm fine, guys. Issei insisted. Motohama leaned in, curious. Is it because of those girls? No, it's nothing. When do you want to watch the show? Issei deflected. After school at my place. Motohama suggested, maintaining a reassuring smile. If they bother you, we'll be right by your side. Yep, we're brothers after all. Even when you get a girlfriend, Matsuda added playfully. She is not my girlfriend. Issei exclaimed, raising his voice. The boys exchanged glances, and Motohama withdrew his hand. Really? Motohama asked, surprised. I'd rather not be in a relationship with them, Issei stated firmly. What happened? Matsuda inquired. Honestly, I've learned that beauty can be deceiving. Those who look appealing on the outside can be ugly on the inside, Issei explained seriously. The boys listened intently, pondering his words and how he had changed in such a short time. Issei found himself walking through an endless blizzard, ready for a fight against an unseen enemy. Drake and Zalgo observed from below as Issei faced off against fallen angels. When Rain-air attacked, Issei fell but quickly rose, growing stronger. Matsuda chased after Motohama while Issei watched, then picked him up, preparing to throw him playfully. He chuckled, noticing two demons joining him, and smiled. Ria sat in a chair, smiling, while Kaneko and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed Asia smiling at Issei, and Misumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon surrounded her. Issei reflected on his past, remembering a once happy family now in shambles. Misumi reached out to him, but two mages attacked. Issei dodged and countered with corrupt, targeting a fallen angel with 12 wings. A red-haired man, surrounded by silhouettes, stared ahead as Issei fought alongside a demon capable of destruction and another who could blitz through enemies. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against an attacking force of 10,000 fallen angels. The fallen surround Issei and the demons as they unleash a surge of demonic magic. Issei, clad in his black armor, stands resolutely beside a man in white armor. Say, have you been working out? Motohama asks, breaking the tension. Issei looks at him, surprised. Huh. Matsuda chimes in, there's no way you looked like this the last time I saw you. You seem really fit. I have been hitting the gym recently. Issei admits, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. Zalgo, communicating mentally, adds, good thing you can lie, or else our secret would have been out. Issei nods in agreement as Matsuda gives him a friendly pat on the back. Looks like you'll be a ladies' man in no time. Your physique is perfect, neither too muscular nor too lean. You know a lot about men's bodies, Matsuda, Issei remarks, raising an eyebrow. Former jock, you know, Matsuda replies with a grin. Anyway, let's head to school. Yeah, I definitely don't want to be late, Motohama agrees. The trio heads off to school, ready to face the day ahead. Scene change. A time skip shows a younger Issei knocked out by complex schoolwork, while Chibi Zalgo and Chibi Drake try to rouse him. At Kuo Academy, the clock strikes 12:30 p.m. Math is so boring. I want to learn something useful for the future, and integration is definitely not it, Issei complains, his frustration palpable. Even Zalgo and Drake agree, wondering who thought it was a good idea to add letters to math. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, sharp and piercing. Well, look who showed up, the great runaway. Rain-air taunts. Issei turns his attention to her, noticing the mixed reactions from his classmates. The girls blush while the boys stare, their expressions shifting from anger to confusion as they see Issei's glare. Rain-air's animosity towards Issei burns fiercely. He is the reason she became a devil, and she resents him for it. However, Rias has forbidden her from acting against him in public. Sighing, Issei asks, what do you want, Rain-air? It's Yuma, she hisses. I miss the part where that's my problem. Issei retorts. Rain-air scoffs. I'm here because Rias wants you in the clubroom. She needs you there. And why should I go? I've made it clear I'll only come when I feel like it. You're part of the occult research club. You need to be there for a meeting. Sorry, but... Before he can finish, Zalgo speaks to him telepathically. You should head there. Tell her you quit. Will that even work? Issei wonders. Use your power to get it done. I'm sure once you quit, you might end up fighting them. Show them that a dragon bows to no one, Drake adds. Issei nods, determined to confront the situation. Fine, lead the way. He sighs, knowing it's going to be a long day. Matsuda and Motohama try to follow, but Issei signals for them to wait. Masumi watches her brother head toward the ORC room, recalling the red-haired girl she saw in his room days before. It had been a surprising sight, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the ORC was hiding something significant. Scene change. I've brought him, President, Rainier announces, her tone dripping with disdain. Issei enters the room, spotting Rias sitting in her chair with that same infuriating smile. Akino stands nearby, maintaining a neutral expression, while Kiba reads a book, and Kaneko munches on sweets. All eyes turn to Issei as he steps inside. What do you want, Gremory? Make it quick, I left my lunch for this, he says, irritation evident in his voice. Rias looks hurt by his words. Is that all you have to say to me after what happened in the church? Rainier's anger flares at the mention of the incident, and Kiba shoots Rias a disapproving look, knowing she's only making things worse. Let me tell you something, Gremory. I hate being in this room. It's filled with traitors and deceivers. Issei's gaze hardens as he turns to Rainier. Murderers! The group flinches at his words, many looking hurt, especially the girls. Kaneko glares at Issei, while Kiba looks away, concerned about the rift forming between them. Before you say anything, there's something I want to tell you. Issei begins. What could you possibly want to say now? Rias asks, her voice tinged with hurt. I quit. Silence envelopes the room as Rias and the others process his words, shock etched on their faces. Kaneko drops her sweets, and Kiba stares in disbelief, realizing the gravity of Issei's declaration. Akino looked at Issei, still recovering from the shock of his announcement. You're kidding, right? Issei met her gaze with a neutral expression. Nope, you heard me loud and clear. I quit. Issei, you can't quit. I order you to stay in the club. Rias demanded, her voice filled with frustration. Issei turned his back to her. Nope, I quit. Goodbye, Rias Gremory. With that, he left the club room, leaving the occult research club in stunned silence. Rias felt helpless. She knew she was in trouble. Issei lay alone on the ground, contemplating his situation. Hey Zalgo, why does Rias still think I'm her pawn? Didn't you destroy the pieces? I corrupted them, Zalgo replied. I destroyed the link created by whoever made them. I must say, they did an impressive job. I replaced the old link with a fake one, which is why she still believes you are her servant. In reality, her pieces are completely corrupted. I can do anything with them. I see. Since you want me to build the demon kingdom, who should I recruit? Issei asked. For now, I suggest you go for 3 of my most loyal generals, Zalgo said. Who are they? Their names are MX, Lord X, and Herobrine. Do you think they will believe I'm your reincarnation? Issei inquired. They will. Your aura matches Zalgo's, so they should accept it, Drake chimed in. They've been in their own dimensions since my defeat at the hands of the biblical god, Zalgo added. So when do we head there? Issei asked. After school at night. That's when we can access their dimensions. Issei nodded, just as Matsuda and Motohama called out to him. Zalgo smiled. They really care for you, don't they? Yeah, Issei replied. After all, they are the only ones who stood by your side throughout school, Drake pointed out. People with loyalty are rare to find. They would make excellent generals in the demon army, Zalgo remarked. Guys, as much as I would love to let them in, I want to keep this a secret. I'll give them the choice to join or not. Until then, I want to keep this a secret. I don't want to force them into being demons. I want them to keep their humanity. I see. You are nobler than I thought, kid. You are more than worthy of being my successor, Zalgo said. Thank you for believing in me, Zalgo, Issei replied. Now go, you don't want to keep them waiting, Drake urged. Issei nodded and joined Matsuda and Motohama, who had been worried about him since he joined the occult research club. He knew they would be good friends until the end of time. Previously, Issei had arrived at school to find his true friends, Matsuda and Motohama, waiting for him. They noticed his changed attitude and physique, which made Issei feel a bit uneasy. They tried to distract him with magical girl topics, but Issei revealed a part of his past that caught them off guard. During school, a bad memory in the form of Rainier appeared, asking Issei to come to the occult research club. Reluctantly, Zalgo convinced him to go, suggesting it would be the perfect opportunity to quit. Issei hated every moment spent there and expressed his longing to leave, hurting the girls present, particularly Rias, who was determined not to let him go. After leaving the club, Issei questioned Zalgo about the pieces, learning that a fake connection had been created to deceive Rias. He then met up with Matsuda and Motohama, informing them of his departure from the ORC, which shocked them as well. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when Rias attacked, knocking out his friends. Issei then confronted the members of the ORC one by one, demonstrating his newfound strength. Aquino, awakening, made a final stand against him but was defeated. Issei warned them that he could have killed them if he had wanted to. He took his friends to the infirmary and left them to recover. On his way, he encountered Sona, who asked him a few questions before he returned to check on his friends. Meanwhile, Sona was overseeing the healing of the ORC members, with the student council assisting. They needed Phoenix tears to treat the severe injuries inflicted on them. Any updates on our attacker? Sona asked. A girl with long black hair and heterochromic eyes shook her head. No, nothing, sorry President. Keep looking, Tsubaki. Whoever this man is must have a reason for attacking us. Tsubaki nodded, and a young boy from a distance spoke up. It could be a stray devil. The boy had short blonde hair and gray eyes, adding to the tension in the room. He wore the Kuo Academy boys' school uniform, though he had removed the blazer and rolled up his sleeves. Sona analyzed the situation deeply, her eyes narrowing as she tried to identify the attacker. No, Saji, I don't think so. The attacks, while brutal, were completely precise. Rainer's hands were fractured, Rias was incapacitated, Kaniko's body was in tatters, and Aquino suffered the worst. Her entire body was severely burned. We can rule out a stray attack. Saji responded, okay, but that doesn't explain the brutality. The stray could be clever. Possibly, Sona acknowledged, but there's one thing that makes me rule out the possibility of it being a smart stray. Both Tsubaki and Saji leaned in, intrigued by Sona's revelation. The user was a chaos magic user. Sona declared. Saji looked confused, while Tsubaki's eyes widened in shock. So, how does this change our suspect? Saji asked. Tsubaki turned to him, explaining, chaos magic is one of the most unstable and difficult types of magic to control. Even ultimate-class devils struggle with it. It can overwhelm those who wield it, so whoever did this not only has advanced skills but also perfect control over it. Sona nodded. So that rules out our stray devil aspect. Saji understood and nodded in agreement. Just then, Sona noticed Rias starting to wake up and rushed inside to see what had happened, unaware of the surprise that awaited her. Issei walked through an endless blizzard, ready for a fight as he faced an enemy. Drake and Zalgo observed from below. Issei confronted fallen angels, and as Rainer attacked, he fell to the ground but quickly rose, growing stronger. Matsuda chased after Motohama while Issei watched, then picked him up, preparing to throw him. He chuckled before noticing two demons joining him, and he smiled at them. Rias sat in a chair with a smile, Kaniko perched on another chair, and Aquino stood beside Rias. A flashback revealed Asia smiling at Issei. Misumi opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face, as a blue dragon surrounded her. Issei reflected on his past, a once happy family now in shambles. Misumi reached out to him. Two mages attacked Issei, but he dodged and countered them. He faced a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to take him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by silhouettes of others, stared ahead. Issei fought alongside a demon capable of destruction and another who could move at incredible speed. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the attacking force of 10,000 fallen angels. The fallen surrounded Issei as he and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic. Clad in his black armor, Issei stood resolutely, facing the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Rias, can you tell us what happened this afternoon? Sona asked, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. Rias, still shaken by the events, struggled to find her words. Fear was etched on her face, and the rest of the occult research club, except for Kiba, lay unconscious. We were attacked while we were outside. My peerage and I were overwhelmed by that monster. He showed us no mercy. Rias exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Sona's expression turned serious. What is the name of the person who attacked you? It was Issei. He did this to us, Rias replied, her voice barely above a whisper. The room fell silent, and Saji was the first to break it. You're kidding, right? He said, disbelief evident in his tone. Rias shook her head, and Sona covered her mouth in shock. She recalled how Issei had walked past her earlier, heading to the infirmary, his demeanor drastically different from what she remembered. Tsubaki spoke up, what do we do now, President? If Issei really did this, which is hard to believe, Rias, it means you must have done something to anger him. The attacker was a user of chaos magic, as evidenced by Akino's wounds. So tell me, Rias, what did you do? Sona pressed, her tone serious. Nothing. I don't know why he acted like this. He left the occult research club and then attacked us. I really don't understand. Rias insisted, though Sona could see the fear in her eyes. Don't lie to me, Rias. If he is an enemy, we need to handle this carefully, Sona warned. I'm not lying. Rias protested. Kiba, who had just returned with medicine, interjected. She is lying, Sona-sama. That's not the whole story. It would be best to hear it from Issei himself, but I can tell you this. He learned something he shouldn't have, and it changed him. Kiba. Rias was taken aback, realizing that the truth of Issei's reincarnation had been hidden from him as well. Sona narrowed her eyes at Rias. Rias, she sighed, understanding that Rias had been dishonest. Kiba, tell me everything you know. You should hear it from him, but Rias, why did you attack him? He didn't attack us in the ORC room when he could have. He was minding his own business and you provoked him. You could have exposed us all. Kiba said, frustration evident in his voice. Sona's eyes widened as she began to understand the situation. She turned to Rias, grabbing her by the collar. What were you thinking, Rias? Why did you attack him just because he refused to join the club? Unable to meet Sona's gaze, Rias looked away. Sona's glare intensified. I will talk to Issei tomorrow. I need the full story before making any decisions. Saji, Tsubaki, any issues? None, Saji replied. Nothing at all, Tsubaki added. Sona then turned to Kiba. Is he willing to talk to you? I'm afraid not, Sona-sama. Forgive me, Kiba said. This is a problem we need to address quickly. Rias has already made a mess of things, and I will speak to him tomorrow, Sona declared. Please, Sona, Rias began, but Sona cut her off with a fierce look. No, Rias. I will handle this myself. If you interfere, I will report your actions to your brother. Sona warned, her tone firm. Rias felt a wave of anger wash over her as she clenched the bedsheet. Sona, Kiba, Saji, and Tsubaki stood resolute, while Sona thought to herself, just what happened to you, Issei Hayadu? Scene change. In the nether realm, Issei marveled at the landscape. So this is the underworld of this dimension, huh? He mused, taking in the brownish-red terrain and the strange vegetation. Be careful, the area may look blocky, but it's still real lava, Lord X cautioned. Living near lava sounds amazing. Issei replied, excitement in his voice. Just wait until you see Slender Man's dimension or Lullaby Hypno's dimension. You'll love those. MX added. Let's find the Nether Fortress. That's where Herobrine lives, Lord X said, leading the way. As they traveled, MX leaped through the area, startling nearby piglins, anthropomorphic pigs adorned with gold accessories. Lord X flew overhead while Issei used his dragon wings to navigate the terrain. I found it, my lord. Lord X exclaimed, drawing their attention to the large, castle-like structures made of black bricks in the distance. This structure found by the group bridged over lava seas. MX looked around, hopeful. Here we are. I hope he is home. Issei shrugged. If he isn't, we shall wait until he comes back. Zalgo interjected. You do realize that your parents would be worried for you, right? They may be, Issei replied, but I'll just be silent. Honestly, I doubt they would think much of it. Zalgo nodded, while MX and Lord X exchanged confused glances. Issei noticed their expressions and added, it's a long story. I'll explain everything later. The duo nodded, understanding from their MSDR's tone that he didn't have a proper relationship with his parents. They entered the castle, marveling at the interior. Thankfully, there were no blazes around. When they reached the throne room, they found it empty. He is usually here, MX said, puzzled. He must be pranking Steve right now. Lord X suggested. Who is Steve? Issei asked. MX explained, he looks similar to Herobrine, except he is human. He wears green briefs and blue jeans, and his eyes are normal. Herobrine looks the same, but his eyes lack pupils and are completely white. They even glow in the dark, something he can control at will. As they wandered the halls, Issei spoke up. So we wait, it's not like we have much of a choice. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. I believe that will not be necessary, you three. The group looked up to see a man hovering above them. He matched MX's description perfectly. This was Herobrine, holding a bluish-green pickaxe. Welcome to my humble abode, he said, descending to their level. It's been a while, MX, Lord X, and my lord. Herobrine bowed to Issei, surprising him and the others. You knew? MX asked. I was the first to sense him 2 days ago. I was minding my business when I felt the presence you were radiating. That was when I knew he had come back. Well, looks like I don't need to prove myself, Issei said. Scene change. So, how do you like my dimension? Herobrine asked. All three are good in my opinion, Issei replied. MX's dimension may seem simple, but it's nice. Lord X's dimension is unsettling, while yours seems regal. I see. I'm glad you like the design, Herobrine said. Anyways, Mr. Herobrine. Issei started. Call me Herobrine, my lord, he interrupted. So why didn't you test me like MX and X did? Zalgo chimed in from the boosted gear. He was the most loyal general I had, my successor, no offense, MX and X. None taken, MX replied. Lord X added, we know he was there for you even during your low points. Herobrine rubbed his head. Thanks. And it's good to hear your voice, my lord. Zalgo continued, I missed being back. Honestly, after that old fool betrayed me, I wonder what he's doing right now. I expected him to show up as soon as you woke me up. You mean the biblical god? Issei asked. Yep, that guy. Drag, the dragon, spoke up. Herobrine smiled. So you are the Welsh dragon host as well. How is your rivalry going with him, you overgrown lizard? Drag replied, slightly annoyed, Hey, I am no overgrown lizard. As for the rivalry, I'd say it's 50, my hosts won half the time and lost the other half. I see. Herobrine said. Lord X added, so my lord is the tiebreaker. After that, will you be fighting again? I'm afraid so. Drake admitted. MX asked, don't you get bored by constantly repeating the fight? Quite honestly, no. I see my hosts grow up, everyone is different in their own way. They have something special in them. One of my hosts, Belzard, not only refused to be a dragon but also had a family, took down 2 white dragon emperors, and lived a perfect human life, growing old and dying. Okay, I retract my statement, MX said, a bit taken aback. Drake chuckled and Issei then spoke. So, Herobrine, will you? I will join you guys, Herobrine interrupted. Wait, what? Issei was taken aback. You heard me. I will join you guys. Issei smiled, never expecting Herobrine to readily accept. Welcome to the kingdom, Herobrine. I'm glad to be back, my lord, Herobrine replied. Since you three will be part of my kingdom, I might as well inform you about my past, Issei said with utmost seriousness. The trio exchanged glances, and Lord X asked, shouldn't we tell our past first? Okay, go ahead, Issei encouraged. You see, I am more of a cosmic demon from the void. When I came to this planet, I decided to take on a friendly form. Sonic. Say guess. Yeah. But when I talked to people, they feared and ran away from me. I couldn't get rid of my eyes, even in this form, and my X mark on my chest. I managed to keep it hidden for months, but then I needed to show it for a day or two. I decided to hide myself away in a dimension, where I met Sally, another demon like me. We had a lot in common and we fell in love. Herobrine raised an eyebrow. You got married? Title: The Search for Asia. Herobrine congratulated Lord X, who responded with gratitude. Thanks, Herobrine. Lord X said. Herobrine began to share his story. There's not much to tell really. I got trapped here, and people started calling me Notch's brother, which was strange since I was an only child. I've been labeled a bug or a glitch, but they never managed to get rid of me. That's about it. Issei listened intently. I see. And I know MX's story since he told me. Now it's my turn. He took a deep breath. I'll keep it short. I had a good childhood with my parents and my twin sister. However, during my school years, 2 girls made my life miserable. My parents didn't believe me and tried to DSPLN me, but it turned into abuse. Eventually, I was tricked by a fallen angel who killed me. I was reincarnated by a high-class devil, and when I discovered that she and her peerage had done this to manipulate me, it led to my only friend dying in my arms. His voice was filled with sorrow, and the 3 demons felt sympathy for him. MX spoke up. I feel sorry for you, Bossman. They really are the worst. Lord X nodded. We may be demons, supposed to represent the worst, but even that crosses the line. Herobrine agreed. Absolutely. I'd love to put that fallen angel in her place. Count me in, MX added. I'll take care of her. Will too, Lord X said. Your parents need to learn some lessons. Punishing a child for wrongdoing isn't bad, but torturing them is never okay. Sally and I would never hurt our future children. Issei looked down, realizing he had found like-minded friends. Thank you all of you. His gratitude was genuine, and the trio smiled at him, understanding the depth of his feelings. Now let's head home, Issei said. Scene change. DXD World, 9 p.m. The trio nodded and headed back to the DXD world. Herobrine looked around. So this is your world, huh? Yep, Issei replied. It may seem boring, but I hope you enjoy being here. I've been here before, not exactly in your city, but definitely in this world, Lord X added. I need to go to the place where I buried her, Issei said. Is it about that friend of yours who died? MX asked. Issei nodded as they made their way to the hill where Asia was buried. When they arrived, Issei spoke softly. Hey Asia, it's been a while. I hope you've found a better home in the afterlife. Don't worry about me, I've found my true friends. Tears streamed down his face as the trio felt pity for him. Don't worry about me. They've been really nice and helpful. They promised to stay by my side. Just know that I'm all right and I will survive. As Issei continued to cry, Lord X stepped forward. And we will. Suddenly he sensed something was wrong. My lord, can you dig the ground? Issei wiped his tears. Huh. I sense some magic here. Can you dig? Lord X urged. Okay, Issei replied, and he began to dig. When he uncovered the ground, he realized there was no body. This doesn't make sense, a body doesn't decay in just 2 days. I was right, Lord X said. What do you mean? Issei asked. Herobrine spoke up. Someone reincarnated her into a devil. It likely happened 2 days ago, right after you buried her. I know who did it. Gremory! Issei shouted, his aura flaring up. This caught the attention of Sona Citri, who sensed the disturbance. My lord, calm down. Herobrine urged. Do you want them to find our location? Realizing the danger, Issei took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I lost control. Don't be, Lord X reassured him. We all lose control when those we care about are in danger. Scene change. Sona's apartment, 9:30 p.m. Sona sensed the aura and felt compelled to investigate. I need to check this out, it could be him. Just as she tried to teleport, a call interrupted her. She looked at the caller ID and sighed in annoyance. You've got to be kidding me. Scene change. Herobrine continued his investigation. I know whose magic this is. It belongs to the Astaroth clan, but I don't know who did this. Are they one of the 72 pillars? Issei asked. Indeed, my lord. It's not your former MSDR's doing. It's a member of the Astaroth clan. That means, Lord X paused. Asia is alive. Issei exclaimed, a smile of hope spreading across his face. But that smile quickly turned to anger as he realized he needed to save her before it was too late. He turned to his friends. I want your help to rescue her. Can you please help me? Without hesitation, the trio responded. Count us in. MX declared. Me too, Lord X said. Let's show them who the real demons are and save her. I'll lead you to the Astaroth mansion by following their magical signature, Herobrine added. Let's go save your friend, my lord. Issei nodded, determination in his eyes. Hang in there, Aish. I'm coming to save you. I will not lose you this time. Chapter end. Previously, Sona was investigating the recent attack, while Rias and 3 of her peerage members were still receiving treatment for their injuries. Along with Tsubaki and Saji, Sona pondered who could be responsible for the incident. They learned that the attacker was a user of chaos magic, which shocked them even more. Rias, despite her wounds, began to regain consciousness. When Sona asked her what had happened, Rias fabricated a story, claiming that Issei was the one who attacked them. The student council members were taken aback, knowing how unstable chaos magic could be, and wondered how Issei could possibly be involved. Just then, Kiba arrived and exposed Rias's lie. Faced with the truth, Sona decided it would be best to speak with Issei and negotiate. When Rias attempted to interrupt, Sona warned her that she would inform her brother of the deception, silencing Rias. The group, along with Kiba, left Rias to wallow in her defeat. Meanwhile, Issei and his companions, MX and Lord X, entered the nether realm of Minecraft in search of Herobrine. They decided to head for the nether fortress, believing that was where he would likely be. As they traversed the lava-filled landscape, they discovered a castle made of dark bricks, confirming they had found the fortress. Upon entering, they found it empty and decided to wait for Herobrine. It wasn't long before he appeared, recognizing Issei as his lord and greeting the others. They reminisced about their pasts, and Issei, feeling grateful for his companions, asked Herobrine to join their group, to which he readily agreed. Afterward, Issei visited Asia's grave, but Lord X sensed something was amiss. When he asked Issei to remove the dirt, they discovered that Asia's body was missing. This revelation filled Issei with anger, and he radiated a powerful aura that Sona sensed. Herobrine confirmed that Rias was not responsible for the theft. Instead, the magic signature belonged to the Astaroth clan. This led Issei and his group to realize that Asia was alive but had been reincarnated as a devil. They understood that they needed to rescue her before it was too late. Can you tell me more about the Astaroth clan? Issei asked. Herobrine took a deep breath before responding. There are prestigious noble schools for high-class devils in their territory, and the Promotion Examination Center is the most esteemed in the underworld, ruled by Lord and Lady Astaroth. Within their territory, there are two specific locations, the Dragon Mountains under Tannin and the Ajuka Stadium. Draig interjected, recalling the former Dragon King. I remember Tannin. He was one of the Dragon Kings before becoming a devil under Mephistopheles. Herobrine continued, they have two children, Ajuka Astaroth, who is now one of the four Satans, and their second son, Dieter Astaroth. They also have a relative from the branch family, a daughter named Latia Astaroth. Do I need to face a super devil? Issei asked, a hint of dread in his voice. He knew he could push Ajuka to his limits but was unsure if he could defeat him. Herobrine reassured him. No, I don't think this is Ajuka's doing. He has no reason to reincarnate your friend. I suspect Diodara, though, he always gave off an unsettling aura whenever I saw him. I once saw him near a shrine but didn't investigate further. MX then spoke up. What were you doing all this time? You seem to know a lot about this world. I roam around. Trolling others gets boring after a while, so I explore, Herobrine replied, turning to Issei. If you have any questions about this world, feel free to ask. Yeah. Issei said, contemplating their next move. Lord X chimed in, so what is the plan? When do we go to rescue her? We need to find the Astaroth territory first. Can you guide us? Issei asked Herobrine, who nodded in agreement. But after that, we need to infiltrate the mansion. There will likely be security, which could pose a problem, Issei stated. I could just destroy them easily. Do you want me to? MX asked, excitement in his. No. That would draw too much attention. If Tannin is present, it would cause chaos, and Ajuka would be a massive problem. We can't take them all on, at least not yet. We need more people for that, Issei explained. MX looked disappointed but understood the need for caution. So we have to infiltrate their mansion, right? Lord X confirmed. Issei nodded. Yep. We will head there in 5 minutes. Every second wasted could be a problem. Since he is a high-class devil, we will be dealing with his peerage as well as himself. I will handle him and save Asia. Can I ask you to deal with the peerage? Issei said, determination in his voice. Consider it done, MX replied confidently. Leave it to us. Lord X added, ready for action. Herobrine nodded as Issei continued, let's head to the Astaroth mansion. We need to hide our presence, we don't want them to find out. We need a way to seal our presence when we confront Diodara. Leave it to us, Lord X assured him. I can create a barrier spell that will prevent both Lord and Lady Astaroth from detecting us. And the best part is that Ajuka will be in his lab, so he won't be around, Herobrine added with a grin. That's good. We can save her while they are asleep, Issei concluded. The trio nodded in agreement, preparing to rescue Asia before Diodara could do anything to her. Issei found himself walking through an endless blizzard, ready for a fight as he rushed to face an enemy. Below, Draig and Zalgo observed the scene. Issei confronted fallen angels, and when Rainier attacked, he stumbled but quickly regained his footing, growing stronger with each challenge. Matsuda chased after Motohama, and Issei watched, then picked him up, preparing to throw him. He chuckled, noticing 2 demons joining him, and smiled at their presence. Meanwhile, Ria sat in a chair, a smile on her face, while Kaneko occupied another chair and Akino stood beside her. A flashback of Asia smiling at Issei flickered in his mind. Misumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon surrounded her. Issei was reminded of his past, a once happy family now in shambles. Misumi reached out to him, her expression filled with hope. Suddenly, 2 mages attacked Issei. He dodged their strikes and countered with precision, taking down a fallen angel with 12 wings. A red-haired man, surrounded by silhouettes of others, stared ahead, his gaze unwavering. Issei fought alongside a demon capable of destruction and another who could move with incredible speed. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots at the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels, determined to turn the tide of battle. The fallen surrounded Issei as he and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic against them. Clad in his black armor, Issei stood resolute, facing the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Astaroth Mansion, Underworld, 10 p.m. The Astaroth Mansion resembled any other grand estate, complete with a garden, a pool, and a fountain adorned with the Astaroth symbol. However, it was fortified with advanced defenses and numerous sensors designed to detect intruders. Inside the mansion, a blonde-haired nun slept fitfully, tears glistening on her cheeks as memories flooded her mind. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through her slumber. "Wake up, Asia-chan." The voice belonged to a young man with blonde hair and a deep scar across his chest. He wore expensive clothing and had golden eyes that were often closed or squinted. Asia looked at him, her heart heavy with mixed emotions. She felt a strange sense of reunion with the man she had once saved, but the truth of his intentions left her feeling shocked and disgusted. "What do you want, Diodara?" she asked, turning her gaze away in disbelief. Diodara smiled, his demeanor shifting as he opened his eyes to reveal the golden orbs she once thought innocent. "It's time to make love, my dear Asia," he said, his tone dripping with insincerity. Asia's heart sank. "Did you not tell me that you only wanted me to complete your fetish?" His smile faded, replaced by a menacing grin. "You never cared for me. You ruined my life to satisfy your desires. You never loved me or the others, you only used me." Tears streamed down Asia's face as she recalled her enslavement. In her heart, she longed for her only true friend, Issei. "Where are you, Issei? Please come." Issei surveyed the mansion, realizing it was even more fortified than he had anticipated. He searched for a way to infiltrate the heavily guarded estate when Herobrine spoke up. "I could use a temporary electric spell as an electromagnetic pulse. It would be brief, so the guards and defenses wouldn't notice. Once that's done, can you teleport us inside?" "Hold on, let me check with Zalgo," Issei replied. Yes, I can help. Now let's save that girl," Zalgo interrupted from the boosted gear. "Great. I'll create 2 portals, one to Asia's room and the other to Diodara's peerage. I'll go through Asia's room, while you all handle Diodara's peerage. Sound good?" The trio nodded in agreement, and Lord X urged, "Save her, my lord." "I will. I won't lose her this time," Issei promised. "In case you need backup, we can return to you," MX added. Issei nodded, stepping into his portal as Herobrine activated a small EMP to temporarily disable the defenses. The guards panicked as the defenses faltered, giving the group a brief window to execute their mission. Back in the mansion, Asia slapped Diodara as he approached her. "My purity is for the man I love, not for a two-faced man like you, Diodara Astaroth. You will not violate me." Diodara's anger flared, and he gritted his teeth. "I will break that attitude of yours." As he raised his hand to strike her, someone intervened, stopping him. Diodara struggled against the grip of a teenager with brown hair and a determined expression. Asia opened her eyes to see Issei standing before her, tears of relief streaming down her face. Issei." Issei, unfazed by Diodara's surprise at a mere human strength, confronted him. "Didn't your mother teach you to behave with girls?" With a powerful punch, Issei struck Diodara in the chest, sending him crashing into the wall, blood spilling from his lips. "He should be out for a while," Issei said, turning his attention to Asia. "Hey, Asia," he spoke softly. Asia leaped into his arms, embracing him tightly. "You came for me." "I missed you too, Asia," Issei replied, holding her close as she cried. "Where were you? Why didn't you come?" she asked, her voice trembling. "I thought you were gone, Asia. I thought I lost you when they took your sacred gear. But no matter what, I will stay beside you. I will never leave you, and that's a promise." Asia smiled through her tears, grateful for his unwavering support. "Thank you, Issei." Diodara, still recovering, sneered at them. Well, look who it is, the boy who buried her." Asia and Issei turned their attention to Diodara, who, despite his pain, managed to stand. Issei discreetly cast a reality spell, disabling all cameras and communication devices in the area, ready to protect Asia at all costs. While Diodara continued to monologue, He wore a smirk as he addressed Issei. Honestly, I never thought you would figure out where she is. I also didn't expect you to have the guts to enter a mansion full of high-class devils. You've really signed your own death warrant, Diodara said. Issei replied, Diodara Astroth, right? I know what you did, although I don't understand why. But know this, I am taking Asia from here. She clearly isn't happy being here. Diodara chuckled. That would have been a good idea, but she is under my control. As a reincarnated devil, I know that, Issei shot back. Diodara's eyes widened in shock, and even Asia looked surprised. You knew, she asked, looking away, ashamed of her situation. Issei noticed her discomfort and reassured her, I know, but don't worry. We are still friends, and I am not leaving you. Diodara's grin widened as he continued, You know, everything that happened to Asia was all because of me. Issei's expression shifted as he realized the implications of Diodara's words. Asia looked down, feeling the weight of her suffering. After that, I intended to eliminate that fallen and her group to save her, and then it was easy to reincarnate her, Diodara added. Issei glared at him with hatred. Honestly, I expected some resistance from Rias Gremory or even Sona Citri, but none of them showed up. They really are fools for not sensing me. Issei narrowed his eyes and smirked. At least we agree on something. I don't know about Sona, but Rias is definitely a fool for not sensing you. But why are you even telling me this? To provoke me? Because it's not working, Diodara. Diodara's expression darkened at the insult. I'll just call my parents and put you down for good. They will easily defeat you, and I will enjoy making Asia suffer in front of you. Then, I will finish you off myself. As Diodara attempted to use his communication circle, he realized it had failed. Issei began to laugh. Oh, Diodara, you still don't understand the situation you're in, do you? While you were monologuing, I activated a barrier and a communication disable magic. Your communication magic and any recording devices won't work here. In other words, it's just you and me in this room, and I'm going to enjoy tormenting you for what you did. Diodara glared at Issei, who was now revealing his true intelligence. Before we begin, I have one question. Were you going to do the same things to other girls as well? Diodara smirked. So you figured it out? Yes, I've already done it. They are all broken to my will, and I enjoyed every moment of it. He began to laugh maniacally, while Asia covered her mouth in horror. Issei narrowed his eyes. For your crimes against everyone, I, Issei, reincarnation of Zalgo, sentence you to death. Both Asia and Diodara were shocked, especially Diodara, who had heard of Zalgo, a demon known to be on par with the dragon gods. Issei activated his boosted gear, and Diodara's fear was palpable. Is that the boosted gear? Diodara stammered. You figured it out. Now balance break. Issei declared. Clad in blackish red armor, Issei radiated power, and Diodara trembled at the sight. Diodara Astroth, you have made my successor very angry. You will suffer for what you did. As the former demon king, I, Zalgo, give you full authority to deal with this sorry excuse of a man. Zalgo's voice echoed with authority. Diodara was gripped by fear. This must be a lie. There's no way I will be beaten. I'm planning to win against Baal to become king. I won't lose to the heir of the great king. I'm Diodara from the house of Astaroth. Desperate, Diodara tried to contact his peerage for help, but Issei interrupted. Don't bother. Even if they try to help you, they won't be able to. My friends are dealing with them. Now alone and terrified, Diodara turned to Issei. Asia, do you wish to spare him? Asia considered for a moment before responding, No, Lord Zalgo. Make sure he pays for his crimes. He needs to be stopped. Very well, as you wish, Issei replied. In an instant, Issei blitzed through Diodara, who unleashed several magic blasts, but they had no effect. Issei kicked Diodara's arm, causing him to scream in pain. Issei then unleashed 2 chaos fists, his energy intensifying. Boost, 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 he called out, growing in size as Diodara looked on in fear. Issei pummeled him relentlessly, shattering Diodara's defenses and making him cough up blood. With a powerful kick, Issei sent Diodara crashing against the wall. Is that all? Issei taunted. Diodara attempted to cast a barrier spell, but Issei approached him without hesitation. This magic is my specialty, enhanced by Ophus's snake. You cannot defeat me, Issei. Diodara boasted. Issei sighed. Corrupt, he said, corrupting the barrier and nullifying its effects. Diodara's fear deepened as he realized his power was gone. Issei seized him by the throat and delivered a headbutt that sent Diodara reeling in pain. Asia! Diodara yelled, clutching his head. Close your eyes. Things are about to get intense. Asia nodded and closed her eyes. Issei spoke with determination. Goodbye, Diodara. You will not be remembered. He activated 2 cannons that emerged from his back, unleashing a black beam towards Diodara. The beam disintegrated him completely, leaving no trace behind as his screams echoed in the air. Issei ignored the curses directed at him, knowing they were irrelevant. Once he deactivated his powers and returned to his normal state, he turned to Asia. Now we can be together. Asia jumped into his arms, tears streaming down her face as she felt the torment finally come to an end. The group then teleported to a location where they found all the Astaroth peerage members defeated but alive. Issei surveyed the scene, recognizing the former holy women of his peerage lying unconscious on the ground. He looked at Lord X and asked, "Are they?" "No, just unconscious," Lord X replied. "They're still breathing, though some may have severe wounds from resisting." Issei sighed, and Asia smiled slyly. The trio recognized her as Asia, the girl their lord adored, and they soon found themselves feeling the same way. "Aren't you the girl Bossman likes?" MX asked, noticing Asia's blush. Issei sighed and turned to her. "Asia, let me introduce my new friends. This is MX, the hedgehog, Lord X, and the man with the white eyes is Herobrine." The trio greeted Asia, but as Lord X moved ahead, she fell back, noticing the blood. MX leaned in and whispered, "X, your eyes." "Oh, forgive me, I forgot about them," Lord X said, his tone softening. Asia replied, "I also want to apologize, I felt afraid." "It's all right. People fear me for how I look anyway." Lord X reassured her. He then turned to Issei. "So, what should we do with them?" Issei thought for a moment and devised a plan. "Scene change. Oh. Wake up." Issei called out, unleashing a stream of water onto the peerage's faces. The queen was the first to awaken, her appealing purple hair framing her face. "Where am I?" she asked, disoriented. "Good evening. You certainly took a while to wake up," Issei replied. As the other members began to stir, the queen asked, "Who are you? And where is Diodara-sama?" "Long gone. I killed him," Issei stated matter-of-factly. "You will not get away with this, you know that, right?" The queen's tone was filled with arrogance and anger. MX tensed, ready to confront her, but Issei held a hand up, signaling him to stay calm. "You know, that attitude of yours could get you into trouble one day," Issei warned, radiating an aura that filled the peerage with fear, while his demon companions remained unaffected. Herobrine activated a barrier to protect Asia. "You are a monster," a bishop shouted. "That is correct. But since I'm feeling generous today, I'll give you 3 choices. 1. I can erase your memories of being part of the Astaroth clan and remove the evil pieces inside you. 2. I can take your memories but leave you here to face execution as stray devils. Or 3. My group and I will personally end your lives." Issei spoke with a confident grin, and as he and his group prepared for action, the peerage realized they had only one viable option, the memory extraction. "So, what's it going to be?" Issei prompted. The queen and her peerage deliberated, understanding they had no real choice. "We accept option 1, the queen finally declared. Issei grinned. "Very well." Scene change. Time passed, and Issei managed to extract all the pieces linked to their souls with ease, thanks to the soul magic he had learned. One by one, they returned to their human forms. He informed them of Diodara's true nature, which saddened many of the girls and angered others. They mentally thanked him for freeing them from their former emissar and restoring their humanity. "I feel so much better," one pawn exclaimed. "No pain, nothing." "Thanks, whoever you are," another added. "Now for the second part of the process. I will erase your memories of this experience and teleport you to a random city so you can restart your lives." "Sound good?" Issei explained. "Can we ask a question?" the queen ventured. "Go ahead," Issei replied. "We discussed it, and my 2 knights and I would like to keep our memories of this time," she said hesitantly. Issei narrowed his eyes. "May I know why?" "Because we want to remember this so we can avoid being manipulated again, at least not by another Diodara. We just want to keep these memories. Is that all right?" The queen spoke with a hint of nervousness, aware that altering a deal could be problematic. "Fine," Issei said, and everyone looked at him expectantly. "Only on one condition. he added. The queen raised an eyebrow, confused. What condition? I will be taking away all memories of tonight, our meeting and the fight against my group. Everything that happened will be erased, and you will not remember anything. The queen and the knights exchanged glances. I accept, the queen said. Very well. We may begin. Issei replied with a smile. The girls prepared themselves, ready to embark on a new life, free from Diodara's control. Scene change. The girls found themselves in different cities around the world. As they gathered their thoughts, they realized they had been liberated from their roles as holy maidens, allowing them to start anew, new jobs, new lives, and perhaps new relationships. Issei was with his group and Asia when she spoke up. Where are Rias and her peerage? Aren't you supposed to be with her? Issei took a deep breath and sighed. It's a long story. I'll explain. He recounted everything that had transpired after Rias's death. Asia listened, her expression shifting from sadness to anger at Rias for her choices, which affected both herself and Issei. Issei, can you remove my piece as well? Asia asked. Huh? Issei replied, surprised. Please, she insisted. Issei asked her to lie down and used the same technique he had employed for the other girls. Afterward, the bishop piece emerged, and he crushed it. Herobrine inquired, Are you sure about this? Yes, I am. I already have the queen piece for the Astaroth family power. I don't need the others, and we must eliminate any evidence to protect ourselves, Issei affirmed. Herobrine nodded, destroying any trace of their actions. Asia then asked, So what now? We head back home. But how will I explain this to my parents? Issei pondered. Maybe they'll accept her. Also, I have something for you, Zalgo said, introducing himself. It's a pleasure to meet you, friend of my successor. Asia responded, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Nice to meet you too, Lord Zalgo. There's no need to fear me. Any friend of my successor is one of us. Just call me Zalgo, he reassured her. All right, Asia nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Issei, Zalgo continued, I wanted to give you something. Head to these coordinates. Okay. Issei said, creating a portal to the specified location. They arrived at a grand mansion, reminiscent of a Victorian estate. Welcome to my humble abode, Zalgo announced. The group, excluding the demons, marveled at the luxurious castle, which surpassed the wealth of even the richest devils. It's been a while since I've come here, MX remarked. Yep, I missed living here, it was a luxury, Lord X added. Asia looked around in awe. Is this where you used to live? Yes, with my people, the demon race, Zalgo replied. Issei, raise your hand. Issei complied, and the barrier around the mansion dissipated. Zalgo continued, this is one of the castles under my command, and it's connected to several others. Asia, you can live here, and if you're not comfortable, we can figure something else out. Asia nodded, realizing this was the life she could adapt to. Yeah, Issei asked. The treasury in my room holds jewels and gems worth trillions. It's all yours. We can also customize the mansions to suit your memories, in case we need to prepare for future challenges, Zalgo explained. Issei was determined. I will recreate the demon faction and restore it to its former glory. His declaration filled the room with pride, as Zalgo and Drake smiled, and his team beamed at him. Issei, I have a request, Asia said. Yeah, he replied. I want you to make me a demon, she stated firmly. Huh. Issei was taken aback. You heard me. I want to be a demon, she insisted, her determination clear. During my time with Diodara, I prayed for someone to save me, and when you came, I realized I wanted to be by your side until the end. Asia. Issei said, his expression softening. Very well, you will become a demon. Zalgo, how do I do it? Raise your hand, and I will handle the rest, Zalgo instructed. Issei nodded and followed the instructions. A black and reddish ball of magic appeared in his hands. Asia, eat this. Zalgo commanded. Asia took the ball and consumed it. A surge of power coursed through her, and she felt her hair ignite in flames, while two enormous demonic wings sprouted from her back. Don't panic, just take a deep breath, Zalgo advised. Asia focused, calming herself as the flames extinguished and her wings retracted. That was a close call, she sighed. Welcome to the demon faction, Asia Argento, Issei declared, and she smiled, feeling a sense of belonging in this new family. Scene break. Chapter end. Previously, Issei came to the realization that Asia was alive and was with the Astaroth clan. Knowing he had to rescue her before it was too late, He sought more information from Herobrine. They decided to make this an infiltration mission rather than barging in. As they teleported, they planned to disable the defenses to ensure they could enter undetected. Meanwhile, Diodara attempted to claim Asia for himself but was met with a brutal rejection. When he tried to force himself on her, Issei intervened, delivering a powerful punch that sent Diodara flying. After a tearful reunion, Issei activated a barrier spell in secret while Diodara boasted about how he had manipulated Asia into leaving her service by pretending to be injured. His words, revealing that the women in his peerage were former holy women who had suffered, ignited Issei's fury. He deemed Diodara too dangerous to be left alive and engaged him in battle, with Zalgo granting him full authority to eliminate the threat. Despite Diodara wielding Ophus's power, he was no match for Issei, who radiated the combined aura of Zalgo and Draig in his balance breaker state. Issei ensured Diodara suffered before ultimately ending his life. Afterward, Asia and Issei reunited with the rest of their group, where she quickly bonded with most of them. Issei then presented his peerage with a choice: to live a new life as humans or perish. They chose the former, and he destroyed their pieces, erasing their memories of the incident while leaving only the memory of their night intact. He teleported them to a random city to start anew, repeating the process with Asia Argento. Zalgo then directed them to teleport to coordinates revealing a Victorian-style mansion, which they decided would be their new base. Asia expressed her longing to become a demon, and with Zalgo's guidance, she learned to control her powers. As they watched her new wings and fiery hair, Asia officially joined the demons as a new member of the rebuilding faction, striving to become the strongest. The next day, Astaroth Mansion, 7 a.m. The crime scene of Diodara's room showed no trace of his body, only bloodstains on the floor. His parents mourned the loss of their child, unaware of the true nature of his actions. Lord Astaroth lamented, "He was so young." Lady Astaroth cried out, "Who could have killed him in such a merciless way?" Ajuka Beelzebub, a striking young man with light blue eyes and slicked-back green hair, arrived to investigate his brother's death. Though he was not close to Diodara, he maintained a stable demeanor, a trait of his lineage as one of the 4 Satans of the underworld. "This case is interesting," Ajuka mused, turning to his aunt and uncle. Though he belonged to a branch of the Astaroth family, he had been made heir under the circumstances. "Any updates on my son?" Lord Astaroth inquired. Ajuka replied, "Whoever killed him had a vendetta not only against him but also against his peerage, which is also missing. The security systems captured nothing. It's as if everything was erased." Lady Astaroth sniffled. "It was like they vanished without a trace." Ajuka observed the bloodstains, realizing that the killer had disabled all the cameras and security systems to carry out the act undetected. "Our only hope lies in your son's blood. Unfortunately, I cannot find any traces of the killer. No one saw anything, not even the servants. The only time the systems were down was at 10 p.m., which I suspect is when the crime occurred. Whoever did this knew everything about this house, from defenses to cameras. I will investigate further when I can." "Please do," Lord Astaroth urged. "I want justice for my son." Opening start. Issei walked through an endless blizzard, ready for a fight as he faced an enemy. Draig and Zalgo observed from below. As fallen angels attacked, Issei fell but quickly rose, growing stronger. Matsuda chased after Motohama while Issei watched, then picked him up, preparing to throw him. He chuckled as he saw MX, Lord X, Asia, and Herobrine joining him, smiling at their presence. Rias sat in a chair, smiling, while Kaneko and Akino stood beside her. Flashbacks of a young Issei smiling with his family played in his mind, contrasting with the shambles of his past. Misumi opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face as a blue dragon surrounded her. Issei's memories of a once happy family haunted him. Misumi reached out to him as 2 mages attacked, but he dodged and retaliated. Issei faced a fallen angel with 12 wings, ready to take him down. A red-haired man surrounded by silhouettes stared ahead as Issei fought alongside a demon capable of destruction and another who could blitz. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of fallen angels. The fallen surrounded Issei as he and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic against them. Clad in his black armor, Issei stared at the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Issei was sleeping in his room, having sneaked in unnoticed after leaving Asia in the mansion. MX and Herobrine were looking after her while everyone rested in their new home. Before checking on Asia, MX had visited Lucas. Masumi headed upstairs to wake her brother for school. Morning, brother. Wake up, she called. Issei turned away, and Masumi tried again. Wake up. You'll be late for school. Yeah, I get it. Issei replied, his tone laced with annoyance as he finally woke up. His hair was a mess, and Zalgo spoke to him telepathically. Well, morning to you, my successor. Morning, partner. Drake chimed in. Morning to you too, Zalgo, Drake. Issei yawned. Mom and Dad are calling you for breakfast. Come down, Masumi said. Ignoring her, Issei headed to the bathroom while Masumi went downstairs to eat. When Issei finally made it to breakfast, his parents greeted him as usual, but he responded with silence. Frustrated, Gor finally asked, How long will you ignore us, Issei? Goru's voice was a mix of sadness and anger. Issei had been growing distant from his family ever since that Sunday, and it had been 2 days since he had spoken to them, including his sister. Simple until you answer my question. Issei replied. Mickey and Goru exchanged worried glances, beginning to question what the school had said about their son. Issei continued, If you want to have the relationship we used to have, there's one thing you must keep in mind. Faith. Without it, a relationship cannot be formed. But Mom and Dad have faith in you, Issei. Masumi said, her voice filled with sorrow. No, if they did, we wouldn't be having this conversation, Issei retorted, eating his food in silence. Masumi turned away to chat with their parents about her day at school, while Issei listened quietly. After finishing his meal, he headed outside, and Mickey called after him. Issei, wait. He paused as Mickey continued, We want to start having faith in you, and we will. Just have faith in us too. Issei looked at her, realizing this was a step toward rebuilding their broken relationship. Just one step at a time, Goru said determinedly. Our son has lost faith in us, and it's up to us to recover that. Yeah, we will bring him back and become a family like before. Masumi added. Outside, Issei was greeted by Asia and Herobrine. Morning, you two. Issei said. Morning, Issei. Asia replied cheerfully. Morning. Herobrine added. Issei asked, So what brings you two to my humble abode? We talked about this, and we want to enroll her in Kuo Academy. Herobrine explained. No, that's a bad idea. Rainier and Rias and her peerage are there. Issei protested. But you'll stay with me, right? Asia asked. I know, but they will. Try to recruit me? Asia said, surprising Issei. Herobrine nodded. I told her everything. She wanted to know, and needless to say, she is furious with Rias and her peerage. Asia affirmed, I won't leave your side, Issei. They won't hurt me, I promise. Issei looked at her for a moment before sighing. Very well, you may come. By the way, how did you get yourself enrolled? Oh, that was easy. I just used some magic and negotiation skills, Herobrine replied. Issei then remembered something. He removed 2 silver rings with blue-green gems. Asia's eyes widened when she saw them. They were her sacred gear, the Twilight Healing, the same one that had been stolen from her. Is that? She began. Yep, your sacred gear, Twilight Healing. It belongs to you. Take it, Issei said, handing the rings to her. Asia smiled brightly, her happiness evident. Yes. Time passed, and a scene unfolded with Chibi Asia playfully haunting Chibi Rainer while Chibi Issei recorded the moment. At Kuo Academy, Issei, Asia, and Herobrine. All right, I need to do some paperwork for Asia to enter, and that's it. Herobrine said. Issei and Asia nodded, waving goodbye as Herobrine headed to the school office. Suddenly, Issei was called by a familiar voice. Sona, Hyude, blonde girl. Turning, Issei saw Sona and Tsubaki waiting for them. I would like to have a word with the two of you, Sona said. Issei sighed, realizing this conversation might take a while. I take it you know what happened that day, right? Sona nodded, her demeanor cautious. This boy, the pawn of Rias Gremory, was no joke. He had proven to be powerful enough to bring an entire peerage to its knees. But she is coming with me, Issei stated, pointing to Asia. But does she? Sona began. Yes, she is aware now. Let's go. Issei's voice was firm, knowing this confrontation was inevitable. He needed to clear his name before anything worse happened. As they entered the building, Sona introduced herself to Asia. I am Sona Shirtorai, but my real name is Sona Citri. I am the head of the student council and the heiress of the Citri clan. What is your name? Asia looked at her and spoke. My name is Asia Argento. It is nice to meet you. Sona repeated her name thoughtfully. Asia. Asia. You must be the new student, right? Asia nodded as Sona continued. I see. Your schedule and books will be given after the meeting, Tsubaki. Yes. Tsubaki replied. See to it that she gets her schedule for her class, Sona instructed. Very well, President. Scene change. Welcome to the student council room, Sona announced. Issei and Asia entered the Victorian room where Rias and her peerage were present. Asia was in awe of the room, while the rest of the student council members were busy with their tasks. So I take it all of you are devils, right? Issei asked. Sona nodded. The only members present were a blue-haired girl named Tsubasa, a white-haired girl named Momo, and Saji, along with Tsubaki and Sona herself. Momo and Tsubasa were not pleased to see Issei. They knew of his actions in Kuo and disapproved of his presence. Saji, however, was cautious, hoping the meeting would go smoothly. Hello, Hanakai Yura. Issei greeted, his tone laced with disdain. Momo glared at him, and Issei turned to Sona. Did you get me here for an introduction session? Because I know them well, and I'm not happy to see them. Momo's anger flared, and she attempted to charge at Issei, but Sona's glare stopped her. Stand down, Momo. And Issei, please try not to fight here. The things in this room are not cheap, and I have a lot of work to do. Issei nodded, while Asia watched in surprise, wondering why Issei was so disliked at the school. Sit down, Issei. We will begin our conversation shortly. Sona instructed. Saji observed as Issei and Asia took their seats. Normally prideful, Saji felt the need to be cautious around Issei, who was much stronger than him. So, Issei, please tell me what happened, Sona prompted. From where? The start of it, or the incident that led to me taking down the entire Gremory peerage? Issei replied. So you admit? Sona narrowed her eyes, and Tsubasa shouted in disbelief. How can he take down an entire peerage? You are nothing but a weak pervert. Issei was about to respond when Sona interjected. Issei, I've got this. Tsubasa, Issei took down the peerage, so just stand there and stay quiet now. Her authoritative tone made Tsubasa reluctantly back down, though she and Momo continued to glare at Issei, who ignored them. Issei, I want you to tell me about the incident, Sona said. Very well. I was with my friends Matsuda and Motohama, doing nothing, and when I left the club, she tried to use my friends as hostages to get me back. Not to mention, she attacked me and my friends first, so I had to defend myself. And you certainly went overboard. Saji interjected. Saji! Sona scolded. Yes, I did, but they nearly killed me, so I had to fight back. They weren't giving me much choice. Issei defended himself. Sona processed the information while Asia watched with pity. She realized that Rias had provoked Issei, just as Kiba had said. I see. Sona finally said. Issei then asked, anything else? I want to ask, why do you hate Rias and her peerage so much? Issei's anger flared at the question. Let me ask you a question, Sona. Did Rias ever tell you how I came into her peerage? Sona thought for a moment before responding. She told me that you were called to the club upon sensing your sacred gear. She explained the supernatural and that you joined her peerage after that. She needed a peerage member, so she recruited you, you being the Red Dragon Emperor. Both Issei and Asia were shocked, and Issei's fury boiled over. I will kill that beach. His aura radiated power, and Sona recognized it as Zalgo's. She paled, fearing for her safety, knowing who Zalgo was and the fear he inspired, even among the Satans. What did Rias do to make him so mad, she wondered? The rest of the peerage knelt under the weight of Issei's aura, while the females blushed and Saji turned pale, confused by the aura's origin. The only one unaffected was Asia. Issei, please calm down. You are hurting them. Asia said gently. Miss Citri, I will explain what happened. Sona recovered from her blush as Issei began to calm down. You see, you are half right. She needed Issei, but the way she recruited him could be seen as betrayal. She used the fallen angels to kill Issei, intending to swoop in and save him, earning his eternal loyalty. Their actions also led to my death. I need a more elaborate explanation on this, Miss Argento. Sona requested. Asia nodded and explained everything from Issei's reincarnation to the reveal during the church fight, and how he revived her. After that, he came to my grave and revived me as one of his own. It's a long story. Sona nodded, trying to process the information. If Issei had Zalgo with him, it was plausible for him to revive her as a demon, a much stronger version of a devil. The others were in disbelief but remained quiet at Sona's request. Sona turned to Issei and spoke softly, a rare change from her usual strict demeanor. Issei, please tell me. Asia shared some of what happened, and I understand why you feel the way you do, but I need to know exactly what she did to you that caused this hatred. Issei looked down for a moment before meeting her gaze. She broke my trust and my faith. She let me die at the hands of my first girlfriend, Rainier. Sona's eyes widened as the truth sank in. She had never imagined that this was the reason Rainier had become her bishop. If word got out about Rias's actions, Sona knew she would lose her authority over Kuro Town. The consequences could be severe, including losing her title as an heiress and facing her mother's wrath. I understand, Sona said, her voice filled with sincerity. I was unaware of her actions. If I had known, I would have stopped it. She lied to both of us, and I didn't realize the psychological impact it had on you. I apologize for what she did and for not preventing it. Sona bowed her head, genuinely saddened for Issei. Even Saji clenched his teeth in anger, while Tsubaki remained neutral, and Momo and Tsubasa were less affected by the revelation. Issei hesitated before continuing, don't blame yourself for her actions, Sona. But know this, don't expect me to help her ever again or stand by her side. I'm on my own now. But Issei, aren't you still her pawn? Sona asked, concern in her voice. I'll share what I know, but you're queen. And the other servants need to leave. This information must stay between you, Asia, and me. But consider this a favor. Since you apologized, you're making it up to me. Sona looked at her servants for a moment, then sighed and narrowed her eyes. Fine. Everyone, please step outside. But President, Saji protested. I'll be fine. Just go outside, Sona insisted. The peerage exchanged doubtful glances as they exited, casting wary looks at Issei but remaining silent, aware of his strength. Issei ignored their stares and activated a sound barrier, ensuring their conversation remained private. Now this discussion is just between us three, Issei declared. Sona raised an eyebrow. What did you do? I set up a sound barrier so no one can overhear us. Sona nodded, and Issei continued. Here's the thing, I know Zalgo. My aura revealed that to you, right? Yes, I do. But when I asked him about the pieces, he told me they were already corrupted. As a result, I'm no longer her pawn. She has no control over me. Issei revealed a blackish-red ball of magic, causing Sona's eyes to widen in shock. Is that power of destruction? Yep. I made it compact and less powerful so only we can sense it. When I absorbed the pieces of their magic. Issei dispelled the energy. I also gained Rias's signature power of destruction. I can expel the pieces from my body whenever I want, but I'll keep them hidden for now. I'll reveal the truth when the time is right. Sona took a moment to process this information. The removal of evil pieces usually results in death, but you showed that they can be drained into empty shells. Take your time, Miss Citri. No, you can call me Sona. You've earned that right, she replied with a smile. After a brief pause, she added, I promise this will stay between us three until you decide to share it with others. Alright, I have to say, unlike Rias, you're much smarter and know how to act when the time is right. You're an amazing leader, Sona Citri. Issei remarked casually, causing a light blush to appear on Sona's cheeks. After dispelling the barrier, Issei asked, Can I leave now? Thank you for your time. Asia, Tsubaki will give you your uniform and schedule. Make sure to collect that, okay? Asia nodded, and both she and Issei exited the council room. As the other members returned, Momo asked, President, did he attack you? Sona looked at her, dumbfounded. No. What's wrong with you? Issei is not like that. Tsubasa chimed in, he does attack and assault women regularly, which is why those girls complain about him. Both girls spoke with concern, tinged with a hint of frustration, as Sona responded firmly. No, he did not, and he never had any intention to do so. You both need to stop assuming that Issei is like that. And one more thing, you will not attack or provoke him in any manner, Sona asserted. But Tsubasa started to protest. No buts. He is not someone you want to mess with, and besides, he would never do anything to anyone. Our interaction today cleared any doubt I had. The girls nodded and left to attend to their duties. Saji and Tsubaki joined Sona, and they began to converse. So, what was the personal talk he had with you? Saji asked. I'm curious too, Tsubaki added. I'm sorry, but I promised him I wouldn't share any details. He asked me to keep it a secret until he's ready to reveal it, Sona explained. We understand, Tsubaki replied. Saji nodded, hoping it wasn't a romantic conversation, as he had a crush on Sona Citri. Did you give Asia what I asked you to, Tsubaki? Sona inquired. Yes, I did, Tsubaki confirmed. Sona nodded, searching through her paperwork. I want to investigate those complaints. It was either Kaori Murayama or Youkai who made them. I need to find out if they were authentic before it's too late. Something is really wrong here, she thought, her frustration evident as she continued with her work. Scene change. Issei and Asia were walking outside when Asia received her new school uniform. She quickly changed in the girls' changing room and emerged, wearing her new outfit. Say, Issei, why does everyone hate you at this school? Asia asked. It's a long story. Are you willing to hear it? Issei replied. Asia nodded, and Issei began to explain how his school life had been made miserable by two girls, Kates and Murayama. He shared the false rumors that had followed him from elementary school to now. By the end of his tale, Asia felt a mix of sadness and anger towards the girls. I see. I'm so sorry. I believe you, Issei, she said sincerely. Issei smiled at her. Thank you, Asia. Now let's head inside. Asia nodded, and they entered the classroom, where Issei greeted his friends and took a seat next to them. The teacher then announced a new student would be joining their class. The girls hoped for a handsome boy, while the boys wished for a pretty girl. Matsuda asked, Hey, who do you think it will be? Someone good. I hope they're nice, Motohama added. Issei knew who it was and felt happy when Asia walked in, surprising everyone. Hello, my name is Asia Argento. I'm from Italy. Please take care of me, she introduced herself, bowing slightly. The class cheered, but Rainer's expression turned to one of horror. How is she alive? What is she doing here? I saw her die. Rainer exclaimed, turning to Issei with a furious glare. You knew, she accused him. Issei met her glare with one of his own, determined to protect Asia. He thought, if you even lay a finger on Asia, I swear I will make you regret it. Drake agreed with Issei's resolve, and Rainer felt a chill of fear as she realized the consequences of her actions. Asia took a seat next to Issei, ignoring the hostile presence of Kaori Murayama and Yui Kates, who had been whispering about him. Oh, Asia. Yui began. Asia shot them a glare, uninterested in their conversation. Kaori continued, Hey, sit with us. We're better than these perverts. Asia ignored them, and Yui added, Yeah, he's nothing but a pervert who attacks women to satisfy himself. Issei felt anger rising within him, but Asia placed a calming hand on his arm. Let me make this clear, Asia said, turning her attention to the two girls. I don't like you bad-mouthing someone I care about without any valid proof. I know Issei well enough to trust him, so mind your own business. It would be in everyone's best interest. Her words made Issei and his friend smile, while the two girls frowned and walked away. Matsuda turned to Issei and said, She's a keeper, bro, don't lose her. Even though we're jealous, we know she's a nice person. Look after her, okay? Motohama added. Issei nodded, grateful to have someone who cared for him. Asia then turned to his friends. I'm happy to see that people like you care for Issei. Please look after him, she said, bowing slightly. No worries. Issei is our bro, and we'll stand by his side forever. We may be perverted, but we'll never abandon him, Motohama promised. Yeah, friends forever, Matsuda agreed. Thanks, guys. Issei replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. After a few hours of school, Issei and Asia headed home, planning to meet up with their friends to discuss their next steps. Unbeknownst to them, Rainer had gone to inform Rias about Asia's survival. Scene break. Chapter end. Previously, Issei successfully saved and integrated Asia into the demon faction. In the aftermath, Ajuka was investigating Diodara's mysterious death, which left no traces and even resulted in the disappearance of his peerage. Intrigued, Ajuka resolved to find the culprit before it was too late. Meanwhile, Issei returned to his room to rest for the next day. The following morning, Issei sat down for breakfast in silence when his father questioned him about his lack of communication. Issei replied that he would remain quiet as long as his father answered his questions. After finishing his meal, he headed to school, where he met Asia and Herobrine. They informed him that Asia would be joining the school soon. Initially hesitant, Issei was convinced by the duo that Asia would be fine and could handle herself. With that, they made their way to school. Upon arrival, they were stopped by Sona Citri, who wanted to question them about Issei's previous encounter with Rias and her peerage. Issei and Asia agreed to enter the student council room. Inside, Issei was met with scornful glares from Momo and Rhea, two members of the council, due to false accusations made by Kates and Murayama. Issei chose to ignore them, but when they provoked him, he was ready to retaliate until Sona intervened. Issei explained his actions, revealing that he had acted to protect his friends and that Rias, driven by her pride, was about to expose the supernatural world. He made it clear that he would not hesitate to take her down if necessary, a sentiment Sona understood. When Sona inquired about Issei's animosity towards Rias and her peerage, a powerful aura emanated from him, causing everyone to flinch except Sona, who recognized it. Asia calmed him down, and they revealed that Rias was indirectly responsible for Issei's near-death experience at the hands of the fallen. Sona grasped the situation and asked how Issei could resist her orders. After requesting that Sona be the only one present, Issei disclosed that he had corrupted the pieces and absorbed the power of destruction, shocking her. He asked her to keep this secret unless he chose to reveal it to others, and Sona agreed. Afterward, Issei and Asia left for their classes. Asia was introduced to the rest of the group, and when she sat with Issei, the two girls attempted to turn her against him but failed, much to the amusement of Matsuda and Motohama, who were pleased to see another person aware of the truth. Occult Research Club, 1:30 p.m. Rainier returned to the ORC room, needing to inform her MSTR about the events in class. Despite her disdain for him, she understood the importance of sharing this information. Throughout her life, only Kokubile, Issei, and Rias had instilled such fear in her. Upon entering, Rainier found Rias sipping tea while working on paperwork. Setting her cup down, Rias asked, "What happened, Rainier? I sensed you from a distance. I need to tell you something." Rainier exclaimed, her urgency evident. Rias narrowed her eyes. "It better be good. I interrupted my tea time for you." Rainier nodded and relayed everything, including Asia's return to life and her enrollment in the classroom. Rias gasped, But isn't she dead?" Rainier replied with a hint of sarcasm, "If she were, she wouldn't be a new student." Rias smiled. "That's good news, Rainier." Rainier looked at her skeptically. "How is that good news?" With a sly grin, Rias explained, "We can use her as leverage." "Are you crazy? If Issei finds out, he would tear us apart." Rainier exclaimed, fear creeping into her voice. Rias reassured her, "Oh, don't worry. Once we make her my reincarnated servant, he won't be able to do anything. If he kills me, he would turn her into a stray." Rainier fell silent, realizing the gravity of Rias's plan. Rias continued, "Most strays lose control and become abominations. If Issei wants to keep Asia by his side, he will have to comply with our demands, even become our servant. And if he does kill me, my brother will hunt him down." Before Rainier or anyone else could respond, the door swung open, and a voice declared, "You will do no such thing." Opening start. Issei trudged through an endless blizzard, his determination unwavering as he prepared to confront his enemies. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Issei faced off against a group of fallen angels, and as Rainier launched an attack, he stumbled but quickly regained his footing, growing stronger with each challenge. Meanwhile, Matsuda chased after Motohama, and Issei watched, amused, as he picked up his friend, ready to toss him playfully. His smile widened when he saw MX, Lord X, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. In a quiet moment, Rias sat in a chair, a smile on her face, while Kaneko relaxed nearby and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed a younger Issei, beaming with happiness alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's memories of a once happy family now lay in ruins. Masumi reached out to Issei, but two mages attacked him. He dodged their strikes and countered with precision, taking on a fallen angel with 12 wings. A red-haired man observed the scene, surrounded by shadowy figures. Issei fought alongside a powerful demon capable of destruction and another who moved with incredible speed. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. As the fallen surrounded him, Issei and the demons unleashed a wave of demonic magic, standing resolute in the face of danger. Clad in black armor, Issei faced the approaching threat alongside a man in white armor. In another part of the world, Sona Citri had overheard a troubling conversation and was not pleased. Rias, startled, quickly composed herself. "What are you doing here, Sona?" Rias asked, forcing a smile. Sona's expression was serious. I heard everything. How could you stoop so low? I expected better from you. Rias stammered. I don't understand. Sona narrowed her eyes, her voice steady. I know what happened here, Rias. You tried to turn Asia into your servant. Rias was taken aback, struggling to find her words. Sona continued, you will not do that. He defeated you once, and if you make this mistake again, you may not see another day. I will do it and you can't stop me, Sona. It's the only way to make my disobedient pawn obey, Rias insisted. Then you leave me no choice, Sona replied, adjusting her glasses. If you even think about touching Issei or Asia, I will inform your brother and the other Satans. I know the truth, Issei told me everything. Rias paled, fear creeping in as she realized the implications. Sona added, and if your mother hears about this, you know what will happen, Rias Gremory. Rias felt a chill at the thought of her mother, Venelina Gremory, known for her ruthlessness. She knew that if Sona or Issei revealed what had transpired, she would lose her territory, her status, and her place as the heiress of the Gremory family. Please don't tell, Rias pleaded, her voice trembling. Sona smirked, a hint of victory in her tone. As long as you listen, I'll keep quiet. Now, stay in your room and focus on your work. With that, Sona left, leaving Rainier confused about Rias's fear of her mother. Rias felt defeated, realizing she was trapped in her arranged marriage with no way out. Outside the room, Sona reflected on her actions. I can't believe I had to confront you like this, Rias. How far you've fallen. If I hadn't overheard that conversation or spoken with Issei, your plan would have ended badly for you. I may have saved you this time, but I won't do it again. Your choices are yours alone now. Sona returned to the student council room, leaving Rias to ponder her predicament. Scene change. Later that evening, Issei returned home after a relatively uneventful day at school. He decided to invite his friends, MX, Lord X, Herobrine, and Asia, to play some Uno together. The group was enjoying themselves while singing, and Issei made sure to create a sound barrier so that no one could hear what was happening. However, their gameplay was interrupted by a figure with crimson hair. Issei instinctively created a barrier, and Rias Gremory appeared on the floor. The group immediately went on guard, glaring at her. Rias, what are you doing here? Issei shouted, while Herobrine added, Gremory, give us a good reason for being in this house. Rias flinched at their tone but composed herself. Surrounded by MX, Lord X, Herobrine, and Asia, she knew that one wrong move could be dangerous. Rias stammered. Speak up. Lord X demanded, sharpening his claws with a grin. He believed in discipline, and sometimes, he thought, violence was necessary. Rias paled, aware of how dangerous Lord X was. He could easily overpower an ultimate-class devil without breaking a sweat. Gathering her courage, she finally spoke. I want to be with you, Issei. Issei was taken aback. Wait, what? Please, you are the only one who can help me. Rias exclaimed, blushing. The room fell silent, with Asia blushing and Issei's anger boiling beneath the surface. Why? Issei asked, his voice laced with frustration. Kiba refused, and you were my last option. Please, Issei. Rias pleaded, trying to approach him, but he pushed her back, his aura rising. Did I make myself clear? I do not want to be associated with any of you. Issei declared. But Issei. No. I am not dealing with your attitude again. Rias fell back, desperation in her voice. Am I not attractive to you? Don't you want to be with me? Issei had reached his limit. Gremory, I give you 5 seconds to leave this house. As his aura intensified, Rias flinched. Before anything else could happen, another magic circle appeared, this one glowing white. A appealing young woman with white hair emerged, her hair styled with braids and adorned with blue bows. She wore a blue and white French-made outfit, complete with a headband and red lipstick. To think you would, she began, trailing off as she surveyed the room filled with demons. She recognized Lord X and Herobrine. Sent by her MC, she was tasked with bringing Rias to a meeting and ensuring she behaved. Lord X, Lord Herobrine, what are you doing in? She turned to Issei, a commoner's room? Issei was momentarily speechless, while the other demons tensed, unsure how he would react to being called a commoner. However, Issei remained calm, recognizing that she didn't know who he was. Herobrine responded, we were having a good time until she interrupted. So, she's Graphia Lucifuge, Issei mused. Not gonna lie, she's quite appealing. You're right about that, but I have a feeling she's already married, Zalgo remarked. Drake chimed in, she is married, look at her hand. Issei noticed the silver ring on her finger, resembling an engagement ring. I wonder who. Grafia nodded and turned to Rias. Lady Rias, I don't know why you came here, but we have other matters to attend to. Did my father or brother send you here? Rias asked. On all three accounts, my lady. You need to come to the underworld for your meeting. Can Akino come too? Rias inquired. The priestess of lightning? Yes, she can come as well. It's only natural for the queen to accompany the king. With that, Rias joined Grafia as they left for the underworld. Issei pondered who this was that Rias mentioned. Well, that happened. Asia remarked. Issei turned to the others. So, are you going to continue the game? Yes, I almost beat X. I'm going to win this, MX declared. You really think so? I have something that will stop your winning in its tracks, Lord X replied, revealing a +4 card. MX's jaw dropped in disbelief. Herobrine, Issei, and Asia exchanged glances, sweat dropping at the scene. The game continued for a while until they all grew bored and returned to their respective dimensions to rest. Asia decided to stay behind and sleep with Issei, who made sure to lock the door, not wanting to explain a girl sleeping next to him in the morning. Scene change. The next day, Issei arrived at the Occult Research Club room at 1:30 p.m. Despite his feelings toward Rias, he was curious about these she had mentioned. With nothing else to do, he hoped the events in the club would provide some entertainment. Issei had to maintain his cover as Asia's pawn, not wanting to reveal his true identity just yet. Asia, equally curious, accompanied him to ensure he didn't lose control. She had been helping him heal from his past scars, and while Issei was showing signs of becoming a better person, some wounds would never fully heal. Asia despised Issei's family, especially his spoiled twin sister, knowing all too well the abusive past he had endured. Are you sure about this? Asia asked, concerned about Issei's decision to visit the Occult Research Club, a place he had always loathed. I have a feeling he is someone important, Issei replied. If Rias can be furious at just the mention of his name, then he's worth checking out. Honestly, I want to see the look on her face, the sadness, the hatred. That's something I'd like to witness. With a mischievous grin, Issei and Asia entered the Occult Research Club room, surprising the members inside. Rias immediately sensed something was off. Issei's presence was unexpected. Spotting Grafia, she asked if everyone was present. Yes, it's a surprise you're here. It seems you really do care for me, Rias said, her tone laced with sarcasm. Grafia turned to Rias, asking if she should share something, but Rias interrupted, stating she would handle it herself. Taking a deep breath, she began to announce something important when suddenly, a magic circle opened, revealing a man in his 20s with short blonde hair and dark blue eyes. He wore a burgundy blazer with gold embroidery and black dress shoes, his white shirt slightly unbuttoned. It has been such a long time since Riser has come to this world, the man declared. Riser, Rias said, her voice dripping with disdain. Issei recognized the name, recalling a time in his childhood when he had two friends, one blonde and one with chestnut hair. The name felt familiar. As Riser settled next to Rias, he complimented her tea, which Akino had served. Akino, however, loathed Riser and noticed Issei smiling in amusement. She thought to herself that he seemed to be enjoying the situation, while Issei was actually focused on Riser, one of his childhood friends. Rias, fed up with Riser's behavior, stood up and shouted, "That's enough, Riser. My purity is for the one I love, and I get to decide who that is." Riser stood as well, insisting, "Rias, you cannot be like that. For the sake of the pure-blooded race, we need to get married." "I will not marry you, Riser." Rias retorted. "Come on, don't be like that." Issei chimed in, a smile on his face. The group turned to him, surprised by his boldness. "It's for the sake of the pure-blooded devil race, right? I see no reason for you not to marry Riser, isn't that right?" Issei continued, prompting Riser to smile. "Riser likes you. What is your name, young man?" Riser asked. "My name is Issei Haidu, and I am this generation's Red Dragon Emperor," Issei replied confidently. Riser's eyes widened in recognition. He recalled the name and the boy who had accepted him despite his high-class devil status. Memories flooded back and he exclaimed, "Issei, how could Riser forget you? You were the first, along with that chestnut-haired kid, to accept Riser for who he is." The group was taken aback. Kiba looked at Asia for answers, but her shocked expression mirrored his own. Issei and Riser greeted each other warmly, just as they had in their childhood. Once the greetings were over, Issei addressed the stunned group. "Oh, I forgot to mention, Riser is my childhood friend. He's one of my 2 childhood friends." The revelation left everyone dumbfounded. Rias, still processing the news, could hardly believe the connection between Issei and Riser. Meanwhile, Issei was enjoying time with his friends when they were interrupted by a magic circle from the Gremory family, revealing Rias. This sudden appearance angered everyone present, and they contemplated confronting her for answers. Rias boldly declared that she wanted Issei's virginity, which infuriated him and startled his friends. Before tensions could escalate, Grafia arrived, surprised to find 2 demons in a commoner's house. She swiftly took Rias away, allowing Issei and his friends to return to their game. The next day, Issei and Asia went to school, curious about what had happened with Rias. Upon entering, Rias initially thought Issei cared for her, but he was more interested in understanding why she had been in his home. As Issei settled in, Riser Phoenix from the House of Phoenix made his entrance. He playfully toyed with Rias's hair, which she found distasteful. Rias expressed her disgust, and Riser, somewhat reluctantly, continued. Issei seized the moment to tease Rias, suggesting that if this was her family's wish, then so be it. When Riser introduced himself, Issei recognized him as a childhood friend, leading to a surprising reunion that caught everyone off guard. Kaneko made a comment about their behavior, which angered Riser, but Issei intervened, making a harsh remark that brought Kaneko to tears. Rias demanded Issei apologize, and Riser stood by him, escalating the tension until Grafia intervened. As the situation calmed, Riser introduced his peerage, and Issei had a brief reunion with Ravel. Riser's kiss with Eubelina sparked jealousy in Issei and a glare of disdain from Rias. Riser taunted Issei, who vowed to find a girlfriend someday. Afterward, Riser departed for the night, and Grafia informed the group about an upcoming raiding game scheduled in 2 weeks before teleporting to relay the news to her MSTR. Rias then attempted to slap Issei, but he caught her hand and firmly stated that he had no interest in her, walking away with an imposing aura that instilled fear in those around him. Sona, surprised, asked Issei if Riser was truly his childhood friend. Issei confirmed this. Following the encounter with Rias, Issei was summoned by the student council at Momo Hanakai's insistence. Momo was displeased with Issei's presence, but Sona insisted on speaking with him, believing he needed to be held accountable. Momo's anger flared, but Sona's calm demeanor quelled the tension. Most of the student council members were wary of Issei, particularly the girls, who resented him for past accusations. Saji, however, felt a mix of jealousy and respect for Issei, as he had a crush on Sona. Asia expressed her surprise at Issei's past, and Sona acknowledged that she was glad he hadn't resorted to violence, though she wouldn't have been shocked if he had. Issei admitted that Rias and Kaneko had been irritating him. Sona managed to dismiss her peerage, knowing Issei wouldn't harm her. Her intention was to befriend him genuinely, recognizing he needed support. Sona was known for her strictness and dedication, often siding with the truth, even if it meant opposing her friends. She had a compassionate side, using mercy when necessary. In contrast, Rias appeared kind and friendly but was actually quite spoiled by her family, leading to her manipulative tendencies. She relied on her brother to rescue her from trouble but was too proud to ask for help. Sona remarked that Kaneko had a particular disdain for perverts, to which Issei agreed, expressing indifference towards her and her peerage. Sona then made a request for Issei to speak with Kiba, who had tried to reach out but was rebuffed. Issei questioned why he should, but Sona explained that Kiba was unaware of Rias's actions, as only she, Akino, and Kaneko knew the truth. Asia chimed in, noting that Kiba had made an effort to communicate with Issei and had not attacked him during the ambush on his friends. She suggested that Issei consider talking to Kiba, but emphasized that it was merely a suggestion, not a demand. Sona reassured Issei that she would take full responsibility if anything went wrong. Seeing her earnest expression, Issei relented, agreeing to speak with Kiba. Sona smiled in response, and after Asia and Issei left, he pondered what Kiba wanted to discuss. Issei trudged through the relentless blizzard, his determination unwavering as he prepared to confront his adversaries. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Facing a group of fallen angels, Issei braced himself as Rainier launched an attack. He stumbled but quickly regained his footing, drawing strength from within. Nearby, Matsuda pursued Motohama, while Issei watched, then swiftly picked him up, ready to throw him aside. A smile spread across his face as he noticed MX, Lord X, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. In a different scene, Rias sat in a chair, a gentle smile on her face, while Kaneko occupied another chair and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed a younger Issei, beaming with happiness alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's heart ached as he recalled his past, a once joyful family now in ruins. Masumi rose, reaching out toward him. Suddenly, two mages attacked Issei, but he deftly dodged their strikes and retaliated with precision. He focused on a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to bring him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, watched the scene unfold. Issei fought alongside a powerful demon capable of destruction and another who moved with incredible speed. With a fierce resolve, he unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. The fallen surrounded Issei as he and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic. Clad in his black armor, Issei stared at the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Issei stood across the school grounds, spotting Kiba waiting for him. He wondered what Kiba wanted to discuss. "What do you want to talk about?" Issei asked. Kiba took a moment before responding. "I want to prove my innocence to you." Issei narrowed his eyes. "I have a theory. You never fought me when the girls tried to use my friends against me. You were the only one who didn't reprimand me when I defended my friend's honor. So, I have two possibilities in mind: either you're innocent, or you feel guilt for your actions." "It's definitely the former," Kiba insisted. Issei opened his eyes wide and commanded, "Prove it." "The truth is, when I came to the church, I really wanted to help rescue Asia. I wasn't even aware of Rias toying with both of you. I don't know about Kaneko, but all I know is..." Kiba was interrupted as Issei placed a hand on him. "Alright, I know you're here. Rainer, Kaneko, come out. Before I burn the bush you're hiding in." The two girls emerged from the bushes, shocking Kiba. Issei turned to him. "Judging by your expression, I guess you weren't aware they were here. Now tell me, why are you two here before I deal with you?" Rainer stepped forward, visibly shaken by Issei's presence. "Rias wanted to report on you. She used us to..." "Spy," Issei interjected. "That's what I suspected. But why?" Kaneko stammered. "She wanted to know how strong you've become." "How did you get this strong?" "Why should I tell you, Kaneko-chan?" Issei replied, his tone sarcastic. Noticing the girls shivering, he sighed. "Anyway, I have no obligation to tell you. Is there anything else?" Kaneko spoke up again. "The president wants you to come to her vacation house for 10 days of training." With that, Kaneko and Rainer teleported away. Kiba looked at Issei. "You aren't going, are you?" "Nope, and she can't make me," Issei replied. "How?" Kiba asked. "Let's just say she can't, and leave it at that," Issei shrugged. Kiba decided not to pry further. "Where was I?" "I only learned about Rias letting you die when Rainer exposed her in front of everyone. I never betrayed you, Issei. You are my comrade, and I never let you die by her hands." Kiba exclaimed. Issei looked at him wide-eyed. He could sense Kiba's honesty. One of the things Drake had taught him was the ability to detect lies. Sighing, Issei felt sadness wash over him for not believing Kiba. He struggled with trust issues and lacked confidence in others and himself, which could drive away those who truly cared for him. "Fine. I believe you," Issei finally said. Kiba's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? I would have known if you were lying," Issei explained. "Being part dragon, my sacred gear would inform me of any deceit. Thankfully, I don't sense any lies from you." Kiba felt a little better. "Is there anything else you want?" "No, nothing much," Kiba replied with a smile. Issei nodded and began to leave when Zalgo spoke up. "It's good that you're learning to have faith in others, aside from us." "Yeah, it's going to take a while until I can fully trust again. Or even find a partner," Issei admitted. Zalgo beamed. "I can't wait for that day, Issei." Drake added, "So am I. It seems you're getting better with others as time passes." "True, aside from demons, you first started to trust Sona, and now." Zalgo said. Whoa. Where did I say I trust them?" Issei interrupted. "Just because I talk to her doesn't mean I trust her completely, at least not yet. I may have a little faith in her because she stood up for me and believes I'm innocent. She's helping me find proof to bring those who wronged me to justice." Issei fell silent as Zalgo spoke with a hint of sadness. Take your time, young one. You need to learn to trust and have confidence in others. Speaking of trust, do you remember your past? I do. Issei growled, recalling how God had betrayed him. He remembered the last words spoken to him before he had cursed God for his betrayal, a curse that consumed him from the inside out. The memory of the curse was vivid, akin to how Samuel's poison would affect a dragon. Once triggered, it would break down the target's body, causing unimaginable pain. Herobrine had informed Issei that God had truly died. Instead of feeling sorrow, Issei felt happiness, joy that the one who had betrayed and killed him was gone for good. Gibog, the spear of death, had been the instrument of that end. It was a spear mixed with a special poison that could fatally injure a demon. The poison ceased all bodily functions, including the heart and brain. Issei clenched his fists, determined to move forward. The good thing is that Zalgo, being a demon god, could have been saved if he had been aware of the poison or if he had known of his friend's betrayal. He trusted the God of the Bible, and that was his biggest mistake. Previously, Issei and Sona had a discussion about recent events. Issei explained that Riser was a childhood friend, which surprised Sona. He then expressed that he did not care for the Gremory peerage. Sona urged Issei to talk to Kiba, who was truly innocent. Reluctantly, Issei agreed to meet Kiba on the school grounds. Kiba confessed that he was unaware of Rias and her peerage's plan to deceive Issei. Their conversation was interrupted when Issei sensed the presence of Reiner and Kaneko. When he demanded to know why they were there, the girls claimed they were there to assess Issei's powers and to remind him about a 10-day trip. Issei initially refused but assured Kiba that he believed him before leaving for the day, much to Kiba's relief. After dealing with his parents, Issei returned to the null dimension to train in his magic. He practiced telekinesis, umberkinesis, and pyrokinesis, string pyrokinesis with surprising ease, which impressed the entities within his sacred gear. They regrouped with the rest of his allies, MX, Lord X, and Herobrine, who discussed Issei's situation. Herobrine and Lord X suggested that Issei should go to a certain location to maintain his cover, despite Issei's reluctance. With some persuasion, he agreed, especially after learning about a demonic realm that had opened nearby, accessible through a portal. Issei accepted the mission without further issues, and his companions were pleased. Despite his lingering lack of confidence, Issei found encouragement from Asia and Zalgo, who helped him regain his resolve. Asia chose to sleep next to him that night. While Issei slept, Zalgo realized he had limited time left. Confronted by Drake, he revealed that his soul had been without a body for too long and was fading. He knew he had only a few weeks remaining. Drake and Zalgo pondered how Issei would react to this news before their souls merged. Zalgo advised Drake to focus on improvement rather than rivalry, suggesting that with time, their competition could transform into something positive. They then settled down to rest for the next day. Gremory Mountains, 7 a.m. 10 days had passed since the events with Riser. Rias gathered her peerage, with Issei and Asia present. Issei thought to himself about the challenge ahead. How are they going to beat Riser? He wondered. Now, my adorable servants, let's train hard. Rias exclaimed, and the others nodded in agreement. Kiba then spoke up. I'm surprised you actually came, he said. I have other motives for being here, Issei replied. Are you planning to share those motives? Kiba asked. Maybe in the future. Sometime in the future, Issei said, nodding as he and Asia walked away toward the portal that had opened. Rias called out to them. Where do you two think you're going? She demanded. Issei turned back, irritation in his voice. I go where I want. You don't decide what I do. As they walked away, Rias shouted in frustration, Issei, wait up. What? He replied, annoyance evident. Do you really want to do this now? You'll be out of commission before your fight against Riser even begins. Asia added, trying to reason with Rias. Rias's anger shifted to fear as she realized the stakes. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have our own training to do. Issei declared, continuing on his way. You better wait, Issei, or else I will make sure your life is a living hell. Rias yelled after them. Issei turned to glare at her, while Rias smirked defiantly. I want you to see how powerful you are, she challenged. Kiba face-bombed at her words, thinking, this idiot. With a sigh, Issei relented. Fine, he said, raising his aura. Rias paled, struggling to breathe under the pressure, and even her peerage seemed close to fainting. As Issei approached her, he spoke with a chilling calmness. This is your last warning, Gremory. I don't care who you are or who you bring to avenge yourself. If you get in my way, I will finish what I started. Let me make this clear. With that he walked away, leaving Rias hyperventilating. She turned to Kaneko, her voice shaky. Spy on him. Rias struggled to regain her composure as Kaneko nodded. Issei and Asia left, while Akino and Rainier watched in fear. Kiba thought to himself, I would rather be a stray devil than deal with this chaotic team. She's going to get us all killed if she keeps this up. As Issei walked away, Kaneko followed him. As Issei and Asia moved ahead, Kaneko attempted to spy on them. However, Issei suddenly called out, Stop. Using telekinesis, he lifted Kaneko into the air. You never learn, do you? He said, a hint of frustration in his voice. Asia was taken aback when she spotted Kaneko. Her surprise quickly morphed into anger as she confronted her. What are you doing here? Asia demanded. Issei chimed in, Isn't it obvious? She's spying on us for that power-hungry leader. Kaneko struggled against Issei's hold, her voice trembling. How are you doing this? I don't think I owe you an explanation, Issei replied, his tone sharp. You've always looked down on me for being a pervert, and now you're pushing your luck. Just a flick of my wrist could end it for you. Fear gripped Kaneko as she realized the seriousness of Issei's words. She despised his lecherous behavior, and the fact that he seemed to revel in it only fueled her anger. She knew that he blamed her for Rias's actions toward him, and she felt trapped by the situation. But I have a better plan for you, Issei continued, his expression darkening. You'll find out soon enough. Until then, stay out of my way. With that, he pushed her against a nearby tree, rendering her unconscious. Asia watched the scene unfold and then spoke up. Was the threat really necessary? I'm afraid so, Issei replied, his voice steady. Fear is the only language Rias and her peerage understand. I'm sorry. Asia shook her head. I'm not judging you. Honestly, I would have just knocked her out instead of threatening her. Either way, let's go. The others are waiting for us. She smiled, and Issei returned the gesture. Together, they made their way to the location of the portal, where the other 3 demons were already waiting. Issei found himself walking through an endless blizzard, bracing himself for a fight. He rushed forward to confront an enemy, while Drake and Zalgo observed from below. As he faced off against fallen angels, Rainier launched an attack, causing Issei to stumble. But he quickly regained his footing, growing stronger with determination. Meanwhile, Matsuda chased after Motohama, and Issei watched, ready to intervene. He lifted Matsuda, preparing to throw him when he noticed MX, Lord X, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. A smile spread across his face at their arrival. In another scene, Rias sat in a chair, a smile on her face, while Kaneko sat nearby and Akino stood beside Rias. A flashback revealed a young Issei, beaming with joy alongside his family. Misumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei reflected on his past, a once happy family now in ruins. Misumi reached out to him, her expression filled with longing. Suddenly, 2 mages attacked Issei, but he dodged their strikes and retaliated against the corrupt forces. He faced a fallen angel with 12 wings, ready to take him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by silhouettes of others, stared intently ahead. Issei fought alongside a demon capable of destruction and another who could move with incredible speed. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. The fallen surrounded Issei and the demons as they unleashed a surge of demonic magic. Issei, clad in his black armor, stood alongside a man in white armor, both staring down the oncoming threat. About time you showed up, bossman. What happened? MX asked, glancing at Issei and Asia, who noticed that Lord X, MX, and Herobrine were waiting for them. I had a run-in with a certain red-haired girl and her annoying companion. Sorry for the delay, Issei replied, and the trio exchanged knowing looks as they observed the portal, which depicted a gloomy place. I recognize this place. Herobrine murmured, deep in thought. You do? Issei inquired. It does seem familiar. Lord X added. After a moment of contemplation, Herobrine's eyes lit up. I remember now. This is Lavender Town. It's infamous as a sort of graveyard for Pokémon that have passed away. So Pokémon are real? Issei asked, surprised. Yes, just like our worlds are real. We can enter the Pokémon world, just as you can enter the Mario and Sonic worlds. But this isn't the familiar Pokemon world, it's a demon realm, an alternate reality from what you know, Herobrine explained. That's true, MX chimed in. I wonder who we will meet here. There are many, like Buried Alive, Purin, and Hypno, to name a few, Herobrine said. I see, Issei replied. Guys, let's go. I doubt the portal will stay open for much longer, Asia urged, and the group nodded as they stepped through the portal into the hidden and foreboding Lavender Town. As they arrived in Lavender Town at 9 p.m., a sense of unease washed over them. The town was known for its burials, a place where trainers laid their deceased Pokemon to rest. All right, we're here, MX announced. Asia felt overwhelmed, prompting Issei to rush to her side. Asia. Give her a moment, Herobrine advised. This place can be unsettling, but she'll adjust. Take a deep breath, Asia. You'll need to visit the demon realm often. Following his advice, Asia took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Issei helped her to her feet, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Yeah. I'm fine, she replied, standing up as they moved deeper into the cemetery. They climbed the upper levels, confronting several vampires craving monster blood. MX smashed them, Lord X burned them, Herobrine used telekinesis, and Issei wielded pyrokinesis and chaos magic, while Asia observed, as Issei believed she wasn't ready to fight yet. As they ascended, they heard a haunting melody. Come little children, come with me. Safe and happy you will be. That's Hypno, Issei said, recognizing the lullaby. That's the song he sings to lure children, MX added. Issei's eyes widened. Don't tell me he's a? The trio of demons, minus Asia, looked surprised, and Lord X interjected, no. He takes children from neglectful families to instill fear that parents should treat their children with care. All right, I believe you, Issei said, calming down as Asia asked, what is a groomer? Is it someone who dresses people up? No, Asia. It's something else. I'll explain later, Issei replied, and Asia nodded as they continued upward. At the top of the cemetery at 10 p.m., they encountered a bipedal, humanoid entity with yellow skin, triangular ears, and sleepy-looking eyes. It held a pendulum in its left hand, used for hypnotism. Hypno stopped singing and turned his attention to them. Hello. How may I help you? Do you remember us, Hypno? MX asked. Hypno scratched his chin. Yes, it's been a while, MX, Lord X, Herobrine. It has been old friend, Lord X replied. After exchanging greetings, Lord X introduced Hypno to Issei and Asia. Hypno greeted Asia, who found him a bit peculiar but polite nonetheless. Hypno looked at Issei with a curious expression. So, you are Zalgo's reincarnation? Sorry if I bother you, I have a bit of amnesia. Why? Issei asked, intrigued. It's a long story, Hypno replied, scratching his chin. Let's just say I'm not rap battling ever again. Issei and the others exchanged glances before he asked, so, will you join us? Hypno considered for a moment. I will need some time to think about it, but I will join on one small condition. The young man needs to survive a test of mine. The group turned to Issei, curious about his decision. I accept, Hypno. What do I need to do? Simple, Hypno said. Survive a hypnosis test of mine, and that's it. Issei nodded, ready to face the challenge. Hypno began the hypnosis, and Zalgo's voice echoed in Issei's mind. Endure it, Issei. This will test your mental fortitude. As Hypno swung his pendulum, visions of Issei's past began to unfold. He saw a happy childhood filled with laughter, his parents, and his sister, Misami. A smile crossed Issei's face as he relived those moments. Is he? Asia began, her voice trailing off. Having a good time, MX replied. Hypno specializes in psychic power. His telekinesis is unmatched. He is known to be a master in hypnosis. This test will reveal his mental strength, Herobrine added. If it works, my lord will finally overcome something that has tormented him for so long. Asia's concern deepened. His past. Lord X nodded. I know you are worried, but this is his fight. As Issei's smile faded into an expression of fear, Asia realized the gravity of the situation. Inside Issei's mindscape, he was tormented by memories. His father loomed over him, anger etched on his face. You piece of trash. Why can't you behave like a good boy? I didn't do it, I swear. Issei pleaded weakly. His mother slapped him, her voice sharp. You assaulted those girls. I still remember the look on their faces. But they are lying. Issei shouted, desperation rising within him. His father struck him again, demanding, "Admit your fault like the good little boy you are." "I will never," Issei cried out, determined to speak the truth despite the pain. He knew the truth. Keitase and Murayama had framed him, tearing their own clothes and faking injuries to make him look guilty. In the corner of his eye, he saw his sister watching silently, pity in her gaze. "Masami, why?" he thought, feeling abandoned. But in that moment he realized he needed to fight back. His parents didn't believe him, his sister was silent, and the school turned against him. He wouldn't be beaten down any longer. "Enough!" Issei shouted, pushing his parents away. Their expressions shifted to horror as he declared, "I am tired of telling you that I am innocent. If you don't want to believe me, fine. I will fight for my innocence, even against the whole world." With newfound strength, he released his aura, disintegrating the vision of his parents and sister. He had passed the first test, and the scene shifted to a school. Two familiar figures approached, Keitase and Murayama. Issei recognized the setting as his elementary school. "Oh look, if it isn't Hayadu." Murayama sneered, approaching him with a smirk. Issei remained silent, fists clenched. Keitase chimed in, "Oh my, someone is angry. Seems like our lie worked, Mura." "Indeed," Murayama agreed, her smile wicked. "The school and everyone else are fools, they believed us." Keitase produced a container of rancid milk, taunting, "We have something special for you, Issei." As they poured the milk over him, Issei endured the humiliation for a moment before grabbing Keitase's wrist, twisting it painfully. "Right," she screamed. Murayama shouted, "Ket, you coward! I will make your life a living hell, Issei." Issei stepped closer, a fierce look in his eyes. "Go ahead, do it. But what will you do if you don't survive?" With a determined grin, he added, "Cowards, that's all you really are. Now goodbye." He grabbed Murayama by the throat, her protests falling silent as he used his power. Keitase, witnessing the scene, felt fear grip her heart as Issei turned his attention to her, determined to end the torment once and for all. "Issei, no!" she cried, but it was too late. Issei felt a surge of relief as he emerged victorious from his battle against the tormentors of his past. As the darkness faded, Zalgo's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have passed your test. You did a good job showing them who you really are." Zalgo praised. "Thanks, Zalgo," Issei replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Drake chimed in, "Now it is time for you to wake up from this nightmare." "Indeed, Drake. Let's head out," Issei agreed. Scene change. Cemetery Top, Lavender Town, 10:30 p.m. Issei awoke, having successfully resisted hypnosis. As he opened his eyes, Asia rushed to him, enveloping him in a tight hug. "Issei," she exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. "Sorry for worrying you," he said softly. Asia sniffed, her eyes wide with curiosity. "So what happened?" "I just took a trip down memory lane," Issei explained, turning to Hypno. "Thank you for giving me the strength. These scars may remain, but I'll fight against them." Hypno regarded him with a wry smile, a hint of sweat on his brow. "Yeah, sure, why not? I've decided to join you. If you need me, just call." "Good. Welcome aboard, Hypno," Issei said with enthusiasm. "It's good to have you back," MX added, moving closer to Issei for a supportive hug. Hypno grunted, aware of the strength he needed to maintain. "Come on, let me lead you guys back home." Scene change. Lavender Town, 10:45 p.m. As Issei and his group stepped outside, they were met with the sight of a broken Pokemon Center. The sound of crying caught their attention, almost resembling a Pokemon's sorrowful wail. "Hey Hypno, who is crying?" MX asked, glancing around. "Usually, this place has a lot of death, so there's plenty of crying from both Pokemon and humans," Hypno explained. "I don't think the Pokemon," Lord X began, but was interrupted by a sudden explosion. Glass shattered around them, and the group rushed to investigate, only to be met with a horrifying scene. Blood was everywhere, and Nurse Joy lay lifeless, her body hanging from the remnants of the explosion. The device that had supported several Pokemon was destroyed, and Issei recognized the fallen creatures: Chansey, Audino, Mismagius, Cub1, Phantump, and Magneton. "Wow!" Issei muttered, covering his mouth in shock. "They didn't deserve this." Hypno sighed, his heart heavy as he surveyed the damage. The Pokemon bore visible injuries, and it was clear they were beyond saving. As Hypno looked down in sadness, MX and Lord X offered comfort. Asia gasped in horror, and Issei gently tried to calm her. Suddenly, they heard another cry, louder this time. They turned to see a Jigglypuff, but it was unlike any they had seen before. This one was black with red pupils, tears of blood streaming down its face. Hypno and the others felt a chill of dread. "Did you do this?" Hypno asked the Jigglypuff. The creature tilted its head, still weeping. "I see," Hypno said, his expression somber. "It was a Pokemon named E that did this. It got through and harmed every Pokemon here. The nurse. She couldn't take it." The group gasped in horror, and Asia spoke up, her voice trembling. "That's terrible. Guys, we need to find E and stop them," Issei said firmly, and the others nodded in agreement. "What will you do now, Purin?" Issei asked the Jigglypuff, using its Japanese name. The Jigglypuff cried in response, and Hypno explained, "She has nowhere to go. The nurse cared for her, but she has a special singing ability that can be deadly if heard too much. She doesn't want to hurt anyone. It's like a curse." Issei and Asia exchanged sympathetic glances, feeling compassion for the creature. "I will adopt her," Asia declared. The Jigglypuff perked up at her words, and Hypno added, "It's a girl, Asia." "Oh, my bad," Asia said, blushing slightly. "I'll adopt her." With a smile, Asia reached out, and the Jigglypuff jumped into her arms, crying tears of joy. Hypno pointed out a Pokeball nearby. "Just tap it lightly and it should capture her." Asia did as instructed, and after a few moments, the Pokeball confirmed the capture. She beamed with happiness, and the rest of the group congratulated her. "Scene change." Hypno smiled at the group. "If you ever need me, just summon me. I'll be here to help. Take care and have a safe journey." "Yeah, you too," Issei replied. "And Asia, look after Purin. She's a gentle soul," Hypno reminded her. Asia nodded, and as the group stepped into the portal, they waved goodbye. Hypno watched with a smile, knowing that the lost demon kingdom would soon rise again. Scene change. Gremory Vacation House, 12 p.m. As MX, Lord X, and Herobrine returned to their dimensions, Issei and Asia prepared to face their next challenge. "Keep your Pokeball inside, and use the button on the other side to shrink it," Issei instructed. Asia nodded, and the Pokeball shrank in size, fitting neatly into her brown satchel. As they entered the mansion, they were greeted by Rias Gremory, who was concealing her anger beneath a calm exterior. She offered a menacing smile. "Ah, Issei, good to see you here." Issei had an idea and placed his hand in front of Asia, shielding her from any potential trouble as he narrowed his eyes at Rias. "What do you want?" "You ran away and injured Kaneko," Rias replied, her voice sharp. "And she spied on us, both me and Asia. I deserve some privacy, you know," Issei shot back. Rias raised her voice in frustration. "You are my servant, and I expect you to listen to me, am I clear?" "No," Issei responded defiantly. "What was that?" "You heard me, no," Issei declared. "I won't listen to someone like you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a shower." He turned to walk away, with Asia following closely behind. Rias grabbed his arm, her tone urgent. "Wait." Issei and Asia halted as she continued, "You better listen to me, Issei, or else." "Or else what?" Issei turned to face her, his glare intense. "Oh, you'll try to threaten my loved ones? Go ahead, but don't expect to come out unscathed. I will chase you to the ends of the earth and finish what I started back at school. Understood?" Rias fell silent, taken aback by his words. Issei pressed on. "Let me make one thing clear. I hate you more than anyone or anything else. I know you hide behind your brother's back like a coward." Rias's eyes widened in shock as he continued, "Yes, I know about your brother. I pity him for having a sister who uses him for her own selfish motives. Even he cannot save you from what I will do if you keep being a nuisance. If you insist on this path, I will make sure you regret it, and not even your brother will know what happened. Is that understood?" Rias nodded furiously, realizing that her brother's protection wouldn't help her now. Issei, indifferent to her plight, added, "Now, if you'll excuse us, we're heading to take a shower. We trained hard today, and tell Kaneko to keep her paws to herself." Rias's eyes widened, realizing he knew her secret. As Issei and Asia made their way to the shower, Asia spoke softly, "If you value your life, just stay out of his way for your own sake." Rias clenched her fists in anger, vowing to make Issei pay for his defiance one day. Chapter end. Previously, Issei headed to the training camp alongside Asia, where Rias demanded him to wait. Initially, Issei ignored her, but when she threatened him further, he put her in her place. Despite this, she asked Kaneko to follow him, which she did, but this was discovered, and Kaneko was knocked out on sight. They then met up with the rest of the group and entered Lavender Town, heading toward the cemetery. As they proceeded upwards, they heard singing, which they quickly realized was the work of Hypno. As they moved further up, they recognized him and explained their situation. However, Hypno needed more proof, so he decided to conduct a test. He hypnotized Issei, who fell under the spell and experienced a vision of being mistreated by his parents, influenced by the girls, Kates and Murayama. He saw his sister watching him, but eventually he grew angry enough to break free from the hypnosis, passing the first test. The next test took place at his school, where the girls who had tormented him were present. They attempted to harass him again, but Issei confronted them, revealing their cowardice. After successfully passing the test, he was returned to his world, where Hypno agreed to join him. The group then descended into the cemetery, where they heard a Pokemon crying. Before anyone could react, the Pokemon Center from where the sound originated suddenly exploded. The group rushed inside to find that the nurse had taken her own life, and several Pokemon had perished. Hypno mourned the loss when they encountered a blackened Jigglypuff, who was crying. Hypno asked what had happened, and the Jigglypuff explained that it was the work of Issei, who had killed everyone present and escaped. Issei felt pity for the Pokemon, who now had nowhere to go. Asia suggested adopting it, which surprised the group, especially when they learned that the Jigglypuff, now named Purin, was female. Hypno found a Pokeball and handed it to Asia, allowing her to catch Purin, who immediately joined the group. As Hypno waved goodbye, they entered the portal heading home. Asia kept the Pokeball in her satchel as they returned, only to be confronted by a very angry Rias. Rias demanded Issei listen to her, but it did not end well for her as Issei and Asia left the room. Rias promised to take revenge on Issei for his insubordination. One day before the raiding game. Gremory Farmhouse, 9:30 p.m. Issei sighed, feeling frustrated with the constant pestering from Rainier and Rias. Rainier had nearly harmed Asia during her training, which infuriated Issei. He had almost lost control and seriously injured her, but Asia had stopped him just in time. Issei was grateful for her intervention, as revealing his power to the rest of the devils was a risk he did not want to take. Killing Rainier would have alerted Rias and possibly her older brother, Surzex, something he wanted to avoid at all costs. He hated tolerating Rias, but he believed that the payoff would come eventually. Issei thought to himself, well, that has been an eventful week. Drake spoke from the boosted gear, expressing concern for his host. He feared that Issei might lose control and enter his Juggernaut drive, a state that could only be stopped by Great Red or Ophis. That's true, partner, Drake said. Yeah, Rainier has been getting on my nerves. I can't believe I loved her at some point. Issei replied, rubbing his forehead in frustration. He was becoming increasingly annoyed by her actions, struggling to keep his temper in check. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared in his room. Phoenix! Exclaimed, surprised. The visitor was Riser Phoenix, who greeted him enthusiastically. What's up? Issei, my homie. How are you doing? Riser exclaimed, raising his hand in greeting. Issei stared in disbelief, taken aback by Riser's unexpected visit. Issei trudged through the relentless blizzard, his determination unwavering as he prepared to confront his foes. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Facing a group of fallen angels, Issei braced himself as Rainier lunged at him. He stumbled but quickly regained his footing, drawing strength from within. Matsuda dashed after Motohama, and Issei watched, a smirk forming on his face as he lifted Matsuda, ready to toss him aside. His expression brightened when he noticed MX, Lord X, Asia, and Herobrine joining him in the fray. Meanwhile, Rias sat comfortably in a chair, a smile gracing her lips, while Kaneko occupied another chair nearby, and Akino stood beside Rias, observing the scene. A flashback revealed a younger Issei, beaming with joy alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's heart ached as he recalled his past, a once happy family now in ruins. Masumi rose, reaching out toward him. Suddenly, two mages attacked Issei, but he skillfully dodged their strikes and retaliated with precision. He focused on a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to bring him down. In the midst of the chaos, a red-haired man stood surrounded by shadowy figures, his gaze fixed ahead. Issei fought alongside a powerful demon capable of destruction and another who moved with incredible speed. With a fierce resolve, Issei unleashed a barrage of dragon shots, targeting the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. The fallen surrounded Issei and the demons as they unleashed a surge of demonic magic. Issei, clad in his black armor, stood resolutely alongside a man in white armor, both staring down the oncoming threat. Issei was still taken aback by Riser's manner of speaking. "Riser, what happened?" he asked, confusion evident in his voice. Riser replied. Riser tried to speak in the way modern humans do. "Did you not like it?" Issei narrowed his eyes, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he sighed. "Riser, that is not how you speak in the human world." But Riser saw people speaking this way. Riser exclaimed, surprised. Issei chuckled. "Just speak the way you are, that's fine by me." Scene change. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Riser took a seat nearby. Issei then inquired, "So, aside from that, what brought you here, Riser?" Riser took a moment before responding in a serious tone. "When we first met, Riser noticed something. While Riser was happy to see you, it was clear you had some grievances against your Estir. Your tone suggested there had been conflict between you two." Issei listened intently, realizing Riser was getting closer to the truth. Riser continued, "Then Riser noticed it wasn't just her you were hostile towards. You also seemed to have issues with Kaneko and Akino. The way Rook insulted us made it obvious. So, Issei, tell Riser what happened. What caused this dislike?" Issei pondered for a moment, weighing whether to reveal the truth. A voice in his mind urged him to share. "All right then," Issei finally said, looking at Riser, who nodded encouragingly. "Issei, Riser is your friend. You can trust Riser. Please tell Riser, because Riser can help you." With a sigh, Issei began recounting his experiences, from his reincarnation to the betrayal by Rainier, who had killed him to please her superiors. He spoke of Rias saving him to ensure his loyalty, Asia's tragic fate at Rainier's hands, and Rias's exposure for her actions. Riser listened intently, calm on the surface but seething inside. He would love to confront Rias for what she had done. "So, what will you do now?" he asked. "Well, I was initially planning to go unconscious during the raiding game, causing her to lose. But that would force her to marry you, and you love Eubelina, right?" Issei replied. Riser nodded. He had no longing to marry Rias anymore, but an idea sparked in his mind. "Issei, can your dragon record and display your memories?" Before Issei could answer, Drake chimed in from the boosted gear. "Yes, but why do you need it, Phoenix?" A grin spread across Riser's face. "Riser has a plan." Scene change. Time passed, and a humorous image of Chibi Issei trying to create a wormhole to another world flashed through Issei's mind. At the Occult Research Club, the clock struck 5 a.m. "All right, is everyone ready?" Rias exclaimed, her confidence infectious as the others expressed their readiness for the fight. Everyone except Issei cheered. Fools, he thought amused. Asia was with the student council, and they were being watched by both the Phoenix and Gremory families, along with Surzex Lucifer himself. This could be a problem, Issei mused, sighing as Zalgo's voice echoed in his mind. This may pose a challenge to Riser's plan. But we need to execute it. Nodding mentally, Issei settled onto a couch. After a while, Rias signaled that they were ready for the raiding game. Grafia teleported the group to the arena. Scene change. As Issei and the Occult Research Club arrived at the raiding game arena, he was surprised to find the surroundings familiar yet distinct, infused with a different magic. "That's because you are in an artificial dimension created for this raiding game," Zalgo explained. Rias began outlining their strategy. "All right, everyone here's the plan. Akino, Kaneko, I want you to set traps in the forest near the club building. Kiba, give me a club map." The trio moved to execute their tasks, and Kiba soon returned with the map. "Here you go," he said, dropping it on the table. Rias distributed communication circles to everyone, including Issei. He planned to manipulate his circle to control the information shared with Rias, while Riser had given his circle to keep in touch during the fight. Riser had instructed Issei to pretend to fight for Rias during the match. "Kaneko, Issei, I want you to go and," Rias began, but Issei interrupted. "Sorry, but I will pass." He lay back on the bed, indifferent to the unfolding events. He knew that without her, Rias would face a terrible defeat. However, Zalgo's voice echoed in his mind. "Issei, you know her brother is also watching you." "Then, fine. I will play along." Issei finally relented, sitting up. "So, Gremory, what do you want?" he asked, his tone flat. Rias, Rainier, and the others who understood Issei's resentment toward his emissary sensed something was amiss as the spectators murmured among themselves. Honestly, I thought Issei would refuse her order, Asia remarked. As much as I want him to, knowing him, there has to be a reason, Sona replied, stroking her chin thoughtfully. I think I have an idea, Tsubaki interjected, drawing the attention of the others. You know that Satan Lucifer is watching, right? Tsubaki continued. Sona and Asia exchanged knowing glances. Sona's expression darkened as she realized the implications, her respect for Rias dwindling further. It seems like you figured it out, right, President? Tsubaki asked. Indeed. I understand why Issei is following her. He doesn't want to be on her brother's bad side. He knows he's being watched, and one wrong move could spark a war between devils and demons, something Issei won't risk, Sona explained, her voice steady. She had come to know Issei well. Every rumor about him was false, especially the ones regarding his character. She called him daily, enjoying their conversations, much to the irritation of her peerage, except for a few who were starting to believe in him. Asia's anger flared at Sona's deduction, her aura intensifying. Asia, please calm down. It's not worth it. I believe Issei has a plan. He won't let Rias win, Sona urged, and after a moment, Asia reluctantly settled down, trusting Sona's judgment. Rias observed the situation, realizing her brother was indeed watching. A smirk crossed her face. She felt she could manipulate Issei as long as he was under that scrutiny. Are you going to tell me the plan or not? Do you want to win this? Issei asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. Rias's smirk faded, replaced by a glare. I would watch your tone or else. Or else what? This game is the reason you don't want to marry Riser. Be sensible for once. Issei shot back, refusing to be intimidated. Rias knew he was right. If she wanted to rid herself of Riser, she needed to act decisively. I hope you know what you're doing, Riser. If I need to gain his favor, I have to let him win this fight. That's the only way to put you down for good, Issei thought, contemplating Riser's intentions. He trusted Riser's plan, knowing it involved playing along until he could confront her brother. Since you want to know so badly, I need you and Kaneko to head to the gym and secure that location. If we cut down any strategic points, we can win, Rias instructed. Issei nodded, heading to the gym with Kaneko. Akino, blow up the gym once Issei and Kaneko are done with their fight, Rias ordered. As you wish, President. Akino replied. As Issei and Kaneko arrived at the gym, Issei sighed. Let's get this over with. Kaneko nodded in agreement. Alright, I know you're all here. Let's just get this over with, Issei called out, sensing the presence of their opponents. Out stepped Isle and Nell, the twin pawns, along with Mira, who wielded a staff. So, you're my opponents, huh? Issei grinned, cracking his knuckles. So this is the friend of Riser. Isle exclaimed. Let's see how strong he is. Nell added eagerly. Fine, show me what you've got. Let me see if you're worthy of his affection. Issei taunted, provoking them. The twins charged at him, wielding chainsaws in anger. Issei easily dodged their attacks, grabbing their wrists and slamming them to the ground, causing them to groan in pain. Just then, Mira swung a pole at him. Issei caught it and broke it with a punch, surprising her. He followed up with a roundhouse kick that sent her flying, then delivered a double-fisted slam to the ground, leaving her groaning as well. As the dust settled, Issei prepared for what was next, determined to see this through to the end. As Issei grinned, he learned that 3 more pawns had been eliminated, thanks to Kiba. Rias informed him that she and Rainier would confront Riser himself, a plan Issei thought was unwise. As they emerged, they encountered the rest of Riser's peerage. Issei and Kiba faced them, eliminating the opponents, but Akino was taken out by Yubelina, leaving only 4 members remaining. Meanwhile, Riser was overpowering the 2 girls, completely dominating them. Seeing this, Issei pretended to fight for their sake and confronted Riser. Both were ready for battle, grinning at each other. As they fought, Issei utilized telekinesis, pyrokinesis, and chaos magic, but ultimately lost, along with Rainier, who had been eliminated earlier. Kiba was taken out as well, leading Rias to surrender. Those aware of Issei's abilities were surprised by his defeat, and Asia sensed something was amiss. However, someone else was also watching the outcome with displeasure, Sirzex Lucifer. He wanted to speak with Issei before it was too late or something unfortunate occurred. Hayadu residence, 4:30 p.m. Issei teleported back to his house after the match. He knew Riser would invite him to the wedding, which would initiate part 2 of his plan to save Rias and further his goals. What now? Issei asked. Now we wait. If that devil is right, Zalgo replied. The Lucifer would save her from Riser. He was more of a siscon than a devil. We can't judge a person by their cover. He could be a good leader. I hope, Issei said. Hope, Zalgo trailed off. Suddenly, Issei's attention was drawn to a lucifuge magic circle, revealing Graphia Lucifuge herself. Issei wondered what she was doing there as she spoke. I hope I am not bothering you, Lord Issei. Graphia? He replied, surprised. Yes, that's me. I would like to discuss the match you had with Lord Riser, she said. Okay. Issei felt a bit anxious. Her knowledge of the match suggested Surzex might know as well. He would give Surzex a challenge, but he wasn't sure he could defeat him. Caution was necessary. Graphia's expression was serious, and Issei shifted from confusion to neutrality. She sensed something was off. His aggression toward Rias was the first red flag, followed by his use of chaos magic, known for its instability, and his perfect control of pyrokinesis and telekinesis. So, what do you want to know? Issei asked. Graphia took a seat next to his bed and spoke in a neutral yet serious tone. One question, what is your relationship with Lady Rias, and if it is negative, why do you hate her? Issei took a deep breath. Graphia, can I ask you a question? It will help me answer yours. Very well, go ahead, she replied. Did Rias ever tell you how I came to her peerage? Issei asked. Graphia thought for a moment. She remembered calling Rias to inform her about the engagement being postponed but didn't know how Rias acquired most of her members. She hadn't known Issei was a member until she officially met him along with the other demons. No, I am afraid not, she admitted. Oh dear, this is going to be a long story. Issei began recounting everything from start to finish. As he spoke, Graphia was shocked. She never imagined he had been toyed with and deceived. It was almost as if Rias was not the person she thought she knew. And if you think she stopped there, you are dead wrong. She went after my friends multiple times. So if you think that I love her or respect her, you are mistaken. I hate her, and these are my reasons, Issei stated firmly. Graphia's eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe Rias could do such things. A single tear fell down her cheek, which Issei noticed. I understand you might not believe me. I'm sorry for telling you this, he said, looking away. He knew Graphia was different from Rias, evident by her love for her family. He felt guilty for making her cry, realizing her view of Rias had been shattered. No, Issei, I'm sorry for her behavior. I will do everything to ensure it doesn't happen again, Graphia said. Should I get you something to eat or drink? Issei offered. That won't be necessary, thank you, Issei, she replied. Issei smiled in response. Graphia began to see something in him reminiscent of her long-lost brother, as emotions built up within her. Anyway, is there anything else you want to know? Issei asked. I was going to give you this, Graphia said, showing him a pamphlet, and ask you to save my sister. Lord Lucifer's words were, if you want to save my sister, then come crashing in, but now, she put the pamphlet away, I don't know if you should. Give it to me, Issei insisted. Graphia looked at him in shock as he continued, I'm not doing this for her. It's Riser who deserves better. He loves Eubelina, not her. I'm off to rescue him. Tell your Emser I'm sorry. Graphia gazed at him, seeing his determination. She handed him the pamphlet, and he teleported to the underworld, leaving Graphia alone, clenching her fists in sadness, thinking, Rias. Issei arrived in the underworld, where he spotted Asia waiting for him alongside Herobrine. He wondered how those two had managed to get there. Issei trudged through the relentless blizzard, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to confront his adversaries. Below him, Draig and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Facing a group of fallen angels, Issei braced himself as Rainier launched an attack. He stumbled but quickly regained his footing, drawing strength from within. Matsuda dashed after Motohama, and Issei watched, then lifted him effortlessly, ready to throw him. A chuckle escaped his lips as he noticed MX, Lord X, Asia, and Herobrine joining him, a smile spreading across his face. In a nearby room, Rias sat in a chair, her expression warm, while Kaneko perched on another chair, and Akino stood beside Rias, sharing in the moment. A flashback flickered through Issei's mind, revealing a younger version of himself, beaming alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's heart ached as he recalled his past, A once joyful family now in disarray. Masumi rose, reaching out toward him, a silent plea for connection. Suddenly, two mages charged at Issei. He deftly dodged their attacks, countering with precision. He then turned his attention to a fallen angel with 12 wings, determination etched on his face as he prepared to take him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, watched the scene unfold with an intense gaze. Issei fought alongside a powerful demon capable of destruction and another who moved with incredible speed. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels, determined to turn the tide of battle. The fallen surrounded Issei as he and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic. Clad in his black armor, Issei stood resolutely beside a man in white armor, both prepared for the impending confrontation. "Hey guys!" Issei called out, drawing the attention of his companions. "Hey Issei!" Asia replied cheerfully. Herobrine looked at Issei with curiosity. "So what brings you here, Thor? Don't tell me you're going to risk Gremory?" "Quite the opposite actually. I'm here for Riser," Issei explained. "I see." Herobrine nodded. Asia tilted her head, intrigued. "So why did you lose the rating game?" "Well, this was all part of a plan that Riser and I devised before the game. I thought if I lost, Lord Lucifer would do anything to stop the marriage. An audience would be beneficial," Issei elaborated. Herobrine smirked. "So you're looking to expose her for her crimes? That's expected from you, my lord. No mercy for your enemies." Asia chimed in. "How do you plan on crashing the wedding?" "I have a few ideas," Issei said with a grin as they plotted their entrance into the hall. Scene change. Riser scanned the crowd, searching for his friend. He had attempted to send an invitation for the wedding, but it seemed to have been lost. Just as he began to look for it, Ravel called him to prepare for the ceremony. Sighing, Riser noticed Eubelina in tears, understanding that his love was forced into this marriage by his family. He had promised her he would do his best to prevent it, which was why he needed Issei's help. Initially, Riser had intended to lose to Issei, but after hearing his story he wanted to win, hoping to support his friend while also caring for his love. "Where are you, Issei? I thought you would come with your peerage," Riser muttered to himself. As he heard the signal for Rias's entrance, he took a deep breath and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Devil's Society, today Riser presents the bride and love of his life, the heiress of Gremory herself, Rias Gremory." The curtains opened, revealing Rias in her appealing white wedding gown adorned with embroidered flowers. Tears welled in her eyes as she stood before the crowd. Riser, dressed in a white wedding blazer that was partially unbuttoned, grinned at the sight of her. An elder spoke up, "Does anyone have any objections to this wedding?" Silence filled the room until a voice rang out, "Objection!" The doors burst open, and Issei, Herobrine, and Asia made a dramatic entrance. "They are monsters," a guard shouted in panic. Issei's hands glowed with energy, while Asia's hair flickered with flames, ready for action. Herobrine brandished his diamond sword and remarked, "Not gonna lie, this is an uncivilized way to crash a wedding party. I was expecting a kidnapping." "But where's the fun in that?" Issei replied, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Rias's tears of joy flowed as she saw Issei, and Riser chuckled softly. "You certainly know how to make an entrance, buddy. Now it's my turn." Feigning anger, Riser shouted, "Guards! Seize him!" "Issei, crash this party." "We'll handle them," Herobrine urged. "Leave it to us," Asia added, flames still dancing in her hands. Before a brawl could erupt, a man appeared in a flash of light, Surzex. "Halt," he commanded. Riser turned to Surzex, a smirk forming internally. This was exactly what he wanted. "Stop this at once, Riser," Surzex ordered. Riser feigned shock as the guards hesitated, lowering their weapons. "But my lord, he is intruding." "I watched the raiding game, and I'm bored with what I saw." "Rias barely had any experience, while you've won several games before," Surzex stated. "But isn't the outcome what matters?" Riser protested. "We're past that. Besides, I've called Issei here for some entertainment." "He'll provide us with that," Surzex said, turning to Issei. "You are Issei Hayadu, right? What are you longing? Money, fame, girls?" "Actually, I would like an audience with you," Issei replied. "Very well, consider your wish granted," Surzex said. An elder protested, "But my lord, you cannot give this low class being a reward." Issei felt a surge of frustration at the remark, but he took a deep breath to steady himself. Surzex responded, an audience is hardly a big deal. It's not like he asked for something extravagant. The elder fell silent, and Issei observed the scene with amusement. Riser thought to himself, things are going exactly as I've foreseen, he just gave us what we wanted. Riser then stood tall. How about this? I challenge you to another match before I settle down with my new family. Issei smiled in agreement. As you wish, Riser. Then the battle will start in a few minutes. Both of you, get ready. Surzex declared, instructing Graphia to create a dimensional space for the battle. Scene change. In the newly created arena, Issei stood on one side while Riser faced him from the other. In the audience were members of the Phoenix family, Surzex, Graphia, Rias, Herobrine, and Asia, along with several noble devils. Lord Phoenix, a man in his 20s, wore a traditional outfit similar to Riser's, while Lady Phoenix, also in her 20s, had her blonde hair styled elegantly. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. She wore a red noble dress adorned with intricate white designs, and a golden chain with red gems graced her ankles. Ruval Phoenix, resembling his younger brother Riser, donned a black blazer and formal breathes, complemented by a crisp white shirt. His blonde hair was styled neatly, a contrast to Riser's more casual appearance. Claire Phoenix, the second child of the Phoenix family, was a striking woman with blonde hair, dressed in a traditional reddish-gold gown embellished with embroidery. Her maroon heels accentuated her elegance, and her hair was styled in twin tails, framing her blue eyes. Lord Phoenix smiled as he spoke. Is that Issei? Ravel nodded, a smile on her face. It is, father. He has grown so much. Who knew I would be meeting him after such a long time? Lord Phoenix remarked. Lady Phoenix added, it seems fate wants us to meet. I wonder what his parents and sister are doing right now. And to think he is your pawn, that is indeed a surprise, Lord Phoenix noted, glancing at Rias, who flinched at the implication. She worried that if they discovered how she had recruited Issei, it could turn the Phoenix family against her. Graphia looked at Rias with concern. So you did that? How could you, Rias? Rias felt the weight of Graphia's words, realizing that Surzex was oblivious to the tension, focused instead on the Phoenix family's connection to Issei. Say, Graphia, do you have any idea why Issei wants to talk to me? Surzex asked. No, he wanted to speak with you personally. That's all I know, Graphia replied, narrowing her eyes. Claire, blushing slightly, smiled at Surzex, while Ruval teased, so, do you miss your little brother, Claire? Claire's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, no, not really. Brother, what are you talking about? Oh, don't worry, your secret is safe with me, Ruval said with a smug grin. Claire shot her brother a glare, wanting to pull his ear but refraining while he was nearby. Jokes aside, it's really good to see him again. It was because of him that Riser changed. Despite those rumors. Ruval's expression darkened at the mention of rumors, and Claire's smile faded as she shared his concern. She knew that many devils looked down on Issei because of false accusations, including Rias and her older brother. I hope this doesn't last much longer, Claire said softly, placing a hand on her chest, her gaze filled with sadness for her little brother. Scene change. Are you ready for this? Riser asked. Issei activated his chaos energy, surprising the guests around them. I am. What about you? I'm ready. We just need to wait for the announcer to begin, Riser replied. As Graphia signaled them to prepare, Issei rushed at Riser, throwing a punch that Riser blocked with one hand. Issei countered with a roundhouse kick, sending Riser flying back. Riser used his flame wings to regain his footing and unleashed his heat wave ability, trying to burn Issei, who defended himself with a pyrokinesis shield. Using umberkinesis, Issei created several shadows that surged forward, but Riser burned them away effortlessly. As Riser was pushed back, he smirked and prepared a flame barrage. Firebird and Fenghuang, the hellfire of our clan, praised as that of a phoenix. Taste it and turn to ashes. Riser declared, unleashing a storm of firebirds and hellfire toward Issei. Issei took the hit directly, resulting in a massive explosion. Riser watched in horror, thinking, I didn't mean to overdo it. He turned to his family, noticing Ravel and Claire giving him disapproving looks. I'm toast, he muttered. When the dust settled, Issei stood unharmed, his hands partially burnt. Not bad. If you faced Rias and her peerage without me, you'd win easily. That's true. But you know. Riser began. I know. And I don't blame you. You won, and that's what matters, Issei replied. Surzex felt a surge of anger at Issei's words, understanding the implications of their conversation. He had always protected his sister, believing Riser to be a womanizer, and felt Riser deserved something in return for his victory. Shall we end this with one final attack? Issei proposed. You bet. Riser agreed. Both unleashed their strongest attacks, though Issei held back, aware that overdoing it could seriously injure Riser. Chaos Blast, he shouted. Hellfire. Riser responded. Their powers clashed, with Riser's flames filling the arena while Issei's chaos magic formed a funnel, pushing the flames aside. Riser began to feel overwhelmed as the chaos magic struck him directly. His family watched in worry, while others were shocked to see a low-class devil damage a high-class devil. As the dust settled, Riser remained conscious, marked by chaos energy. Chaos energy slows down regeneration. Don't worry, it should kick in soon, Issei reassured him. Riser fell to his knees, admitting, you win. Issei helped him up as Graphia declared him the victor. Rias stood speechless, realizing that the man she had underestimated was entirely different from what she had believed. The duo then headed back to the wedding hall to enjoy the party. Scene change. As time passed, Chibi Issei and Chibi Riser playfully haunted Chibi Rias. Issei, Herobrine, and Asia were enjoying the festivities when they were joined by the rest of the Phoenix family, including Riser himself. Hello, Issei, it's been a while. Lord Phoenix greeted warmly. Issei looked a bit confused. You are? Riser chimed in, my father, Lord Phoenix. Issei, don't you remember him? Oh right, Lord Phoenix, it has been a while since I last saw you, Issei replied, remembering. Issei my boy, it has been too long since I've seen you or your family. How are you doing? Lord Phoenix asked. I'm fine. Are you upset that I ended the relationship? Issei inquired cautiously. Quite the contrary, Sierra, Riser's mother, interjected. We hold nothing against you. It was somewhat our fault for putting Riser in a relationship he didn't longing. I see. Anyway, let me introduce you to my friends, Herobrine and Asia, Issei said, gesturing to them. The Phoenix family was surprised by the presence of a demon but accepted them as Issei's friends. After all, a friend of Issei was a friend of theirs. Sierra then asked, so, Issei, how is Mickey doing? Issei flinched at the mention of her name, while Herobrine and Asia exchanged worried glances. They are fine, Lady Phoenix. Dad and Masami are doing well too, he replied, suppressing his emotions. That's good to hear. And you should call me Aunt Sierra, like you always did, Sierra encouraged. But won't that be embarrassing for you? Issei protested. Sierra chuckled softly, covering her mouth. No worries. It's actually nice when someone doesn't refer to you by a title. Claire then spoke up. Issei, do you remember me? Issei rubbed his head, trying to recall. I'm sorry, but who are you? Claire looked taken aback, while Riser, Ruvel, and Ravel exchanged shocked glances. Lord and Lady Phoenix looked at her with pity as she stammered, I. Issei thought for a moment before realization struck. Wait a minute. Claire Wunchan, is that you? Issei. Claire's expression brightened into a smile. So you remember, she said, relieved. I do now at least. You used to play with me for long hours, Issei reminisced. Claire blushed slightly, rubbing her head. That's true. Anyway, it's good seeing you. How have you been? Issei asked. I've been fine. Have you met Ruvel? Claire replied. Hello, Issei. It's been a while, Ruvel greeted. Issei paused, then it clicked. Ruvel and I. It's good to see you again, Issei, Ruvel said with a smile. Claire frowned playfully. Wait a minute, you remembered everyone else, why not me? Issei waved his hands defensively, looking alarmed. Sorry. In my defense, you looked very different the last time we met, and that was years ago. That's true, Claire. You were quite different. It has been almost 12 years since you last saw each other, Sierra added, chuckling as Claire blushed. Asia and Herobrine also introduced themselves to the Phoenix family, and overall, they were getting along well. Asia particularly enjoyed talking to Ravel and Claire, while Issei stood to the side. He noticed Surzex and Graphia approaching, which caused the conversation to pause as the Phoenix family greeted them. Hello, Issei, I hope you are not busy, Surzex said. No, I'm not. Do you wish to talk now? Issei replied. Indeed. It's obvious you dislike Rias, right? Surzex asked. Do you want to know the answer? Issei countered. No. I think I do, Surzek said, his tone serious. A silence fell over the group, everyone watching the exchange intently. Surzek continued, can you tell me what exactly she did to cause your dislike for her? Instead of telling you, how about I show you and everyone at the party? Right here, if that's all right with you, Issei suggested. Surzek considered it for a moment. Very well, I'm all right with it. How bad can it be? Issei, Riser, Asia, and Herobrine felt a chill run down their spines, pitying Surzek for his trust in his sister. Scene change. The setup was ready, an inbuilt projector connected to Issei's boosted gear. He knew that if the entire underworld saw this, Rias's reputation would be severely damaged. Rias and her peerage wondered what Issei was planning as he took the mic and announced, all right everyone. Today, since this is my friend's party, I have decided to make it much more exciting and entertaining. Rias and the others looked concerned, while those who were aware of the earlier conversation had an inkling of what Issei was about to do. Grafia and Riser dreaded the outcome, knowing that if word got out about Rias neglecting her territory, it could lead to dire consequences for her. Now then, let me show you the memories of how I became a member of the lovely peerage of Rias Gremory. Issei declared. Rias paled, and so did most of her peerage. Sona and her group were also in shock, realizing the potential fallout. Rias had a chance of facing severe repercussions, but Sona struggled with her feelings. On one hand, Rias deserved punishment, but she couldn't bear the thought of her demise. Issei, see, can we not do this? Rias pleaded. Oh Rias, let the whole Devil Kingdom see how you managed to get the Red Dragon Emperor as your peerage member. Issei exclaimed. The revelation shocked everyone, except those who knew him as the Red Dragon Emperor. Even the Phoenix family was surprised but pleased to have one of the two heavenly dragons among the devils. Issei stood confidently, ready to unveil the truth. Well then, let's begin, he declared, but Rias's desperate cry of, "No!" echoed through the room. As Issei activated his memories, the projector illuminated the screen, revealing the shocking events of his past. It showed him defeating the fallen angel, but it also exposed a darker truth. Rias had orchestrated his death and collaborated with her peerage, excluding Kiba, in her plans. The crowd was stunned into silence. Claire and Ravel wiped tears from their eyes, glaring at Rias with anger. Sierra wore a look of disgust, while the males of the Phoenix family clenched their fists, their glares directed at Rias. They silently thanked Issei for stopping the marriage between Riser and Rias. Riser smirked, thinking to himself, karma's a bitter pill, isn't it, Rias? He watched as Rias, sweating under the weight of the glares, nervously scanned the room for an escape. Even her own family was taken aback by the revelations. Surzek appeared devastated, nearly collapsing until Grafia steadied him. She understood how much Rias meant to him and was equally shocked by the unfolding drama. Venelina Gremory, Rias's mother, was a striking woman in her 20s, resembling her daughter with shorter flaxen hair and violet eyes. She wore a white skirt and brown sleeves that accentuated her figure. Zeoticus, her father, was a handsome middle-aged man with long crimson hair tied back and bright blue eyes, dressed in a stylish white tuxedo. Issei continued, but if you think she stopped there, you are mistaken. She took it a step further, targeting my human friends. When I refused to comply, she attacked Asia multiple times with her peerage. Many turned to Asia, who nodded in confirmation, further igniting the crowd's anger towards Rias. Tears streamed down Rias's face as she shouted at Issei, her voice filled with rage. This is all your fault. I should have left you for dead. When Rainier killed you, I revived you, and this is how you repay me, by exposing me. How dare you? Issei Hayaru, you will pay for this. But someone from the audience had reached their limit. Venelina Gremory approached Rias and slapped her across the face. Tears glistened in Venelina's eyes as she spoke, her voice low but filled with intensity. Not a word from you, Rias. How could you do this to him? How could you let him and that girl die? They were innocent. I have raised you better than this. Rias attempted to respond, but Venelina cut her off. Silence. The room fell silent. Even Issei, who felt little pity for his former recognized that Rias had brought this upon herself. Surzek and Zeoticus exchanged worried glances, fearful of Venelina's wrath. Turning to Issei, Venelina spoke in a softer tone. Issei Hayaru, as the matriarch of the Gremory family, I apologize for my daughter's actions. I take responsibility. I should have raised her better. I know my words cannot erase the suffering you both have endured, but I hope you can forgive me and my family for her actions. Issei paused, contemplating her words. Lady Gremory, you are not at fault. Please don't blame yourself. But I assure you, I will ensure my daughter is held accountable for her actions. That is my promise to you, Venelina replied firmly. Very well, Lady Gremory. I hope you keep your word, Issei responded. That I will. Now, let me take my daughter and her peerage home. Venelina began to leave, but Issei stopped her. Wait, Lady Gremory, there is one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? She asked, concerned. Issei shook his head. If you have seen my memories, then you know Yudo Kiba is innocent in all of this. As the Red Dragon Emperor, I can discern lies, and he is not to blame. Please do not punish him along with the others. Venelina looked at Kiba, who had tears in his eyes, grateful for Issei's defense. Rest assured he will not be punished, she said with a smile, proud that Kiba was not like the rest of Rias's peerage. Ajuka then spoke up. There will be a trial for Rias Gremory regarding her actions. It will take place on Thursday at 1500 hours Universal Time Coordinated. I would like you to attend for your testimony, Issei Hayadu and Asia Argento. Issei nodded. Very well, we will be there. He took one last look at Rias, her suffering bringing him a sense of satisfaction. This is just the beginning, Rias Gremory. Chapter end. Issei was on his way back, anxiously awaiting Riser's next move. Just then, Grafia appeared, intent on interrogating him. After some hesitation, Issei decided to share what he knew, which brought tears to Grafia's eyes. Understanding how much Rias meant to her, Issei chose to stop, and Grafia, albeit reluctantly, handed him a teleportation seal. Once he activated it, he found himself with Asia and Herobrine, and the trio resolved to crash the wedding. Upon their arrival, Issei encountered Surzex, who informed him that he could ask for anything in return for his help. Issei requested an audience, and soon after, he and Riser were transported to a dimensional space to face off. The battle began with Riser launching a barrage of fire attacks, using hellfire in an attempt to overpower Issei. However, Issei countered with pyrokinesis and chaos magic, pushing back against Riser's onslaught. As the fight escalated, Issei found himself momentarily overwhelmed, leaving Riser horrified at the thought of having gone too far. But Issei stood up, determined to finish the fight with one final attack. Their powers clashed, and ultimately, Issei's attack broke through Riser's defenses, leading to Riser's defeat. Yielding, Riser shocked everyone at the party by conceding the victory to Issei. After the intense battle, Issei, Asia, and Herobrine enjoyed the feast laid out before them. They were soon approached by the Phoenix family, who recognized Issei. He greeted Riser's parents, who inquired about his own family. Issei answered that they were doing well, though he hesitated when Claire asked if he remembered her. Initially unable to recall, he soon did, bringing a smile back to Claire's face. Ruvel introduced himself, and Issei recognized him, which sparked Claire's frustration over Issei's earlier forgetfulness. Issei defended himself, explaining that Claire looked different now, a sentiment echoed by Sierra. As they chatted, Surzex interrupted, asking if Issei wanted to speak to everyone present. Issei agreed, and Surzex led him to the center stage, connecting the boosted gear to a projector. He announced that Issei would share how he came into the Gremory peerage, much to Rias's shock and dismay. Despite her pleas, Issei proceeded to reveal his past, angering many, including Rias's family, who glared at her. He disclosed that Rias had used hostages to manipulate him, turning the crowd against her. In a moment of frustration, Rias lashed out at Issei, sealing her fate. Her mother, Venelina, had reached her limit and slapped Rias in front of everyone, reprimanding her for her actions. She then apologized to Issei, who reassured her that Kiba was innocent before she left, smiling. As the scene shifted, Ajuka announced the date and time for Rias Gremory's trial. Trial of Rias Gremory, City of Lilith. Time, 1530. The Court of Lilith was grand, reminiscent of the Supreme Court of the United Nations. Ajuka presided over the proceedings from a comfortable chair. The courtroom featured a mahogany bench and 2 seating areas for court documents, occupied by 2 devils. On one side of the room sat the jury, composed of the current leaders of various houses, Lord Gremory, Lord Bale, Lord Citri, and Lord Phoenix. Opposite them were Lord Furcass, Lord Amon, Lord Astaroth, and Lord Glassleolabalus. Among the guests were members of the Gremory family, excluding Rias's peerage, the Phoenix family, the Citri family, and Issei's friends, MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Asia, and Purin, who sat on Asia's lap as the court session began. In the front, Issei Haidu and Rias Gremory sat as the accuser and defendant, respectively. Rias was restrained with HNDCFFS that suppressed her powers, as were Aquino, Kaneko, and Rainier. Kiba stood beside Issei, free of restraints, each having their own lawyer for defense. As the court settled, Ajuka struck the hammer against the sound block, calling for order. Order! Order! He commanded, and silence fell over the room. Thank you all for attending the trial of Rias Gremory. The defendant has been accused of attempting to kill the accuser, Issei Haidu, in a bid to recruit the Red Dragon Emperor into the Devil faction. I will be presiding in place of Surzex, who is unable to attend due to personal reasons. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom as Ajuka struck the hammer once more, marking the official start of the trial. Issei trudged through the relentless blizzard, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to confront his adversaries. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. As Issei faced off against a group of fallen angels, Rainier launched an attack, knocking him to the ground. Undeterred, he rose again, drawing strength from within. Nearby, Matsuda chased after Motohama, while Issei watched, ready to intervene. With a chuckle, he lifted Matsuda, preparing to toss him aside, but then his expression softened as he spotted MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. A smile spread across his face at their presence. In a different scene, Rias sat comfortably in a chair, a warm smile gracing her lips. Kaneko occupied another chair nearby, while Aquino stood beside Rias, sharing in the moment. A flashback flickered through Issei's mind, revealing a younger version of himself, beaming with joy alongside his family. Misumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's heart ached as he recalled his past, a once happy family now in ruins. Misumi rose, reaching out toward him, a silent plea for connection. Suddenly, two mages charged at Issei. He deftly dodged their attacks, countering with precision as he fought against the corrupt forces. He locked eyes with a fallen angel adorned with 12 wings, determined to bring him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, observed the battle intently. Issei fought alongside a powerful demon capable of destruction and another who moved with incredible speed. Together, they unleashed a torrent of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels, their determination unyielding. The fallen surrounded Issei as he and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic. Clad in his black armor, Issei stared at the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Ajuka, presiding over the proceedings, addressed Rias Gremory. Well, now then, Rias Gremory, will you give your statement? The lawyer representing Rias, resembling a well-known figure, spoke on her behalf. Your Honor, my client is innocent. Her actions were the result of manipulation by the fallen angel Rainier, who is the reason why the accuser, Lord Issei, claims that she allowed him to die. Objection. Issei interjected. Ajuka turned to him. Go ahead. How can you say she was manipulated by a low-class fallen angel? Are you implying that Lady Rias was foolish enough to be swayed by her? Issei's lawyer pressed, his frustration evident. Despite his personal feelings about Rias, the lawyer knew he had a job to do. Now then, my client would like to say something about the situation. Lord Issei, please give your statement, Issei's lawyer prompted. Issei stood, and as a devil flew to him, he took an oath. I shall speak the truth, and the truth only. This brings back some bad memories. When I was going on a date with Rainier, under the alias Yuma Amano, she knew I was going on that date. That's why I believe she sent someone to spy on me. Objection. Rias's lawyer interrupted. Overruled. Let him complete, Ajuka said. Issei continued, where was I? Rias. She sent someone to spy on me and revived me just as I was about to die. How did she know I was going to die? I never thought about that because I had faith in her as my... Objection. May I question the accusation? Rias's lawyer asked. Ajuka nodded. Go ahead. The lawyer approached Issei. You said she was going to let you die and that she sent a spy. How can you connect those two events? Simple, Issei replied. I had this feeling that the girls in the occult research club were deliberately keeping things from me. It felt like she was hiding something until Rainier, the fallen angel, confessed to me that she had orchestrated everything. Very well then. Did you know that Miss Rainier was a fallen angel before your date with her? The lawyer pressed. No, I did not. To me, she was just a human named Yuma Amano. I didn't even know her real name until she revealed it at the church before exposing Rias for her actions in an effort to save herself. Alright, for my final question, Lord Issei, are you sure that my client, Lady Rias, was the one who orchestrated your death, along with her peerage, excluding Mr. Kiba? If so, can you prove your claim? Yes, Issei confirmed. Rainier told me herself. There were multiple signs. First, her life was in danger, and she would do anything to save herself. Second, the guilty and fearful expressions on the faces of Miss Hymenma, Miss Tuju, and Miss Gremory were telling. Lastly, Rias killed my pawn, claiming it was just toying with him. She admitted it during our encounter at the church when I interrogated her. But, Rias began. Sorry, but you have only asked 3 questions. You may not ask any more, Ajuka interrupted. The lawyer reluctantly nodded and took a seat next to Rias, who sensed her fate was being sealed as the trial turned against her. The jury began to murmur among themselves, and Ajuka struck the metal board to regain order. Order! Order! Now then, would the defendant like to bring someone to speak? Rias stood. I would like to bring Rainier to speak. This surprised everyone except Akino and Kaneko, who had planned this. Issei wondered what Rias was up to, while Asia and the other demons sensed something was off. Rias wore a smirk that made Issei grit his teeth. He knew she was about to deceive them again, but he had to maintain his composure. Now then, Rainier, would you share your story? Ajuka prompted. Rainier took the oath before speaking. I shall speak the truth, and the truth only. What Issei said was true. I did date him disguised as Yuma Mano, but Rias did not let Issei die. I only spoke to toy with him. He. Rainier stuttered, and many in the room were skeptical of her words. Issei's lawyer stood. Your Honor, may I have a cross-examination with the witness? You may, Ajuka replied. The lawyer approached Rainier. First question, why did you toy with my client on his date? Because he was deemed a threat. He needed to be eliminated, so I took my time to toy with him and eliminate him, Rainier responded, her demeanor shifting. Issei glared at her, disgusted by her actions. The room filled with disapproving looks directed at Rainier, who cowered under the scrutiny. For my last question, the lawyer continued, you claim you only toyed with Issei, which we already know from your actions. But what made you think turning my client against his MSDR's peerage would benefit you, aside from saving your life and toying with him for your own pleasure? Most fallen despise devils. This seems a fate worse than death itself. Tell me, what other reason did you have for not only joining the Gremory peerage but also for harming my client? Hayadu asked, his voice steady as he faced Rainier. Rainier remained silent, caught off guard by the lawyer's deduction. It's simple, Hayadu continued. Based on my cross-examination, the witness, Miss Rainier, has been dishonest with us from the start. Ajuka, presiding as the judge, raised an eyebrow. And how can you prove that? 2 reasons, Your Honor, Hayadu replied confidently. First, she was stuttering during her testimony. Typically, people don't stutter if they are confident in what they are saying, whether it's the truth or a lie. Her uncertainty suggested she was either lying or afraid of revealing the truth. Second, I noticed that Rainier was speechless, avoiding eye contact and showing signs of nervousness. This led me to conclude that she was not being truthful. Ajuka narrowed his eyes at Rainier, who was visibly anxious. Her body language spoke volumes, confirming the suspicions that led Surzex to appoint Ajuka as judge. Surzex, in his emotional state, might have acted unjustly, so Ajuka knew he had to maintain order. Miss Rainier, Ajuka called, causing her to flinch. He had an idea to encourage her to confess the truth. If you reveal what truly happened, and it's clear you're not lying, you may receive a lesser sentence. Rainier considered this and finally spoke, I accept. Rias, Akino, and Kaneko looked on in shock as Rainier continued, it's true, I despised being part of this chaotic peerage. I sensed the Gremory cat when she was spying on Issei, and she reported back to Rias. I didn't hide my aura when we arrived in Kuo. Rias could have stopped me but chose not to. She wanted to gain Issei's loyalty for herself. Rainier, how could you? Rias exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. Order! Order! Ajuka interrupted, striking the soundboard to regain control. Lady Gremory, please take your seat. Rias sat down, glaring at Rainier, while Ajuka addressed the court. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I would, came a voice from the back. Sona Citri stood up, drawing Rias's attention. Sona. Rias stammered, surprised. Lady Citri, Please share your statement, Ajuka invited. Sona stepped forward. I want to clarify something. Rias and I are joint owners of Kuro, which means I share responsibility for its protection. I was aware of the fallen coming and went to Rias to discuss how we should handle it. I trusted her to manage the situation, but she manipulated me. Rias promised to deal with the fallen, but instead, she killed one and took Issei as her servant. She lied to me and to Issei to achieve her goals. Gasps filled the room as Sona's words sank in, shifting the atmosphere from shock to anger. Many in the court began to voice their outrage, condemning Rias for her actions. You deceiver, someone shouted. She must be punished, another voice echoed. Rias felt the weight of their accusations, her head hanging in shame. After deliberation, Ajuka prepared to deliver the verdict. I find the defendant, Rias Gremory, and her peerage guilty, he announced, the finality of his words striking Rias like a blow. Guilty for multiple violations, including failing to protect her territory and betraying a contract of dual ownership, Ajuka continued. Her punishment will be the loss of ownership of Kuro, which will be temporarily transferred to Sona Citri. Additionally, Rias will no longer be recognized as the heiress of the Gremory household. She will only hold the title of namesake heiress until Milika's Gremory is of age. Furthermore, she will attend Kuro Academy until graduation and can only visit the human world under strict conditions. The same sentence applies to her peerage, minus the heiress and ownership penalties. Ajuka took a deep breath before concluding. Rainier will be allowed to visit the human world under supervision due to her testimony against Rias. However, if she harms any human, she will face imprisonment. All of you must refrain from harming any humans or supernatural beings while in Kuo. The only exception is Yuto Kiba, who was unaware of these events. Ajuka scanned the room, noting the varied reactions. Any objections? Issei raised his hand. I have a question. This punishment seems too lenient for her actions. I'm concerned about Rainier being in our school, given that she poses a threat to me and my friends. Ajuka narrowed his eyes and sighed. I'm sorry, I can't change my decision even slightly. I wasn't the one who made these laws, Mr. Y. It was the Devil Council. I understand your concerns, but if she is caught violating any of the rules, she will be charged with contempt of court, which will result in much more severe punishments. He paused, then continued, Besides, you only have to deal with them for 6 months at most, if I am correct. Issei reluctantly nodded. As unsatisfied as he was, he knew that in a way, the matter had been dealt with. He would not hesitate to take action if necessary. Ajuka struck the gavel as he spoke. This court is adjourned. Ajuka and the jury left the courtroom using their magic circles, while devil guards took Rias and her peerage, minus Kiba, who stayed behind. The rest of the people and guests present left the room, leaving only the Phoenix family and Issei's friends in the courtroom. Riser and his family approached Issei. Riser gave him a fist bump and said, Seems like you have got justice, Issei. I don't know. I don't feel satisfied, Issei admitted. Sierra spoke up, That's the devil law. I understand that you may not be satisfied, but that's how it is. But... Issei started. Ruvel interjected, I know that you are worried for your friend's safety, which is why I have a plan. And a request. Claire, if you may. Claire stepped forward and said, See, if you don't mind, can I come to Kuo? I will be joining Kuro Academy tomorrow. Sona has already done the paperwork for me. Okay. Issei replied. Claire then added, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, I will be living in your house. If you don't mind. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Huh? Asia glared at Issei with a pout, her hair igniting with flames. The 4 demons backed away in fear, knowing their MSTR would be in big trouble. Claire continued, Plus, I am ultimate class. I can easily take Rias down, so unless you have a problem. Her tone shifted to sadness, and Issei felt a pang of pity. I don't mind, he said. Claire beamed at him. Really? Just anything to make my Wani-chan smile, Issei replied, giving a warm smile. Claire rushed to him and embraced him lovingly. Issei felt a massive blush as he realized how close they were, while Asia's hair flames flared even more, her eyes almost changing color. The demons behind her retreated further, and Hypno protectively held Purin, concerned for her safety. Can you ask her to stop, Hero? MX spoke out of fear. I don't want to die. Herobrine added. Lord X paled, recalling how angry Sally Dixie could get. Her anger reminds me of Sally. Someone stop her. Riser and Ruvel smiled at the scene, while Sierra looked pleased. Claire had found the man she loved. Ravel felt a twinge of jealousy at the situation. Issei, Claire, and Asia headed back as the demons returned to their dimensions, and Purin went back inside her pokeball. Asia wanted to stay with Issei, and Claire reassured her, "I will convince your parents, don't worry. Leave that to me." "Are you sure?" Issei asked. "I am an ultimate class devil, I can easily negotiate this," Claire replied confidently. Issei nodded, and the trio teleported to the Hayudu residence, shocking the residents as they reunited with Claire. Issei looked away, not wanting to hurt Claire, deciding to hide the truth for now. He would tell her sometime in the future. Claire managed to convince his parents to let her and Asia stay, with both girls agreeing to sleep with Issei. Thankfully, hypnosis magic worked wonders, and she easily convinced his parents and sister. Later, Issei sat on the roof of his house, contemplating how much had changed. Drake then spoke up, "Partner, there is a draconic presence in your house?" Issei jolted upright. "Are you sure? It's just my parents, Masami, Claire, and Asia. I don't think anyone is a dragon." "Just check it out. I hope it's not her," Drake urged. "Who are you talking about?" Issei asked. Zalgo chimed in. "He's talking about Tiamat." Needless to say, she hates Drake for taking her stuff. Drake was surprised, having promised not to mention it. Issei responded in a deadpan tone, "Dude, uncool." "Anyways, check it out," Drake insisted. "Alright, lead the way." Issei followed Drake's guidance to his sister's room. He saw nothing obvious aside from her sleeping form and spoke softly, "Are you sure it's her?" "I am, partner. Be on alert. She could be a threat to you," Drake warned. "Very well," Issei said, heading back to his room for the night. As he settled in, a gem activated on Masami's hand, and a feminine voice spoke. "That was a close call. I need to be careful from now on." Issei woke up the next day, aware that school would be different from before. With Rias under strict supervision, he knew he would have to tolerate her presence for a few months before she returned to the underworld. After that, the Gremory family could deal with their issues. As Issei rolled to the side of his bed, he unexpectedly fell against someone's chest. Looking up, he saw Claire sleeping beside him, dressed in a white night suit adorned with phoenix images. Claire instinctively pulled Issei closer, hugging him tightly. Struggling for breath, he managed to speak. "See, Claire. I can't breathe." Claire's eyes fluttered open, and she quickly released him, sitting up with a heavy blush on her face. I'm so sorry." Issei took deep breaths to regain his composure, while Drake and Zalgo shared a chuckle in his mind. "Hey, partner, you'll die a happy man if she keeps this up," Drake teased. "Oh, shut it, you overgrown lizard," Issei retorted. "Guys. Anyway, she would make an amazing queen for your empire, and so would Asia. I ship the three of you." Zalgo chimed in. Issei felt his cheeks heat up as he glanced at Claire, who indeed resembled Asia's older sister. "Claire, are you all right?" "I'm fine. This is the first time I've shared a room with a boy not from my immediate family," Claire replied, looking away shyly. "I thought you were sleeping downstairs, like Asia did?" Issei asked. "I couldn't sleep, so I came up. I felt really comfortable sleeping next to you," Claire admitted, her blush deepening as she recalled her past. Claire had always attracted attention due to her beauty and figure, leading many noble devils to pursue her. For centuries, she had developed a cold demeanor, rejecting those who only desired her for her looks. However, her life changed when the Phoenix family vacationed in Kuo, where she met the Hayudu family. She felt a connection to both Issei and his twin sister, Masami, but she particularly enjoyed her time with Issei. Her heart warmed at the thought of him, and she felt a pang of sadness when she had to return home. Despite her power keeping most suitors at bay, she was still haunted by her past. When she learned that Riser had met Issei, her heart stirred with hope. She wanted to see him again but worried he might not remember her. To her delight, he did remember, and she was thrilled when he allowed her to stay in his room. "Claire." Issei's voice broke through her thoughts, making her jolt. "What happened? Why are you so sad?" he asked, concern etched on his face. Nothing. I was just remembering my past," Claire replied, offering a sad smile. "But, did something happen?" Issei pressed, his worry evident. "Nothing. Now let's go, we're going to be late," she said, trying to shift the conversation. Just then, a knock interrupted them, and Asia's voice called from outside. "Issei, Claire. Breakfast is ready. Come downstairs." "Asia?" Issei responded. "Asia, Give us a moment, we'll be there, Claire said, still flustered. When Asia opened the door, she saw Claire and Issei on the bed together. Though they were fully clothed, a blush crept across her face, mixed with a hint of jealousy. This is not what it looks like, Issei quickly explained. I am not going to be left behind, Asia exclaimed, closing her eyes as she jumped onto Issei's bed, climbing onto his chest. Claire's eye twitched at the sight, while Issei sighed, hoping the two girls would eventually get along. Issei trudged through the relentless blizzard, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to confront his enemy. Below him, Drake and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Facing a group of fallen angels, Issei braced himself as Rainier lunged at him. He stumbled but quickly regained his footing, drawing strength from within. Meanwhile, Matsuda pursued Motohama, and Issei watched, ready to intervene. With a chuckle, he lifted Matsuda, preparing to toss him aside. A smile spread across his face as he noticed MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him in the fray. In a nearby room, Ria sat comfortably in a chair, a smile gracing her lips, while Kaneko perched on another chair and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed a younger Issei, beaming with joy alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her, and Issei was reminded of his past, a once happy family now in ruins. Masumi and Claire rose, reaching out to Issei. Though he struggled, he managed to grasp their hands. Suddenly, two mages attacked, but Issei deftly dodged their strikes, retaliating with precision. He and Claire faced a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to bring him down. In the distance, a red-haired man watched, surrounded by shadowy figures. Issei fought alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, Hypno, and 2 other women, united against their foes. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a barrage of dragon shots, targeting the advancing force of 10,000 fallen angels. The fallen attacked as Issei, Claire, and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic against them. Issei, clad in his black armor, stood resolutely beside a man in white armor, preparing for the oncoming threat. Issei sat at the breakfast table with Claire and Asia beside him. His parents were surprised to see him sitting there, and even Masami raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Say, Claire, how are your parents doing? Gur asked. They're doing fine. They want to meet you sometime in the future, Claire replied. Oh, I would love for them to visit. We could chat like we did all those years ago, Mickey added. Claire chuckled and Issei watched her smile, feeling a sense of calm. Despite his own past with his parents, he found solace in the happiness of Claire and Asia. They chatted for a while, with Masami inviting Claire to play together sometime. Eventually, the trio left for school, eager not to be late, especially since it was Claire's first day. She would be in the same class as Issei and Asia. As they arrived at Kuo Academy, Claire looked around in wonder. So this is Kuo Academy? She asked. That's correct, princess. You'll be known as the 5th most popular girl here, Issei replied. Why is that? Claire inquired. Asia, with a wry smile, added, Well, it's because your beauty rivals that of Rias Gremory or Akino Hymenma, so you might as well be. I see, Claire said thoughtfully. And some students may look at you in a slightly inappropriate manner, Issei warned. Claire sighed. I know that, but I can't change it. They are teenagers after all. Their hormones are all over the place. Claire understood that, unlike devils, humans could control their desires. She knew they wouldn't immediately propose marriage but might ask for a date or confess their feelings. Those could be turned down, and while it might hurt the human, they would eventually move on. Anyways, let's get you inside. You may need to meet Sona for your schedule, Issei suggested. Very well, Claire agreed. I hope Matsuda and Motohama are okay. They've been nice to you despite their quirks, Asia said. I'll talk to them, don't worry, Issei reassured her. He cared for those two, despite their antics, as they had always stood by him. As they entered the student council room, Sona greeted Claire warmly. Lady Claire, Sona exclaimed. Just call me Claire here, Sona, she replied with a smile. Very well. Here is your schedule and your new uniform. You'll be in the same class as Issei and Asia, Sona said, handing her the materials. Claire nodded and left the room, leaving Asia, Sona, and Issei behind. So, how does it feel to lead all of Kuo Town? Issei asked Sona. Aside from the huge amounts of paperwork, it's not a problem, Sona replied. How is Rias taking it? Issei inquired. Not well. She's not happy and might try something risky, Sona warned. Let her try. Lord Beelzebub said she will suffer even more, Issei said confidently. And her time in the human world will be even shorter, Asia added. Sona sighed. That's true. Speaking of which, who do you think will take Rias's role? Asia asked. I have a feeling that Claire might be the one, Sona replied. I see, Issei said, contemplating. Anyways, you two need to get going. You have classes, Sona reminded them. The duo nodded and headed to their class. Issei decided to speak to Motohama and Matsuda sooner rather than later, considering bringing them into the supernatural fold as soon as possible. Issei and Asia sat on a bench, waiting for Matsuda and Motohama to join them. When they arrived, Matsuda asked, So, who do you think the new student is? I think it's a girl. Guys, for your own safety, try to keep your perversion in check. She really doesn't like it, Issei warned. Oh, that's good. I might finally get a girlfriend. Motohama exclaimed excitedly. Issei sighed, knowing Claire wouldn't be interested in him. Matsuda then asked, What are your plans after college? First, I want to get away from this town as far as possible and start a new life somewhere else, Issei replied. And I'll be with him to take care of him, Asia added. Make sure to keep in touch with us, Matsuda said. Yeah, we'll miss you. Speaking of which, I see those two girls glaring at us. I don't know why. Motohama noted. The four turned to see two girls glaring at them. Issei remarked, They seem to have nothing better to do than make people's lives miserable. True. Women like them make it hard for genuine victims to be believed. I feel sorry for them, Motohama said. Me too. As boys, we're often seen as powerful, yet society overlooks when women hurt us, Matsuda added, glancing apologetically at Asia. No worries. I wasn't aware of this either. False accusations are a real problem, Asia said. Anyways, the teacher is here, Issei said as the four fell silent and returned to their seats. The new teacher entered the room, and Issei and Asia sensed something unusual about her. She was a tall, appealing woman with wavy, hip-length blonde hair and striking blue eyes. Her attire accentuated her figure, drawing the attention of many students. It seems she's the one sent by Ajuka, Issei murmured. Yeah, I sense it too, Asia agreed. Hello everyone, I will be your new substitute teacher. My name is Irina Jelavic, and I'm from Serbia, the teacher announced. The class cheered, and Irina sighed, knowing she had been sent by the Devil King Ajuka himself for her unique abilities. She mentally prepared herself for the challenges ahead, trying to maintain a smile despite her annoyance at the students. Enthusiasm. After a while, Irina spoke up. Now settle down. Before we begin, we have a transfer student from Italy. Please welcome her with open arms. The boys turned to see an appealing woman with blonde hair enter the room, wearing the traditional Kuo uniform like the rest of the girls. Good morning everyone, my name is Claire Phoenix, and I am from Italy. It is nice to meet all of you, she introduced herself. Cheers erupted from the boys as Claire continued. Miss Claire, please take a seat next to whoever you prefer, Irina instructed. Claire walked past the boys and chose to sit right next to Issei, on Asia's other side. This caused quite a stir in the class. Many boys grumbled about Issei, some disapproving of the new queen sitting next to someone with a questionable reputation. However, a glare from Issei silenced most of them. Even the teacher quieted the remaining students, surprised by Claire's choice of seat. Say, Issei, why do these students hate you? Claire asked. It's a long story, Issei replied. But they hate me because of a false rumor. Just know that for now. Claire nodded, determined to uncover the truth. Anyways, let's focus on the class, Asia suggested. True, Issei agreed. Irina continued teaching, while Issei and the others struggled to stay awake. Scene change. So, how did you meet someone like Claire? Matsuda asked. It's a long story. We were childhood friends, and now she's at my school, Issei explained. Dude, you must be really lucky to have two girls fawning over you. Meanwhile, we're not getting any attention, Motohama lamented. Issei consoled him. So, do you want to get girls? Yeah, can you tell us how? Matsuda asked eagerly. First, give up peeping on women, Issei advised. Matsuda and Motohama gasped in horror. What? Motohama exclaimed. You're telling us to give up on our perversion? Issei, we never expected you to ask that. Matsuda added. I never said that. When you peep on women, you come off as a creep, and trust me, people don't like creeps, especially women. Never give up on your interests, but you'll only get into trouble if you continue peeping. Just remember, many boys and girls are like that, Issei clarified. The boys looked at Issei with newfound respect, wiping away tears of gratitude. Dude! Matsuda exclaimed. You've opened our eyes. We'll try not to peek, Motohama promised. That's more like it. If you try, you might get a girlfriend in the future, Issei encouraged. At that moment, Claire and Asia arrived. Claire looked annoyed as she had been approached by some girls who spread rumors about Issei. Asia managed to calm her down. Hey boys! Claire greeted. Claire-sama. Matsuda and Motohama responded in unison. Claire smiled. It's just Claire. Relax, think of me as a friend. Claire is right. We are friends after all, Issei chimed in. The boys cheered, and they all sat together on a bench, enjoying their meal. Claire turned to Issei. Issei, can you tell me why many students hate you in this school? She asked. Alright, it's a long story. It all started with two girls, Yui Kates and Kaori Murayama. They framed me for serious accusations, and the principal believed them every time. They even faked evidence to support their claims, Issei recounted. Everyone fell silent. Asia looked at him with concern, while Matsuda and Motohama clenched their fists in anger. Claire listened intently. I understand if you don't believe me. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't, Issei began, but Claire interrupted him by pulling him into a comforting embrace. You've suffered a lot, haven't you? I believe you, Issei. I trust that you're not the kind of person to do such things. I've spent a day with you, and you have a good heart. The world may not believe you, but I do, Claire said, her eyes glistening. Claire, Issei replied softly. They held the embrace for a moment, while the others smiled at the scene. Eventually they parted. Say, Issei, if those girls ever harass or frame you, I'll teach them a lesson. That's a promise, Claire declared. I know. Speaking of which, what do you want to eat? Issei asked. I've never tried Japanese food. I'd like to give it a go. I'm used to Italian cuisine, Claire replied. Well then, let's go get some food, Issei suggested. The five of them enjoyed their meal together, chatting and getting along well. Claire connected with Matsuda and Motohama, who made an effort to keep their conversations respectful. Scene change. Later, in the Occult Research Club room at 4:30 p.m., Rias sat at her desk. She had received a notice from Sona that the Occult Research Club would be disbanded, and she would no longer be the heir of the Gremory family. Akino and Kaneko sat on the couches, devastated by the news that they would never be able to enter the human world again. Unlike Rainier, who could still visit under heavy supervision, and Kiba, who faced no restrictions, they felt trapped. Akino broke the silence. What do we do now, President? She asked, her voice filled with concern. Kaneko's expression darkened. That pervert ruined everything. Akino sighed, reflecting on their actions. But we did things we shouldn't have. We used him, manipulated him, and toyed with his emotions. We should have left him alone. Kaneko nodded, her resentment toward Issei growing. If we had let him die, none of this would have happened. Even then, Akino replied, we broke the rules. At least we can stay for 6 months. Rias, who had been silent until now, stood up. What is done is done. Both Issei and Rainier have betrayed us. Kiba has left us, and there is nothing we can do, no matter what happens. Tears welled in Rias's eyes as she gazed out at the land. She had wanted a normal, happy life and had manipulated Issei to achieve it. Desperate to avoid marrying Riser, she had let Issei die, hoping to gain the Red Dragon's eternal loyalty. In the end, Rias had gotten her wish, but at what cost? She had lost everything, her heiress status, her life in the human world, all because she had brought Issei into her peerage. Just then, Grafia appeared in her maid costume. Lady Rias, Lady Akino, Lady Kaneko, it is time. You must come back. Rias wanted to argue, but Grafia was firm. As she walked away, anger bubbled within her. Say how I will make you pay. If it is the last thing I do. Scene change. A time skip brought us to an abandoned church at 9:30 p.m., the same place where Issei had learned the truth about his reincarnation into a devil, and where Rias had been exposed by Rainier. Two figures entered the church, resembling exorcists. One, a girl with orange pigtails, touched a feather and analyzed the area. Her companion, a shorter girl with orange hair, sensed an unfamiliar aura. Demon, the first girl said, her voice filled with concern. What do you mean? Her friend asked. I believe there are demons here, the girl with pigtails replied. You're being too paranoid. Demons have gone into hiding ever since our god dealt with Zalgo, the other girl reassured her. Anyways, why are you excited to come here? the first girl asked. Oh, it's simple, the orange-haired girl said, revealing an image of 4 people, herself and 3 others. I am here to meet my childhood friends, Masami and Riser. But who is the brown-haired child? Her friend inquired. That's Issei. We were friends, though not as close as the others. He introduced me to Masami, and after that, we became friends. I see, her companion replied. Now, let's find a place to stay for the night. We need to meet the devils in our town and deliver our orders from our superiors. Scene break. Chapter end. Issei woke up the next day, still processing the events of the previous day. He had been dealing with a court trial and found himself waking up next to Claire Phoenix, who had pulled him close in her sleep. Both of them blushed as they realized the situation, and Claire reflected on her past, feeling that Issei was different from the others who had only seen her as an object. Just then, Asia knocked on the door, and upon seeing them together, rushed in with a hint of jealousy before hugging Issei. The trio then headed down for breakfast. After breakfast, they made their way to school, where they were greeted by Sona Citri, who handed Claire her schedule. Claire then went to the dressing room to change, while Issei and Sona discussed the current situation. Sona warned Issei that Rias would likely seek revenge soon, and he nodded in acknowledgement. In class, they met Matsuda and Motohama, who were curious about the new student. The boys discussed how they should be cautious, knowing that some girls might try to stir up trouble. Their new teacher, Irina Jelavic, introduced Claire to the class, and she chose to sit beside Issei, which sparked jealousy among the other students. As they headed to the cafeteria, Matsuda and Motohama expressed their envy of Issei for having 2 girls interested in him. They asked for advice on how to attract their own girlfriends. Issei suggested they should try to give up on peeping. Claire and Asia joined them, and Claire asked Issei why the school body seemed to dislike him. Issei shared his experiences, leaving Claire shocked and devastated. She embraced him, assuring him of her trust and promising to protect him during her time there. After lunch, the group enjoyed their day together. Meanwhile, in the occult research club, the remaining girls contemplated their actions, and Graphia urged them to return. Rias vowed to take revenge against Issei one day. Later, 2 girls approached the abandoned church, one of whom was Issei's childhood friend. Although she felt somewhat distant from the others, she was happy to see all 4 of them again. The next morning, Issei woke up again, trying to recall the mysterious voice he had heard the previous night. He deduced that it was a blue dragon, not Tiamat, which relieved Drake. Issei realized he needed to be cautious, as he suspected the dragon was Zero, the heavenly ice dragon, known for her immense power. Hey Drake, are you sure it was Zero? Issei asked. Yes, I am. Aside from Tiamat and Zero, there are only 2 dragons with such an aura. I believe it is her, Drake replied. Are you 100% sure about this? Issei pressed. Yes, we need to be careful. I have a feeling she might be contacting your sister right now. We don't know her intentions, Drake warned. I don't know about eliminating her. What if she is innocent? Issei pondered. I hope she is. If she is innocent, then we would be no better than those who judge without reason. But I have a feeling the 3rd heavenly dragon will show up, Zalgo added. Drake, can you tell me more about Zero? How strong is she? Issei inquired. Zero is as strong as Albion and me at our primes. She could easily match us if she wanted to. Her ice breath can freeze even the mightiest of gods, rendering them immobile for eternity. She could break factions if she chose to, but she is a pacifist who hates harming innocents. Like Albion and me, she developed a new ability called Breach, which can infiltrate a target's defenses and cause internal damage. Zero can use that to freeze a victim's heart and brain, leading to a terrible fate, Drake explained. Issei listened intently, realizing he needed to tread carefully. So what do we do now? He asked. I suggest we wake up. I have a feeling today will be interesting, Drake replied. As Issei got up, he noticed Claire and Asia had taken hold of his arms. He sensed their presence and spoke up. Girls. Claire rubbed her eyes and greeted him in a soft voice. Morning, Issei. Morning to you too, Claire. Why are the 2 of you hugging my arms? Issei asked. Asia woke up next, also rubbing her eyes. Good morning, Issei. Claire explained, we couldn't sleep, so we decided to use your arm as a pillow. That's true, Asia added. We were able to sleep better near you. Issei chuckled, that's one way to put it. Both Drake and Zalgo shared a laugh at the situation, while Issei smiled slyly, realizing he was unexpectedly in a HM. The girls then got ready for breakfast, and they all enjoyed their meal together, looking forward to the day ahead. Issei trudged through the relentless blizzard, his determination unwavering as he prepared to confront his adversaries. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Issei faced a group of fallen angels, and as Rainier launched an attack, he stumbled but quickly regained his footing, drawing strength from within. Nearby, Matsuda chased after Motohama, while Issei watched, a playful grin forming on his face as he picked up his friend, ready to toss him playfully. Just then he noticed MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine approaching, and his smile widened in their company. In a cozy room, Ria sat in a chair, a warm smile gracing her lips. Kaneko occupied another chair, and Akino stood beside Rias, sharing in the moment. A flashback revealed a younger Issei, beaming with joy alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei reflected on his past, memories of a once happy family now in disarray. Masumi and Claire reached out to him, and despite his struggles, he managed to grasp their hands. Suddenly, two mages attacked, but Issei skillfully dodged their strikes and countered with precision. He and Claire joined forces to confront a formidable foe with 12 wings, determined to bring him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, watched intently. Issei fought valiantly alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, Hypno, and two female allies. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels, ready to turn the tide of battle. The fallen attack as Issei, Claire, and the demons unleash a surge of demonic magic at them. Issei, clad in his black armor, stands resolutely against the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Issei, Claire, and Asia are enjoying their lunch when Issei receives a message from Sona. It reads, "Come to the office and bring Claire and Asia with you. A demon is waiting for you, and he states his name is Lord X." Claire looks at Issei, concern in her eyes. "Something wrong?" Issei replies, "Not much. Sona has called us to the club room. It seems she has something important to share." Asia asks, "Should we go?" "I think so. This is important, and something is going on," Issei responds. "All right then, let's go. If Sona needs all of us, and if one of your demon friends is waiting for you, then we need to go," Claire agrees. "Well then, it is decided. We will go once we finish our lunch," Issei concludes. Scene change. Student Council Room, 1:45 p.m. Issei, Claire, and Asia enter the Student Council Room, where Sona and Lord X await them. Lord X greets Issei. "Issei, sorry for interrupting your time at school. I hope you weren't too busy," he says. "It's fine, X. Either way, why did you call us here?" Issei inquires. "I believe Lady Sona can answer that," Lord X replies. Sona interjects. "Thank you, Lord X. As I was saying, today while Tsubaki and I were on our rounds at the campus, we encountered two exorcists sent by the Vatican Church." Issei flinches at the mention of exorcists, and Zalgo growls in response. Despite the calm expressions around him, Issei feels a surge of anger. He takes a deep breath to steady himself. "So, why were they here?" Issei asks. "They will tell us tomorrow. However, I feel there is a significant reason for their visit. We need to be cautious, especially you, Claire. I've warned Rias as well, and I hope she heeds my warning." Issei speaks slowly, turning his attention to Lord X. "Well, I hope not. Either way, X, why are you here?" "The exorcists nearly attacked me upon sensing my presence. I left one with some burn marks that will last a while," Lord X explains. Zalgo internally cheers for Lord X. "Good job," he thinks. Lord X rubs his head as Asia, Claire, and Sona exchange glances. Issei sighs and advises, "X, they are just humans. You need to be careful. One wrong move, and it could lead to serious consequences." I know, Lord X replies with a sigh. "But I can't stand those angels. They claim to do good, but their hypocrisy is infuriating." Issei wants to understand the demon's hatred for angels, suspecting it relates to Zalgo's death, but he can't piece it all together yet. Either way, she should be recovering for now. "She's quite hot-headed," Lord X adds. "All right, I don't hold it against you. Thanks for informing us, X." "Sona," Issei says, and both nod with smiles. Lord X then teleports back to his dimension. Sona turns to Issei. "Thank you. You should head to class now, and let me know if you learn anything about those two exorcists." Issei nods and the trio leaves. Sona picks up a chess piece, pondering, I wonder if Issei would fancy a game. Scene change. Outside Hayadu residence, 6:30 p.m. The trio finishes school and heads home, but they notice many girls still trying to get Claire's attention, as she is considered one of the school's beauties. Those girls are really getting on my nerves, Claire exclaims, rubbing her head. I know, right? Issei, how do you deal with them? Asia asks. It's simple. We just avoid them, and they don't bother us given our reputation, Issei explains. Claire sighs. Your school is really something. Not gonna lie, it's wild. I know, Claire, I know, Issei replies. Suddenly, they sense a holy presence, and both Issei and Claire instinctively prepare themselves. You sensed that too, didn't you? Issei asks. Yep. Those are exorcists. Why are they in our house? Claire responds. What's going on? Asia asks, looking worried. It seems we have some uninvited guests, Issei says. Claire, be prepared. Claire activates her gem, ready for a potential confrontation. The trio enters their house to find two girls in white robes sitting on the couch. Mickey greets them. Hi Claire, Issei, it's been a while, she says cheerfully. Who are you? Issei asks, confused. Don't you recognize me, Issei? She replies. No, I doubt I. Do I know you? Issei thinks aloud, while Claire facepalms, trying to recall. This is so familiar. But she does look familiar. Could it be? Claire muses. The girl pouts and says, Don't you remember me, Issei? It's me, Irina. Your sister recognized me right away. That's true. You didn't forget your childhood friend, did you? Masami adds. Irina. Wait, I thought you were a boy, like Riser was, Issei exclaims. Irina blushes, pouting again as Claire chimes in, Me too. I thought she was a boy. Not you too, Claire. But I don't blame you, I was quite boyish back then. Irina admits. Masami and Irina chat like old friends, but Issei's focus shifts to the other girl, who seems out of place. She glares at Issei and Claire, her expression unreadable. Issei noticed the burn marks on the girl's body, suggesting she had been involved in an altercation with Lord X. As he spoke, he caught the blue-haired girl glaring at him. Care to tell me why you're glaring at us? Issei asked, trying to lighten the mood. The girl's expression softened slightly as she replied, Nothing. Nothing much. She was unaware that her home was shared with an ultimate-class devil, and she needed to tread carefully since Irina's childhood friend's mother also lived there, along with two demons. So, do you have a name? Issei pressed. Even if I did, why would I tell someone like you? She retorted, surprising those around her. Irina quickly intervened. I apologize. She had a confrontation with someone this morning, which is why she's in a mood. Her name is Zenobia Corda, and we're here for some work. I see. Just trying to be friendly, Issei said with a shrug, knowing she was the one who had attacked X. Irina stood up to leave. I think we should take our leave. It was nice meeting you, Ms. Hayadu, she said. It was nice meeting you too, Irina, Mickey replied. Yeah, see you, Irina, Masami added. It was nice seeing you, Masami Claire. And you too, Issei, Irina said as she and Zenobia headed for the door, waving goodbye. Issei noticed that Irina avoided making as much eye contact with him as she did with her sister, but he dismissed it as his imagination. Once they left, the three friends headed to Issei's room to discuss things. So those two were the exorcists Sona talked about? Claire asked. Yeah, and Zenobia was the one who attacked X. I definitely need to talk to her tomorrow, Issei replied. I see, calm down. I doubt she meant it. Asia said. Well, either way, we might want to chat with them tomorrow so you can handle her then, Claire suggested. But why do I feel like Irina isn't as friendly towards me as she is towards Masami? Issei wondered aloud. Claire reassured him, I highly doubt that Irina is someone like that. I hope so. Issei replied, feeling a bit down. Claire then changed into her night clothes using her magic and jumped onto Issei's bed. Claire? Issei asked. What? She replied, looking puzzled. This is my bed, he pointed out. So? Claire responded nonchalantly. Why are you sleeping here? Issei asked. Because I want to, she said with a smile. Issei sighed, recalling her earlier words. He didn't want to upset her. Claire then added playfully, Won't you join me, Issei? Issei blushed, and Asia shot a glare at Claire. Claire. Issei started. Claire feigned sadness. So you don't want to sleep with me? No. That's not what I meant. Fine, I will sleep with you, Claire, Issei said with a wry smile. Claire's expression brightened again. Then I will also sleep next to you, Asia declared. Oh my, seems like the nun has become bold, Claire teased. I will not lose. Not to you, Claire Wanima. Asia replied defiantly, taking her place on the other side of Issei. The two girls left space for him in the middle, clinging to his hands as they drifted off to sleep, both blushing. Issei looked at the two girls, feeling a mix of emotions. He promised himself he would protect them at all costs. Scene change. In Masami's mindscape, she found herself in a frozen landscape, bewildered. Where am I? She wondered aloud, walking through the icy terrain. Suddenly, she encountered a massive light blue dragon with wings like giant trees, its scales glistening like ice. So you are my host? The dragon boomed, causing Masami to stumble back in surprise. I'm sorry for scaring you. I didn't mean it, the dragon said, looking away in embarrassment. No, it's fine. It's just my first time meeting a dragon in person. Masami replied, regaining her composure. Apologies for my actions. My name is Zero, and I am the third heavenly dragon. And I am your partner, young girl, the dragon introduced itself. Masami stared in awe, pinching herself to confirm she wasn't dreaming. You are in your mindscape, Zero explained. I see. So why are you with me? Masami asked. It's a long story. I was killed by many supernatural beings, mostly members of the three factions out of fear, and that is how I ended up in a sacred gear, which you currently wield, Zero elaborated. Supernatural? I don't understand. Masami said, surprised. Zero sighed and explained the existence of supernatural beings living among humans. Masami listened intently, feeling pity for Zero, who had suffered greatly. So they have been living among us? She asked. That is correct, young lady. By the way, I never got your name. What is it? Zero inquired. My name is Masami Haidu. It's nice to meet you, Zero, she replied. As she shared details about her family, Zero expressed surprise that a devil lived among them. Well, it's nice to meet you too, Masami. The supernatural has been living in your house. There are already 3 living there right now, Zero informed her. Masami was taken aback, wondering who they could be. If you're wondering who they are, it's that Phoenix girl Claire, the nun Asia, and your twin brother Issei Hayu. They are part of it, and your twin wields the boosted gear, the gear that houses Drake, a fire dragon on par with me, Zero explained. Masami was shocked to learn that her brother possessed such power, especially given their strained relationship. Masami looked at Zero, uncertainty in his eyes. So, what do you want me to do now? Zero suggested, I would recommend staying put for now. Maybe talk to your brother about this. Convince him that you are not an enemy. Drake must have informed him about me. Masami nodded, and they ended their connection, both settling down for the night. Scene change. Kuo outskirts, 1 a.m. Kiba was making his way home after finishing some work with his clients. As he walked toward his apartment, he noticed a priest pleading for help. Please help me, the priest cried out. Concerned, Kiba rushed to aid him, but before he could reach the priest, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He turned to see another priest, one he recognized all too well, standing there with a sinister grin. Fried! Kiba exclaimed, recognizing Fried Selzen, a young man in his 20s with short white hair and red eyes. Dressed in clerical clothing, Fried often wore a disturbing smile. Yahoo! If it isn't the devil! Fried taunted. Kiba quickly took a defensive stance as Fried brandished a sword, an Excalibur, which Kiba recognized with growing anger. It seems you recognize this sword, Fried said, his voice dripping with malice. I will enjoy killing you, devil. With that, Fried charged at Kiba. The two clashed, Kiba managing to block several strikes, but Fried was relentless, delivering an uppercut that sent Kiba reeling. Kiba jumped back, but Fried was quick, slashing him across the stomach. Kiba cried out in pain. How does it feel, devil? Fried taunted. Getting struck by Excalibur, a weapon that can slay monsters like you. It burns, doesn't it? I will relish in your demise. Just as Fried prepared to attack again, his phone rang. He paused, answering the call. Hello? You want me to show up, boss? Oh, all right. Fried hung up and smirked at Kiba. You're lucky my boss needs me. Until next time, devil. With a wave, Fried disappeared in a flash, leaving Kiba standing there, frustrated and in pain. He knew he needed to inform Claire or Sona about this before it was too late. Scene break. The chapter concluded, leaving the promise of more to come as the exorcists prepared to meet the devils. Chapter end. Previously, Issei was trying to analyze who the blue dragon was. It had to be Zero since Tiamat was still alive and not present. He deduced that Zero was with his sister, in the form of the sacred gear. As he observed Claire and Asia, who had taken one arm each, he learned that they felt comfortable sleeping next to him. The trio then woke up and headed to school. Upon arrival, they discussed their classes, but Sona called them to the council room, where they encountered Lord X, who had news for them. Sona revealed that 2 exorcists had visited the town of Kuo and would speak with her the next day, and they should be present. Lord X mentioned that one of the exorcists had attacked him but was easily defeated. Issei and the girls agreed to attend the meeting before returning to their classes as Lord X returned to his dimension. On their way home, Claire expressed her annoyance at the girls who seemed to be lying to her daily, and Asia wholeheartedly agreed. Issei chose to ignore their bickering. As they approached their house, they sensed a holy presence inside. Rushing in, they discovered the exorcists Irina and Zenobia. Initially, Issei and Claire struggled to recognize them, but once Masami informed them, they greeted each other. After a brief interaction, Irina and Zenobia left, leaving Issei to ponder the encounter. He noticed that Irina hadn't spoken much, but Claire dismissed his concerns, suggesting he was overthinking it. That night, Claire changed into her nightwear and invited Issei to sleep with her and Asia, which he accepted. Meanwhile, Zero finally met Masami, discussing the 3 factions and her fate, along with her other 2 dragons, Draig and Albion. Zero revealed the supernatural world to her, shocking Masami to learn that one of her friends and a family member were part of it. She felt troubled by Issei's disdain for his family and hoped to resolve things before it was too late. Meanwhile, Kiba was returning home when he encountered Fried, an old adversary. Though he lost the confrontation, Fried escaped before he could be killed, leaving Kiba to warn Sona and Claire of the impending danger. The next morning, Issei woke up with the girls by his side, planning to tell Claire about his reincarnation as Zalgo that night. He also intended to recruit another demon named Slenderman. Eager for the meeting, he hoped nothing would disrupt it. Zalgo's voice echoed in his mind, asking if he had decided to tell her. Issei affirmed that he saw no reason to hide it, trusting Claire with his life. Draig wished him luck, noting that it felt like a confession. They both sensed that Claire had feelings for him, as did the nun, but Issei remained oblivious. Just then, Issei heard the doorbell ring. Masami answered it, surprised to see Kiba. "Hello Yuto, what brings you here?" she asked. "I'm here to see your brother. Is he around?" Kiba replied. Zero communicated telepathically with Masami, warning her that Kiba was also a devil. She nodded mentally and called for Issei. As he approached, he noticed a change in his sister's demeanor, confirming his suspicion that she wielded the sacred gear housing Zero. "So, what brings you here, Kiba?" Issei asked. "I wanted to talk to you and Claire." "I hope you're not busy," Kiba said. "No, we're not. We're actually leaving, so how about we walk to school and talk?" Issei suggested. "Sounds good to me," Kiba agreed. Masami went back inside to finish changing, while Issei kept a watchful eye on her, ready to act if she posed a threat. Opening start. Issei trudged through an endless blizzard, bracing himself for an impending battle. Below, Draig and Zalgo observed as Issei faced off against a group of fallen angels. Rainier launched an attack, causing Issei to stumble and fall. However, he quickly rose to his feet, drawing strength from within. Nearby, Matsuda pursued Motohama, while Issei watched, ready to intervene. He chuckled as he noticed MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him, a smile spreading across his face. In a different scene, Rias sat comfortably in a chair, a smile on her face, while Kaneko occupied another chair and Akino stood beside Rias. A flashback revealed a young Issei, beaming with joy alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's gaze turned inward as he recalled his past, a once happy family now in ruins. Masumi and Claire reached out to him, and despite his struggles, he managed to grasp their hands. Suddenly, 2 mages attacked, but Issei deftly dodged their strikes and retaliated against them. Issei and Claire then confronted a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to defeat him. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, watched intently. Issei fought alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, and Hypno, along with 2 women. He unleashed a fierce barrage of dragon shots at the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. As the fallen angels advanced, Issei, Claire, and the demons unleashed a wave of demonic magic in response. Clad in his black armor, Issei stood resolute, facing the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. "So, what do you want to talk about?" Issei asked as he, Claire, Asia, and Kiba made their way to school. Kiba spoke up, recalling a recent encounter. "Do you remember Freed?" he inquired. "Of course I remember that guy. Why?" Issei replied. "He attacked me last night." Kiba's revelation caused the group's eyes to widen, except for Claire, who was unaware of the situation. "Why did he attack you?" Issei asked, concern etched on his face. "Apparently, someone he calls boss summoned him." "Who could this boss be?" Kiba explained. Claire pondered for a moment, confusion evident. "Who is this Freed?" "He's a psychotic priest who enjoys hunting devils and monsters, even innocent ones," Issei clarified. Asia added, "He was once with me. I didn't know his true nature until he nearly tried to assault me." "I see." Claire responded, absorbing the information. "Regardless, stay alert. He's been killing other priests and many others. If you encounter him, take him down," Kiba warned. "We will, and we want you to be there when the exorcists meet the devils tonight," Issei insisted. "Why me? I'm not part of the Citri peerage." Kiba protested. "You were attacked by a priest wielding a holy sword. You can help them with whatever they need," Issei reasoned. Kiba sighed in resignation. "Very well, I will come." In the council room at 5:30 p.m., the student council stood on one side, with Sona seated on a couch beside Claire. On the opposite side were Irina and Zenobia. Issei, Asia, and Kiba sat next to Claire and Zenobia. "Greetings, my name is Claire Phoenix and," Claire began, but was interrupted by Zenobia. "We're not interested in small talk, devil. We have a mission to accomplish," Zenobia stated bluntly. Irina turned to Zenobia, apologizing for her friend's rudeness. "Sorry, she has always been like that." Claire, slightly annoyed, continued, "Issei is right, she is impulsive. We were only introducing ourselves. But since you don't want that, we want to know your intentions. I am an ultimate class devil, and she is a high-class devil." Sona added, "True. So what are your intentions?" Zenobia replied, "I take it you know what a holy sword is?" She revealed a sword wrapped in white cloth. "This is Excalibur destruction." Irina then displayed a string attached to her arm. "And this is Excalibur mimic." Issei raised an eyebrow. "Wait a minute, I thought there was only one Excalibur." Claire explained, "That was the case until it broke in the past. What remained were 7 fragments. I believe the church has all 7 of them, right?" Zalgo's voice echoed in Issei's mind. "That god can't even take care of his own things. How pathetic." Issei chuckled internally as Irina continued, "That's true, but 3 of the fragments have been stolen." "I see. So do you request our help in finding them?" Claire asked. Zenobia shook her head. "No, we want you to stay out of our way. We will handle it ourselves. Besides, devils will do anything to get their hands on those swords to destroy them." Claire's anger flared at Zenovia's dismissal. "I have been cordial with you despite your aggressive actions. Just because you have a weapon that can harm me doesn't mean it can kill me. I could burn you alive in an instant, and no one would find your remains. Is that clear?" Claire's aura radiated power, causing Zenobia to struggle to breathe. Irina, looking pale, quickly interjected, "I'm sorry. Zenobia didn't mean it that way. Please forgive her, she won't do it again." Claire sighed and lowered her aura, while Sona breathed a sigh of relief. "Keep your subordinate's mouth in check, or something worse will happen." "Right?" Irina stammered. "Zenobia, that's Claire Phoenix, one of the strongest ultimate class devils. She can take us out in an instant." Zenobia nodded reluctantly as Claire asked, "Who do you think caused all this trouble, leading to you and Irina being here?" Zenovia's frustration grew, but Irina spoke up. "The fallen angels have stolen our sword fragments. We know who took them. Kokabil, the angel of stars. He is the one responsible." Just then, Rias Gremory entered the room, accompanied by Aquino, Kaneko, and Rainer. "Why wasn't I invited?" she exclaimed. Sona responded, "Because you are no longer the owner of this town. Remember Lord Beelzebub's verdict?" Rias flinched at the reminder, glaring at Issei, who simply shrugged, knowing he had the upper hand in this situation. Irina continued, "As I was saying, the swords were taken by Kokabil, who is a cadre of the fallen angels. That stole our swords." Rias was surprised. She had no idea this was happening. She knew the exorcists had visited them, as she had been observing Issei with her familiar. Claire spoke up, expressing her concerns. So, you're worried that we might work with the fallen angels? You're wrong. We will never work with them. I won't tarnish the Phoenix name for that, Claire declared. Sona nodded in agreement. I second that. Rias added, I third. Claire shot Rias a sharp look. Nobody asked you, Gremory. Go back to your club room. Rias met her gaze but felt the weight of Claire's glare, leaving no room for argument. Claire then departed with her peerage, leaving the group in silence. Sona broke the quiet, her tone apologetic. I'm sorry for her behavior, she said. Irina replied, It's fine, but I wonder what caused the heiress of Gremory to act like that. The devils exchanged glances, aware of the underlying tensions. Issei responded, It's a long story. Let's leave it at that. Irina nodded as she and Zenobia stood up. Zenobia addressed the group, Thank you for your time. We just want you to stay out of our way while we deal with Kokobile. Claire challenged, Are you sure? He is as strong, if not stronger, than me. Zenobia replied firmly, We would give our lives rather than let the swords fall into the hands of the fallen angels. Zalgo observed the girls, thinking they were foolish to risk their lives for someone who might already be lost. Claire shared a similar concern but was particularly worried for Irina. She knew Irina's determination could lead her into danger, yet she felt powerless to change her mind. These fools, Claire thought. Irina, I'm sorry. Your One-chan cannot protect you? Well, it's your choice. I won't stop you. Claire's worry for Irina deepened as Zenobia and Irina prepared to leave. Zenobia turned to Asia and asked, Aren't you Asia, the holy maiden? Asia flinched at the mention of her past, and Issei glared at Zenobia. I am, Asia replied, her voice strained. Clenching her fists in anger, memories flooded back. She had devoted herself to God, but he had never answered her prayers. Zenobia pressed, So Asia, do you still believe in God? Asia's voice trembled. I do not. What was that? Zenobia challenged. No, I do not. He never came for me. I was nearly harmed, and I prayed for help, but he never came. I helped people every single day, and just because I healed a devil, I was declared a heretic and cast out from my home. I was manipulated by Rainier and her group. I can no longer believe in someone who would abandon their followers without hesitation. He never cared for me, so why should I believe in someone like him? Asia declared passionately. Zenobia was taken aback. You, how dare you? As Zenobia attempted to strike Asia, Issei caught her hand, applying pressure and causing her to cry out in pain. Irina intervened. Issei, let her go. Not until she apologizes. She nearly attacked an innocent person, someone who believes in righteousness. She needs to apologize first, Issei insisted. Zenobia continued to struggle, and Claire stepped in. Issei, I know you're angry, but please, we're not here for a fight. I understand you want to defend Asia, but let her go. I think she has suffered enough. Reluctantly, Issei released Zenobia. Asia quickly healed her hand, and Zenobia glared at Issei, who warned, Attack my friend again, and you will regret it. If you want to fight, let's take it outside. Kiba chimed in, I couldn't agree more. Zenobia asked, Who are you? Your senior, Kiba replied confidently. Scene change. In the courtyard of Kuo Academy at 5:30 p.m., Issei and Kiba stood on one side, while Zenobia and Irina took the opposite side. Both exorcists removed their cloaks, revealing black bodysuits adorned with crosses, swords in hand. I'll take care of Irina. Can you handle Zenobia? Issei asked. Leave it to me. Kiba responded. Issei charged at Irina, who narrowly dodged his punch. Meanwhile, Kiba activated his sacred gear, Sword Biartich, preparing to face Zenobia. Issei unleashed a chaos blast at Irina, who deflected it with her sword, causing a tremor. Chaos magic? How did he get access to that? Irina thought, surprised. Issei could have ended the fight quickly, but he hesitated, not wanting to hurt his childhood friends. Instead, he lifted her into the air with telekinesis. Telekinesis? Irina gasped. In a swift motion, Issei delivered a powerful punch to her gut, sending her flying back. She managed to regain her footing on her knees. Using umberkinesis, Issei bound Irina with shadows, disarming her as she struggled. He then flung her against a tree, determined to end the confrontation. She managed to get her footing as Irina spoke, her voice filled with determination. How are you able to learn 3 of the rarest magic abilities? Issei replied, I trained myself. It's a long story. I believe you should surrender. I don't want to hurt my childhood friend. Irina shook her head defiantly. I will not surrender. I will rescue my friend from the clutches of those devils. As she exclaimed, the people present exchanged nervous glances. Before anyone could respond, Rias and her peerage arrived, minus Rainier and Kiba, accompanied by the kendo duo. Rias asked, Are you sure you want to take him to your side? Irina and Issei exchanged glances, and Issei's anger flared at the sight of her. He despised her more than anyone else, and the presence of the kendo duo only intensified his frustration. This angered Sona, Claire, and Asia as well, with Asia feeling particularly furious. What are you talking about? Irina questioned, confused. Rias responded, Oh, it's simple. The man you're fighting is a SXL offender, a pervert, and a harasser. Irina's expression shifted to shock, mirrored by Zenobia. Issei's anger grew with each passing moment, while Claire and Asia noticed the smug expressions on Kate's and Murayama's faces. The rumors they had heard were confirmed as false, and they were furious with the girls, struggling to contain their rage. Don't just take my word for it, ask the girls who have been affected, Rias urged. Both Zalgo and Drake were equally furious, and Kiba felt disgusted by his MSDR's actions. Even Sona was horrified at how far Rias had fallen, as Kate spoke up. Rias Wanisama is right. That man is a harasser and a RPST. He assaulted us back in primary school. Murayama added, Kat is right, he even hurts us and takes our belongings. Kate continued, and that's not all. He injures us if he doesn't get his way. As the girls voiced their complaints, Irina's hair fell over her face as she asked, Is this true, Issei? Issei shook his head. No, that's not true, Anne. Before he could finish, Rias interjected with feigned sadness. Don't believe him, Irina. He's a liar and a deceiver. He's the reason I lost everything. Don't listen to him. Sona glared at Rias, disbelief etched on her face. Irina rushed toward Issei and slapped him hard across the face. Not a word from you, Issei. You deceiver. I should have never met you. The only reason I was even friends with you was because of your sister and Riser. Otherwise, I would have never been friends with you. Previously, Kiba had headed to the Hayadu residence, where he was greeted by his little sister, Masami. After revealing that he was a devil, he sought a conversation with Issei and Claire. As they stepped outside, Kiba shared the details of an attack he had experienced. Issei suggested they go to the student council to discuss it further. Time passed, and Claire, along with the others and the student council, met with Irina and Zenobia, who revealed they were envoys of the church. They displayed the swords they carried, both fragments of Excalibur. When they demanded that the devils not interfere, Claire, feeling disrespected, radiated her aura, causing Zenobia to flinch. Irina apologized on her behalf and explained the situation regarding Kokabile. Rias arrived, and upon inquiry, Sona and Claire asked her to leave, which she did reluctantly. Irina continued explaining that this was Kokabile's doing and requested the devils to let them handle the situation themselves, to which the devils nodded in agreement. Noticing Asia, Zenobia inquired about God, to which Asia replied that she no longer believed in him, explaining that he had never helped her despite her prayers. This angered Zenobia, but before she could act, Issei intervened, stopping her hand just in time. As the confrontation escalated, Issei faced Irina, using umberkinesis, chaos magic, and telekinesis, shocking her. She insisted on saving him, but Rias seized the moment to frame Issei, bringing forward the girls who had tormented him as proof to turn Irina against him. Irina, fueled by anger, declared that she regretted ever meeting him, and the only reason she had been friends with him was because of his sister. Realizing this, Issei ran away, forfeiting the fight. Kiba and Sona were disgusted by Rias's actions, and Sona severed her friendship with her completely. Claire and Asia returned home to find Issei broken. They comforted him, revealing their love and support, cuddling him as he cried. Issei felt a deep sense of trust in the girls, knowing they cared for him more than anyone else. That night, Claire carried Issei to his bed, resting his head against her chest as they slept together. Asia was also lifted by Claire, hugging Issei's back. Purin settled into her pokeball for the night. Claire whispered softly, I love you more than anyone else. I will trust and believe in you, even if the whole world does not. She smiled down at him, recalling the turmoil of the previous day, wishing she could have been there to help him through it. She may be a devil, but unlike others of her kind, she was not vindictive or abusive. Claire confronted Irina, her voice filled with disbelief. Why did you have to treat him like that? If you didn't want to be his friend, why toy with his feelings? I can't believe you. What happened to you? I will never forget what you did to him today. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Do you have a moment, Claire Phoenix? Claire turned to see Sirzex Lucifer, a warm smile on his face. He had received a call from Sona through Graphia, who had explained the situation. His disappointment regarding Rias was immense, and he felt compelled to apologize for his sister's actions. Startled, Claire accidentally pushed Issei off the bed, causing Asia to tumble down with him. Issei landed awkwardly, wincing as he spoke, still groggy. Oh, Claire, what was that for? Lord Lucifer. Asia, also startled by the sudden movement, looked around in confusion. What happened? She turned her gaze to the crimson-haired man, noting that instead of his usual Satan attire, he wore a brown coat, a green tie, and a white shirt, paired with matching brown breaths and black shoes. I apologize for the intrusion, Sirzex said, his tone polite. But do you three have a moment? Issei trudged through the relentless blizzard, his determination unwavering as he prepared to confront his enemies. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the scene unfold. Issei faced off against a group of fallen angels, and as Rainier launched an attack, he stumbled but quickly regained his footing, drawing strength from within. Nearby, Matsuda chased after Motohama, while Issei, noticing the commotion, picked him up, ready to throw him playfully. A smile spread across his face as he saw MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. In a different scene, Ria sat in a chair, a smile on her face, while Kaneko relaxed nearby and Akino stood beside Rias. A flashback revealed a younger Issei, beaming with joy alongside his family. Misumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's heart ached as he recalled his past, a once happy family now shattered. Misumi and Claire reached out to him, and despite his struggles, he managed to grasp their hands. Suddenly, two mages attacked Issei, but he deftly dodged their strikes and retaliated. Alongside Claire, he confronted a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to bring him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, watched the battle unfold. Issei fought valiantly alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, Hypno, and 2 female allies. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. As the fallen advanced, Issei, Claire, and the demons combined their powers, unleashing a surge of demonic magic. Clad in his black armor, Issei stood resolute, facing the impending threat alongside a man in white armor. Later, the trio settled on the floor, surprise etched on their faces as Sirzex spoke, bowing slightly. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for my sister's actions yesterday. Sona informed me about what transpired, and I had no idea Rias was involved in all of that. Sirzex appeared troubled, aware that Issei had exposed Rias, but he recognized that Issei had done the right thing. Issei, sensing his distress, reassured him. Don't blame yourself for her actions, Lord Lucifer. You must be hungry. Should I get you something to eat? No, I've already eaten, thank you. I'm just glad you're all right. I should be thanking you, Claire and Asia, Sirzex replied, gesturing towards them. His expression shifted to a more serious one. Issei, I have a small request. I know our relationship isn't the best, but this isn't about Rias, it's about someone else. Will you help us? Issei regarded him curiously. What is it? It's about Kiba. He has disappeared without a trace, and when Sona tried to stop him, he disobeyed her. Although he's supposed to transition to a free status, he is still part of my family. Until then, he needs to be safe. Can you help me find him? What about Rias? I expected she would at least look for him, Issei replied. Rias hasn't been in contact. According to Akino, she has isolated herself in her room for hours. I've tried reaching out, but she refuses to talk to anyone, including me. We spoiled her, and I should have listened to my mother. She warned us about this, and my queen has mentioned it repeatedly. Can you help us find Kiba? Issei paused, knowing that while he and Kiba weren't close friends, he could trust him. I accept. Sirzex smiled appreciatively. Thank you, Issei. We were planning a 3-faction peace session, and since you are the Red Dragon Emperor, we would like you to attend. Drake and Zalgo exchanged surprised glances. Zalgo, in particular, found it hard to believe that angels, fallen angels, and devils could ever come together. Yet he had faith in Surzex. "I think you should go," he said. "Are you sure?" Issei asked. "I want to see how they are doing without the old leader around. If they achieve peace, I would be genuinely surprised." "Surzex has my respect," Zalgo replied. "Very well, I will inform him," Issei said. Surzex nodded. "So, Issei, what's your decision?" After a moment of contemplation, Issei replied, "I will come." "When is it?" "I'll let you know the date and time. I must take my leave now. If I don't, Grafia will have my head for slacking off," Surzex said with a chuckle. Issei's expression shifted from lighthearted to serious. "All right, but I have a request. There's a secret I need to share with you, and the same goes for you, Claire. But this must stay between us until the peace conference." Surzex considered this, intrigued. "What could it be?" Claire, concerned, asked, "What are you hiding, Issei?" Asia, aware of Issei's intentions, thought to herself, "It's time, huh? So you finally decided to tell Issei?" Surzex encouraged him. "All right, I won't tell anyone. Go ahead, what do you want to share?" "All right, here goes," Issei said, revealing the boosted gear. As it spoke, a different voice emerged, shocking everyone present. "Hello, everyone," the voice said. Surzex was taken aback, never expecting to hear such a voice. "May I know who you are?" he asked, curiosity piqued. Zalgo sighed, realizing that as time passed, people seemed to have forgotten how he sounded. He introduced himself with a confident tone. "My name is Zalgo, the Demon King, and it is a pleasure to meet all of you." Surzex widened his eyes in surprise, his jaw dropping. He never expected to meet Zalgo, especially since he knew that Zalgo had been killed by God. The biblical God had claimed he would eliminate everyone, but the devils found that suspicious. After further investigation, they discovered the truth behind the claims. Drake spoke up, confirming the shocking revelation. "He is right, the man is Zalgo, and my partner Issei Haidu is his current reincarnation." Surzex was taken aback, realizing that dragons were known for their honesty. He sensed an aura around Issei that belonged to a demon, which erased any doubts he had. Claire, equally surprised, had no idea her lover was the reincarnation of the terrifying demon king Zalgo. "Then why didn't you tell us this?" Claire asked, her curiosity piqued. Issei turned to her, explaining, "I didn't know how you would react. I wasn't sure who to trust with this information. But I can trust you completely, Claire. You proved that yesterday." Claire looked away, blushing with happiness at Issei's words. Asia, observing the exchange, pouted slightly. Issei, noticing her expression, added, "I trust you too, Asia." Asia smiled, but Claire shot Issei a glare, causing him to flinch. Surzex felt a pang of sympathy for Issei, recalling how it felt to deal with a wrathful partner at home. "Now, there's something else," Issei continued. "As soon as I discovered I was Zalgo's reincarnation, he corrupted my pieces, and now I have this." He conjured a spear of pure destruction energy, showcasing his growing skill under Zalgo and Drake's training. Surzex and Claire were even more astonished, and Asia gasped in surprise. Surzex began, but Issei interrupted. "No, it's all right. I shouldn't have revealed that to you." "Are you sure? Does Rias know?" Surzex inquired. "Not yet. I'm waiting for the right moment to tell her. She still thinks of me as her pawn." Surzex felt a sense of relief that Issei hadn't considered harming Rias. He thought to himself that Issei was waiting for the right time to address the situation. "Rias, you've messed up big time. Forget me, not even the four Satans will save you if you harass him again. I'm glad he hasn't dealt with you yet. I wonder what your plans are, No, Zalgo." Claire, still processing the revelation, leaned closer to Issei, a playful yet serious expression on her face. "But next time, you better tell me about surprises like this, or I will make sure you regret it." Issei nodded rapidly, feeling a mix of fear and relief as Claire released him. Zalgo spoke to Issei telepathically, expressing his approval. "Good job, I'm glad you are all right." Surzex sighed, a sly smile forming on his face. "All right, I'll keep this a secret. The Devil Council would have been in an uproar if they knew you possessed the power of destruction. Anyway, I'll let you know the time for our next meeting. See you later, Hayuda Issei." With that, Surzex teleported back to the underworld. Asia turned to Issei, concern in her eyes. "Are you sure about telling him? I didn't sense any deceit, so yes. I hope he keeps his word. But even so, I plan to reveal it in a few days," Issei replied. Asia nodded, and the trio prepared to head to school. They met Masumi and Issei's parents, acting as if nothing was wrong. However, deep down, Claire felt disheartened. She saw them as good-hearted people, but she believed that DSPN should never cross the line into abuse, and that was not easily forgivable. Later, in Kuo Park at 5:30 p.m., Kiba stood near a fountain, lost in thought. He remembered the screams of the children from his past, reflecting on one of the worst experiences anyone could endure. "I knew I would find you here, Kiba," Issei said, approaching him with Claire and Asia by his side. Kiba turned, surprised to see them. "Issei? What happened? Why did you run off without an explanation?" Issei asked. Kiba looked away, struggling to respond. The chapter ended there, leaving the tension hanging in the air as they prepared to delve deeper into Kiba's past. As they made their way, Issei suggested that the group split into two, with himself, Claire, and Kiba forming one team, while the others took the second. During their journey, Claire and Issei began to act like a couple, much to Kiba's amusement, who teased them about it. Upon arriving at the church, they were confronted by Fried, who was eager to engage them. Claire revealed her weapon, crafted by a Juka, while Kiba activated his sword Byardich. The trio fought against Fried with surprising ease. Issei devised a plan to use multiple clones to distract Fried, allowing Claire to take advantage of the opening and blast off Fried's hand with her burst cannon, leaving him severely weakened. Just then, a force field appeared, preventing them from retrieving their swords. The caster was revealed to be Valper. Kiba charged at him, but his efforts proved futile, allowing Fried and Valper to escape. However, Rias and her peerage soon arrived, demanding that Kiba and Issei return. When they refused, Rias prepared to engage both Claire and Issei. "Akino and I will take care of Issei. Can you handle Claire?" Rias instructed. "I'm not sure, Princess. They seem much stronger." Rainier replied hesitantly. "Just do it." Rias insisted. Reluctantly, Rainier agreed. Meanwhile, Issei turned to Asia. "Protect Kiba." "Leave it to me." Asia responded confidently. "Are you ready for this, Claire?" Issei asked. "Oh, you bet. I can't wait to take on this pampered princess." Claire replied, a determined look on her face. "Then you can handle Rainier and Kaneko, right?" Issei asked. "Leave that to me. I have a score to settle with that crow," Claire smirked, casting a challenging glare at Rainier. Issei felt a surge of confidence knowing he could rely on Claire and Asia to have his back. Previously, Issei and Claire faced off against the Gremry peerage, minus Kiba, who was being healed by Asia. After surviving a lightning strike, Issei quickly took down Akino, using Rias's own attack against her. Meanwhile, Claire was engaged with Rainier, taunting her and using her flames to send Rainier flying. As Rias watched in disbelief at Issei's strength, Kaneko was also defeated, forcing Rias to retreat. With their opponents gone, the trio decided to take Kiba home. Later that evening, Surzex teleported to his house with Rias. As they arrived, Rias taunted Issei, and the tension escalated until Surzex intervened. Afterward, Claire and Asia woke up, and Surzex introduced Azazel, who explained that he needed help dealing with Kokobile, a significant threat. The group agreed to assist him, and after Azazel left, they decided to rest for the night, unaware that an entity was watching them. The next day, as they returned to school, Issei sensed something amiss and left the girls to investigate. He discovered a blue ring, and as he approached, an entity appeared, Majin Sonic. They exchanged greetings, and Issei learned that Lord X had a child, which surprised him. After their brief encounter, Issei headed back to school. Meanwhile, Sona and Tsubaki were out for a stroll when their familiars sensed something was wrong. She called Issei, Claire, and Asia to her location, where they found Irina badly injured. Upon investigation, they realized Fried was responsible. Confronting Fried, he revealed a greater threat, Kokobile, the Angel of Stars, who intended to trigger a great war by targeting the devil family members present. The girls quickly deduced that he planned to blow up the school, realizing this would endanger Issei's friends and family. They resolved to rush there before it was too late. In Surzex's office, he was deep in thought, contemplating the implications of Issei potentially being the Demon King. He worried about the consequences for Rias and his faction, torn between his duty as a leader and his love for his sister. Surzex knew he had to intervene. Before Rias's actions led to disaster, determined to protect his faction from the chaos that could ensue. Surzex was deep in conversation with Ajuka, grappling with a troubling situation. He had information about Issei, the reincarnation of Zalgo, that he wanted to share, but he had made a promise to Issei to keep it secret. His initial plan was to place Rias under house arrest and arrange for her to be homeschooled by her mother, who would ensure she received the DSPLN she needed. However, the council had refused this proposal. Surzex felt a surge of frustration as he thought about their stubbornness. "Those fools will doom the devils," he muttered to himself, determination rising within him. He knew he had to act before it was too late. Bound by the orders of the Great King faction, he clenched his fists, recalling the dismissive words of his uncle Lord Baal. "You really think the Red Dragon Emperor can stop us? I am a proud devil of the Baal family. That low-class devil can't even touch me. I will not allow Rias to be imprisoned in her own home. You are only strong because of my family's power. Without it, you are nothing." The other members of the council had sided with the Great King faction, leaving Surzex and the other Satans in shock. It was a predictable move from the prideful council, and Surzex felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The Great King faction wielded as much influence as the four Satans at that moment, and he found himself powerless to change the course of events. "Sometimes I wish there was someone who could help the devils in times like this," he thought, a sense of desperation creeping in. He feared watching everything he had worked so hard to build crumble because of the arrogance of a few. Surzex was determined to find a way to fix things before they spiraled out of control. Issei was trudging through an endless blizzard, poised for battle as he rushed to confront an enemy. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the scene. Issei faced off against fallen angels, and as Rainier launched an attack, he stumbled but quickly regained his footing, growing stronger in the process. Meanwhile, Matsuda was in pursuit of Motohama, and Issei watched as he picked him up, ready to throw him. He chuckled, then noticed MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him, prompting a smile. In a different scene, Rias sat in a chair, smiling, while Kaneko perched on another chair and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed a young Issei, beaming with happiness alongside his family. Misumi opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's memories flooded back, showcasing a once happy family now in disarray. Misumi and Claire reached out to him, and despite his struggles, he managed to grasp their hands. Suddenly, two mages attacked, but Issei dodged and countered with a strike at Corrupt. He and Claire then targeted a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to take him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, stared intently ahead. Issei fought alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, Hypno, and two females, unleashing a barrage of dragon shots against an attacking force of 10,000 fallen angels. As they charged, Issei, Claire, and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic in response. Clad in black armor, Issei faced the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Outside Kuo Academy, at 6:30 p.m., the Citri Peerage members worked diligently to create a barrier under Tsubaki's command. Momo approached her, reporting, "President, the barrier has been created just as you asked." "Very well. Where are Rias and the others?" Sona inquired. "They're inside, fighting against the Cerberus," Momo replied. Issei interjected, "Is there anyone else inside?" Momo hesitated, and before Issei could express his frustration, Sona spoke firmly. "Issei asked you a question. Is there someone inside?" With a hint of fear, Momo answered, "Kokobile and the two priests are inside." "Good," Sona replied. "I believe this is Freed and Valper. I'll call Kiba, we'll need him for this," Issei said. Claire added, "You do that. We might need some demons as well." Issei nodded and left to make the call. The student council continued to maintain the barrier, and Claire turned to Sona. "We will hold off Kokobile until more reinforcements arrive. Sona, can you call Lord Surzex or Lady Seraphal?" But why?" Sona stammered, knowing her sister's tendency to go overboard. Claire reassured her, "I know she may be too much, but we need them. If we can take down Kokobile, then this war can be avoided." After a moment of contemplation, Sona agreed, "Yes, I will call them. We need help." Claire smiled and turned to Asia. "Asia, we need to hold off Kokobile until Issei and Sona get reinforcements." Asia nodded and released Purin from her Pokeball, the Pokemon's cries surprising many present, except for Claire, who knew Purin was gentle. The trio then headed inside to confront Kokobile. Scene change. In an unnamed location in Kuo at 7 p.m., Masami sensed a greater problem looming. Zero, wielding the piercing blade of ice, spoke up. "That's Kokobile, the Angel of Stars, and I believe your brother is fighting him." Masami's concern grew. In that case, we need to head there as soon as possible. Zero nodded. Let's go then. Balance breaker. Breaching dragon balance breaker. Masami activated her newly unlocked power, transforming into her balance breaker form, which was dark blue with glowing eyes, surrounded by threads of ice she could control at will. Let's go, she declared, taking flight toward the battlefield, eager to aid her brother. Scene change. Near the forest in Kuo at 6:30 p.m., Issei was about to contact Majin Sonic, Lord X, and Herobrine when he spotted a familiar flying figure, his twin sister. He sighed, realizing the situation had become more complicated. Ultimately, he decided to call only Majin Sonic and Lord X, knowing they could teleport when needed. Hello, Majin X, I need both of you to come to Kuo right now, Issei said. May we know why? Majin asked. Kokabeel has decided to attack the school. We need to stop him as soon as possible, Issei explained. Is there anyone else joining us? Lord X inquired. I was going to call Herobrine and possibly MX, but since my sister is here, those two might have trouble masking their presence and could get caught, Issei replied. That's true. Majin acknowledged, recalling how Issei had to use his own power to conceal their presence from the devils. Very well, I'm on my way. I need to inform Sally.exe and my son Xenophanes about this before I leave, Lord X said. Do what you need to, just make sure that brat doesn't come, Majin added. Still bitter about that incident? Lord X teased. He ruined my dress, X. It was so hard to remove the stains, you know? Majin retorted. Oh, don't worry. He won't. Sally will make sure of that, Lord X assured her. Majin nodded, recalling how fearsome Sally.exe could be when angered, a lesson Xenophanes had learned well. Majin and Lord X noticed Issei's presence and felt a bit embarrassed. Issei, confused, watched as they spoke. Anyways, let's just head there, Majin said. Right. Lord X replied. The duo disconnected the call, leaving Issei to ponder the situation. That happened, he muttered. Right, that is true. I never knew that X had a son who was a complete opposite, Drake commented. I told you teenage demons can be quite troublesome. Female demons especially, unless they are well raised. Tend to act out for a couple of years before they mature, Zalgo added. All right. Issei said, determination rising within him as he rushed to the location of the fight, ready to confront Kokabeel. Scene change. Upon arriving at the site where Majin and Lord X had teleported, Issei called out, Let's go. See, open the barrier. Saji complied, and the trio entered to face the threat inside. Some wanted to protest but were silenced by Sona and Tsubaki. As Issei, Majin, and Lord X surveyed the ongoing battle, they noticed Kiba and Zenobia engaged in combat, trying to take down Valper. Claire and Asia were battling a second Cerberus, while the piercing dragon assisted Rias and her peerage against the first one. With a well-aimed blaster cannon, Claire struck the Cerberus in the chest, while Asia used her demon fire to burn its body. Turning her attention to Issei, Claire noticed two figures behind him. One was Lord X, whom she recognized, but the other was unfamiliar. Issei, where were you? Claire asked, rushing toward him. I recognize X, but who is the one with the mustache? Asia inquired. Oh, him? That's Majin Sonic, Issei explained. Majin stepped forward, extending a hand. Konbanwa. My name is Majin Sonic. I met Issei this morning, and we've become good friends. I am known as the infinite fun-loving demon. It's nice to meet you all. Masami, observing from a distance, was surprised by their resemblance to Sonic. Zero spoke in her mind, clarifying their nature as demons, which were enhanced versions of devils. As Masami blocked a bite from the Cerberus, Kaneko easily punched it away. Aquino and Rias executed a combined attack, taking down the Cerberus with ease. Alright, one down. Thanks for the help, whoever you are. Rias said, glancing at Masami, who revealed herself, shocking everyone except Issei. Masami, you are the Blue Dragon Emperor? Claire asked, astonished. She had heard rumors of the Blue Dragon Emperor but had never seen one in action. That is correct, Claire Wanichan. Sorry for not telling you, Masami replied. Claire was speechless, grappling with her feelings, especially since she had been partially involved in Issei's struggles. She looked at Issei, who seemed indifferent, and thought, you knew? Claire resolved to talk to Issei once the battle was over. Meanwhile, Lord X and Majin were equally surprised, realizing Issei was aware of Masami's identity. It seems like there is more than meets the eye. He is learning fast, Majin mused. I shouldn't be surprised, but he is Zalgo in the form of Issei. It's hard to believe, but here we are. Issei, you are his reincarnation, Lord X added. Kokobile, finally rising from his seat, observed the scene. So we have two dragon emperors, the Breaching Dragon Empress and the Welsh Dragon Emperor. This will get interesting. You two can come out now. At that moment, two entities emerged. One was immediately recognized by Lord X, who growled in anger. Sally understood. Sally understood bore a striking resemblance to her sister, Sally Dixie, but her appearance was much more mangled. Another figure appeared, prompting Purin to growl. Asia asked, "Do you know her?" Purin cried in confirmation. Issei, noticing the tension, asked, "Who are they? Do you know them?" The first one is Sally underscore. She is a rogue demon who has harmed many innocent beings, and she is my target, Lord X explained. Majin added, "Make that two. I would like to settle a score with her." Sally laughed at the two, taunting them. "You boys think you can take me down? Try it, and I will ensure you meet the same fate as those before you." As the two demons charged at her, Issei and Asia were left to face another entity. The creature cried out, signaling it was a Pokemon. Seeing Purin growl, Issei asked, "Are you?" The Pokemon responded with a cry, and Asia stepped forward. "That is correct. Issei, leave him to us." Purin agreed, showing determination. Issei hesitated, asking, "Are you too sure about this?" Asia nodded. "I will join as well," Issei declared, wanting to see how strong they had become. Asia smiled, while Claire watched with a hint of jealousy, wishing she could fight alongside Issei. However, she knew that Issei and Asia were more than capable on their own. Claire and the others decided to confront Kokobile. He used its Psybeam to keep Asia at bay, but Issei quickly responded with a shadow wall, shielding her. Asia then unleashed her firestorm ability, significantly damaging E and causing it to burn. Purin began to sing softly, prompting Asia to warn Issei. "Cover your ears, Issei. Purin is singing softly." He complied as Purin's melody filled the air, making E feel dizzy and sleepy. Seizing the moment, Asia launched another firestorm, creating a swirling fire tornado around E. Severely burned and dazed, E struggled to rise, realizing it was outmatched. In a desperate attempt, it unleashed a bright flash to disorient the duo and escaped into the light. Issei and Asia exchanged glances, wondering where it had gone. Purin, frustrated, attempted to chase after it, but Issei stopped her. "No need. I have a feeling this isn't the last we'll see of it." Purin huffed in annoyance and retreated into the pokeball that Asia held. Meanwhile, Rias was engaged in a fierce battle with Kokobile, unable to land a single blow. Kiba and Zenobia were occupied with Freed when someone shouted, "It's done!" Valper had successfully merged the Excaliburs into a single sword. Freed fell back to Valper's side, who commanded, "Take the sword, Freed, and finish these fools." Freed responded eagerly, "You got it, Valper." Previously, Issei had faced off against Kokobile while the group gathered to confront him. Claire suggested calling for allies, and as Asia and Claire entered the fray, Issei sought help from others while the Citri peerage maintained the barrier. Masami, watching the fight, decided to intervene to protect her brother. Issei sighed, knowing dealing with her would be a challenge. He called for Majin and Lord X, who agreed to assist him after some light banter. Upon entering the battlefield, Issei saw that Claire and Asia had already defeated one of the Cerberus, while the other continued to trouble the Gremory peerage. Masami joined the fight, surprising Claire with her identity as the Blue Dragon Empress, leaving everyone else, except Issei, equally astonished. Kokobile, seeing the odds against him, summoned two rogue demons, Sally _ and E, to join the battle. Lord X and Majin engaged Sally, while Asia, Purin, and Issei took on E. After realizing it could not win, E fled. Valper was defeated by Kiba, who unlocked his balance breaker due to Freed's defeat. Valper concluded that God was dead, a revelation that shocked many, but the fight continued. As the battle reached a stalemate, Vala decided to join the fray. Kokobile anticipated this and easily took him down. Issei proposed a temporary alliance, and Vala, the White Dragon Emperor, reluctantly agreed. The two coordinated their attacks, with Issei not even using his boosted gear. Kokobile found himself on his knees but continued to fight back. In a moment of desperation, Issei activated his balance breaker. He unleashed his chain mail disintegration ability, completely disintegrating Kokobile, who was helpless as Vala neutralized his power. Accepting his fate, Kokubile perished, and Vala departed, promising an epic showdown with Issei in the future. Returning to his friends, Claire, Kiba, and Asia rushed to him, concern etched on their faces. What happened? Are you all right? Claire asked. I'm fine, Claire. We managed to take him down, Issei replied. So, is he? Kiba began. Kokubile is dead. He is no longer present on this planet, Issei confirmed. The group nodded, feeling a sense of relief as the battle had finally concluded. Issei took a moment to sit down, while Rias glared at him, frustrated by his success, though he remained oblivious to her anger. Majin announced, All right, we will be leaving. My family is waiting for me, Lord X added. Issei turned to them, saying, All right then, see you. Later, Issei, Lord X replied as both teleported back to their dimensions. Issei then remarked, I believe his actions will accelerate the peace treaty between the factions. That's true, Claire agreed. Asia inquired, So where did Valley go? He left. He had to report to Azazel, Issei explained. Claire sighed in relief. Well, I will be reporting to the underworld to Lord Lucifer, so I will head there soon. Asia, are you coming with me? I don't mind, Claire, Asia replied, agreeing to accompany her. Kiba and Zenobia approached Issei, looking determined. We have a request, Kiba said. All right. Issei responded. We would both like to join you and your faction, Zenobia stated firmly. Issei regarded them, noting their determination. The Gremory peerage was taken aback, while Rias erupted in anger. Kiba! How dare you! Kiba turned to Rias, saying, I'm sorry, Rias Gremory. I am no longer part of your peerage, and I requested my pieces be converted to free pieces. Did you not hear the verdict? Rias was momentarily stunned, her anger boiling over as she shouted, You will regret this, Kiba. Kiba turned her attention to Issei, disregarding the commotion around them. I want to join you. I could care less about what she thinks of me, she stated firmly. Issei sighed, considering her words. Meet me later. Kiba, head to Ajuka with Claire and get your pieces turned into free pieces. I'll explain the rest to him later. Kiba nodded, and she, along with Claire and Asia, teleported away, leaving Issei alone for a moment. He turned to Zenobia, concern evident in his voice. Are you sure about this? You're turning your back on him? Zenobia met his gaze with determination. No, I want to join you of my own accord. I've been fighting for a man who has been long gone. I've been deceived my entire life, and I no longer want to be part of the church. Issei contemplated her words, uncertain if she would betray him as Irina had. But the resolve in her expression gave him pause. Fine. But only on one condition. Zenobia nodded, anticipating his request. I know, I will apologize to Asia for my behavior. And not just her. You attacked Lord X as well, so you need to apologize to him the next time you see him. Zenobia agreed, and Issei continued, Contact Claire and Kiba. They will tell you where to meet me. Very well, I will take my leave, she replied before departing in search of a place to rest. She understood that returning was not an option, especially now that she knew the truth about God. Issei decided to head back home. Meanwhile, Masami hoped for a chance to speak with Issei, but her hopes were dashed. Feeling downcast, Masami noticed Rias glaring at Issei. A smirk crept onto Rias's face as she recalled her earlier actions against him before the battle with Kokubile. Enjoy your last day at home, Issei. I've made sure to ruin your life, thanks to Kates and Murayama. Those humans can be such useful pawns. I asked them to frame you, and the principal was easily deceived by their lies. I can't wait to see the despair on your face. Issei was trudging through an endless blizzard, determined and ready for a fight. Below him, Drake and Zalgo observed the scene as Issei faced off against a group of fallen angels. Rainier lunged at him, and he stumbled but quickly regained his footing, growing stronger in the process. Meanwhile, Matsuda was in pursuit of Motohama, and Issei watched as he picked up his friend, preparing to throw him playfully. A smile spread across his face when he noticed MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. In a nearby room, Rias sat in a chair with a smile, Kaneko perched on another chair, and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed a younger Issei, beaming with joy alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as a blue dragon encircled her. Issei's gaze shifted to his past, a once happy family now in disarray. Masumi and Claire reached out to him, and despite his struggles, he managed to grasp their hands. Suddenly, 2 mages attacked, but Issei dodged their strikes and retaliated at Corrupt. He and Claire targeted a fallen angel with 12 wings, ready to take him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by silhouettes of others, stared ahead as Issei fought alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, Hypno, and 2 female allies. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots at the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. As they charged, Issei, Claire, and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic in response. Clad in his black armor, Issei stood resolutely against the oncoming threat, alongside a man in white armor. Later, outside the Hayadu residence at 7 p.m., Issei stepped inside, and Zalgo's voice echoed in his mind. "Issei, I would suggest you not go inside." "Why?" Issei replied, a hint of concern in his voice. "As demons, you should have sensed the negative energy, right?" "I did, which is why I'm going in. I hope everything is fine." "If you say so, then again we are with you," Zalgo reassured him. Drake added, "I as well, we are with you." "All right, here goes," Issei murmured, opening the door. As he entered, a sudden slap caught him off guard, leaving him shocked and confused. Miki, his mother, wore a neutral expression as she faced him. "Mother?" Issei stammered. "Don't call me that. I know what you did," she snapped. Recovering from the surprise, Issei noticed both his parents glaring at him. "What did I do?" he asked, bewildered. "You hurt Kates and Murayama, didn't you?" Goru, his father, shouted. "What? Dad, Issei attempted to explain, but Miki interrupted. "Not a word from you, Issei. Mom, at least hear me out. I'm innocent," he pleaded. "Don't lie to us. Do you know what it feels like to be looked down upon by our neighbors?" "Show her the proof, Miki," Goru demanded. Miki revealed evidence that left Issei stunned. He realized they had misunderstood the situation entirely. "I wanted to believe you, but the principal brought me this proof. Every day, people talk behind our backs because of what you did." Goru's voice was filled with anger. Issei felt a wave of despair wash over him as Miki continued, "Every day, I'm looked down upon. People say I raised a monster. I have to hold my head down in shame because of you. From today, I have no son." Horrified, Issei tried to speak, tears welling in his eyes. Goru pushed him back, declaring, "Miki is right. To us, you are dead. I wish I had never given beer to you." Miki shouted. Issei stood frozen, tears no longer falling. They didn't believe him, and their words echoed in his mind. His hair fell over his face as he began to laugh, the sound unsettling as their expressions shifted from anger to shock. "You said you would believe me, Goru. I guess that was a lie," Issei said, his voice laced with bitterness. "What?" Goru exclaimed, incredulous. "You heard me. You just admitted you never wanted a son." "Pathetic," Issei retorted, the weight of his family's rejection heavy on his heart. With that, Issei left the house, determined to forge his own path, ready to face whatever awaited him next. He decided to give him the same curse that King Midas received, but with a twist. He transformed him into a gold statue and left him to perish. Afterward, he moved on to his next target, the Gremry peerage, excluding Kiba. It was revealed that Rias did not want Issei to be her pawn, which was actually good news for him. When Rias learned of this, she recoiled in fear of her fate. However, before anything could escalate, Surzex and Graphia appeared and decided to take Rias to Cocytus for all eternity as punishment. As she shouted profanities and insults at her former pawn, Surzex left, offering an apology. Issei then summoned all his demon generals, instructing them to prepare for his return. Near the Hayadu residence, 8 p.m. Masami was on her way home, recalling her conversation with Rias after Issei had returned home. Scene change. Flashback start. Masami turned her attention to Rias, dispelling her balance breaker. "Rias Gremry, I want to speak to you," she said. Rias lost her smirk and offered a smile to the Hayadu twin sister. "Go ahead. I know you were the one who asked the Kendo duo to frame my brother against Irina," Masami stated. Rias began to sweat. Unlike Issei, Masami was perceptive, and she had not expected her friend to betray him like that. "So you know?" Rias stammered. "And don't bother fighting against me. You couldn't even take down a Cerberus with your entire peerage. I will freeze you to death," Masami warned. Rias was in a difficult position, and even the other 3 girls looked terrified as Masami continued. "I have 2 requests. 1, release Issei from this peerage, and 2, stop bothering him and leave him alone." "I won't." This is an unfair deal. Rias protested. You're not in a position to negotiate, Masami replied firmly. Akino chimed in, I wouldn't say that if I were you. Kaneko added, even if you do defeat us, you'll have to deal with President's older brother, Lord Surzex Lucifer. Masami pondered this as Zero spoke to her telepathically. I wouldn't fight them. Surzex Lucifer is stronger than you at your current level. Masami gritted her teeth, feeling the weight of the situation. Taking a deep breath on her partner's advice, she said, Fine, I will bite. So what do you want? I am willing to let go of Issei, but in return, you must be my pawn. What do you say? You are, after all, much better than he is. Rias proposed. Masami couldn't deny it. She was indeed better than her brother, much as she hated to admit it. She sighed and replied, Fine, I accept. Rias smiled. Good, meet me after a while. I will get your pieces ready. Masami nodded as she left, determined to extricate herself from the Gremory peerage as soon as possible, as she was not keen on joining the devils. Flashback ins. Scene change. As Masami arrived home, she sensed the atmosphere was gloomy, devoid of joy. The house is awfully dark. Where is everyone? She called out. Zero spoke to her through her sacred gear. Masami, I have a bad feeling about this. I hope everything is all right, she replied, walking inside. What she saw shocked and horrified her. Her father was being bandaged, badly beaten. Instinctively, Masami rushed to help him up. Dad, who did this to you? She exclaimed. Goru remained silent, lost in thought about the day's events. His son had left them willingly, but they had never cared for him and had disowned him shamelessly. Miki finally spoke, her voice heavy with sorrow. I was Issei. He did this. Masami was taken aback, her anger boiling at the revelation that her brother was the culprit. Just then, a voice broke through her trance. Calm down, Masami, breathe, Zero urged. Masami took a deep breath, though her anger remained. She wanted to confront her brother but was stopped by a hand gripping her arm. Chapter end. Issei sat on his throne, observing the preparations of the demon army alongside MX and Lord X. He rose to address the gathered forces, announcing that Zalgo had returned and that he had the Red Dragon Emperor at his side. With persuasive words, he urged them to allow the peace treaty to proceed. After delivering his message, Issei returned to his chamber to discuss the next steps with his companions. MX and Lord X exchanged thoughts on the situation, hoping that Issei would return to his former self. 2 days later, at Kuo Academy, the atmosphere was tense. Issei had not attended the open house, and no one seemed to know his whereabouts since his disownment. Claire gazed out the window, feeling a mix of concern and sadness. Her parents had visited during the open house and were surprised by Issei's absence. When they asked about him, Claire felt overwhelmed and nearly broke down. Riser, trying to comfort her, assured her that Issei would return, unaware of the circumstances surrounding his disownment. Meanwhile, Miki was catching up with the Phoenix family, but when Issei's name came up, she fell silent. Sierra's persistent questioning only added to Miki's discomfort, especially with Claire's watchful glare. Miss Phoenix, can you tell me what the integral of x squared is? Irina asked, directing her question at Claire, who seemed lost in thought. Asia understood Claire's distraction, knowing how deeply affected she was by Issei's absence. Miss Claire. Irina raised her voice slightly, bringing Claire back to reality. Huh? Claire replied, startled. I asked you a question, Irina reiterated. Flipping through her textbooks, Claire felt embarrassed. Can you repeat it, Miss Jalovec? Irina sighed, relieved that Claire had not resorted to calling her by an unkind nickname. Still, she was concerned for Claire's well-being. Ever since Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor, had gone missing, both Claire and Asia had seemed different. Some students exchanged glances, aware of the Phoenix family's worries for both Claire and Issei. They recognized how much the two meant to each other, and Issei's absence weighed heavily on Claire. After Irina repeated the question, Claire managed to answer correctly but quickly returned her gaze to the window, lost in her thoughts. She had found an apartment for herself, sharing it with Asia, while her parents remained unaware of the turmoil she faced. Issei, where are you? Claire thought, her heart heavy with concern, hoping that wherever he was safe. Issei trudged through an endless blizzard, his determination evident as he prepared to confront an enemy. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Issei faced off against fallen angels, and as Rainier launched an attack, he stumbled but quickly regained his footing, growing stronger with each moment. Matsuda chased after Motohama, while Issei watched, then picked him up, ready to throw him playfully. He chuckled, noticing MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him, and a smile spread across his face. In a different scene, Rias sat in a chair, smiling, while Kaneko perched on another chair and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed a young Issei, beaming with happiness alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's memories flooded back, showcasing a once happy family now in ruins. Masumi and Claire reached out to him, and despite his struggles, he managed to grasp their hands. Suddenly, two mages attacked, but Issei dodged and countered with precision. Claire confronted a fallen angel with 12 wings, ready to take him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, stared ahead as Issei fought alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, and Hypno, along with two female allies. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots against an overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. As the fallen retaliated, Issei, Claire, and the demons unleashed a surge of demonic magic in response. In his black armor, Issei stood resolute, facing the oncoming threat alongside a man clad in white armor. Claire and Asia walked down the hallway, sensing that something was amiss. Matsuda and Motohama shared their concerns for their friend. They had asked Masami and Miki about Issei, but their inquiries yielded no answers. "Hey, Claire," Motohama called out. Claire and Asia turned to the boys, forcing smiles. "Hey guys," Claire replied, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Matsuda noticed her worry. "You're concerned about him, aren't you?" Claire nodded, her smile fading. Asia chimed in, "Have you asked his parents where he is?" Motohama sighed. "We did, even his sister, but they wouldn't tell us anything. When we pressed, other girls drove us away." The boys looked disheartened. Claire spoke softly, "They're trying to keep the truth hidden, huh?" "Yeah." Asia agreed. Motohama added, "The Kendo Club members have been severely beaten. Their parents are demanding justice from the academy and the police, but with no principal, the case is on hold." The girls flinched at this revelation. They knew Issei was behind it, but they felt little sympathy for the girls involved. Matsuda remarked, "Karma has a way of balancing the scales." The girls nodded, sharing a small smile. Claire said, "That's true. They got what was coming to them, but the school thinks otherwise." Asia added, "Many have visited the girls, expressing sympathy for their fate and anger toward those responsible." Their conversation was interrupted when Riser and his parents arrived. Ruvel was absent due to business for the Phoenix clan. "So, you're his friends?" Riser inquired. "Yep, we've always been," Motohama replied. Riser was unaware of Issei's school life, and Claire decided to keep it that way until Issei chose to share. He was also oblivious to what Irina had done to Issei, so he maintained a friendly demeanor with Issei's parents. "Anyway, it's nice to meet you both. I'm Riser, Claire's little brother," he introduced himself. Claire gave a wry smile, thinking how fortunate it was that Riser didn't always refer to himself in the third person. Matsuda commented, "You're her little brother, but you seem more like her older brother." Claire gasped, and Riser smiled, not taking offense, as many had made similar comments before. Claire pouted at being called little, while Riser insisted, "Many people think that, but I really am her little brother." Riser struggled to speak like a typical human, almost slipping back into his habitual self-reference. He was learning, hoping to one day visit the human world and live there permanently. The boys were surprised by this, and Sierra introduced herself. The duo exchanged shy glances, wanting to chat further, but Sona interrupted. "Can all the parents and their children head to the auditorium right now?" she announced. Those present were taken aback, but Claire and Asia understood the urgency behind Sona's call. Claire whispered to herself, "It's time." A time skip revealed Chibi Issei watching the open house from his crystal ball, thinking, "Everything is going as I have foreseen." In the auditorium at 11:30 a.m., Sona stood at the front with Tsubaki and Saji by her side. She addressed the audience through the microphone. "Thank you all for coming, including the parents of the Kendo Club. I'm sorry for what happened to the girls." Sona struggled with her words, feeling a deep disdain for the girls who had tormented Issei throughout his life, causing him immense pain and loss. Then again, she blamed herself. Had she discovered this a year later, or even much later, she would have put a stop to those girls a long time ago. The parents present were saddened, unaware of what had truly happened or what their daughters had done. As condolences were exchanged, only a few who knew the truth thought that the girls had this coming. "Sona, if you may?" Sona addressed her queen and assistant, Tsubaki, who nodded and approached the projector. Both were well informed about what needed to be done, and they were horrified by the kendo duo's actions. They were also fearful as they did not expect Issei to snap like that, unaware of his true identity as Zalgo's reincarnation. Now then, before I begin, I would like to ask, what do you think of the claims and rumors surrounding Issei? Sona inquired. Many in the crowd reacted with anger when his name was mentioned, some even shouting, "That pathetic assaulter, how dare his name be spoken?" one parent exclaimed. "He went after my daughter as well, he needs to be arrested," another added. "He has disgraced the human race by attacking Keitase and Murayama," a student shouted. The Phoenix family was confused, with Riser feeling both anger and horror at these claims. Matsuda and Motohama shared his sentiment. Riser knew Issei was not the type to do such things. He believed in being proven guilty, and to him, Issei was innocent. "What is going on?" Sierra asked. "All false rumors and accusations created by two monsters," Claire replied. "But can you tell us what happened?" Lord Phoenix asked. "Oh, don't worry, that will be revealed soon." "Needless to say, the whole room is going to be shocked," Claire assured them. The Phoenix family was surprised but nodded in agreement. Sona silenced the crowd, as the principal was not present and the people were losing control. The Hayadu family looked away from the situation, except for Goru, who was absent due to his injuries. Sona took a deep breath and spoke. "Now, what if I told you that every rumor was a lie? I mean every single one of them." This sparked further anger in the crowd, but they were eventually silenced. Some claimed Sona had gone crazy, while others refused to accept the truth. "Now then, allow me to reveal the truth," Sona said, motioning for Tsubaki to activate the projector. With the speakers connected, the audio was loud and clear. The crowd listened in horror as a conversation between Yui Keitase and Kaori Murayama played. "Mura, did you hear?" Keitase exclaimed. "What?" Murayama replied. "I heard that many boys attacked him again. And it was all thanks to us." Keitase said gleefully. "Yeah. All we did was frame him for something terrible, and the boys bought it without needing proof." Murayama laughed. "That's the best part. Given how society has become, people will flock to any female claiming to be a victim of an aggressive male," Keitase added. The girls' laughter further shocked the crowd. "Issei shouldn't have been related to our Queen Masami. If he wasn't, we would have left him alone. I've lost count of how many times we've framed him," Murayama continued. "We've framed him for being a pervert, and the best part is that nobody will ever know the truth. We have the support of our entire club, all agreeing that Issei is a menace," Keitase said, and their laughter echoed again before the screen cut to black. Many parents were shocked, horrified, and disgusted, while others were in disbelief, voicing their outrage. And that's just one of them. This recording is from a year ago. Issei had to deal with this almost every single day, and it has been going on since elementary school, Sona stated. "Tsubaki, will you do the honors?" Tsubaki nodded and brought out several CDs and pendrives. "As you can see, all these contain information about their actions. You may take them and see for yourself if you longing. Each of these has text messages, screenshots, video conversations, audio conversations, and audio messages detailing their actions. And that's not all. The entire Kendo Club is involved, and they have been doing this since Issei joined Kuo Academy." The Phoenix family was furious with the Kendo Club's actions. Even the Hayadu family felt anger and sadness. Miki was in tears, having disowned her own son and abused him all this time. Masami clenched her fists, tears streaming down her face, while Miki cried for what those two girls had done. The parents of the Kendo Club members were horrified, especially the captain's parents, who realized they had raised two monsters. As the mothers fell to their knees, Sona announced, "And if you are wondering where Issei Hayadu is, he is not here, and I doubt he will come back. He is no longer a Hayadu." The crowd gasped in horror. Sierra glared at her friend, while Riser directed his anger toward Masami, both flinching under her intense gaze. "What happened to him, Miki? What did you do?" Sierra asked, her voice low but filled with concern for Issei's safety. Miki remained silent, her head bowed as Sona continued, "If you are wondering, Mrs. Phoenix, where he is, it is because Mr. and Mrs. Hayadu have disowned their son." Sierra was shocked, and many in the audience shared her disbelief. She lost her composure and yelled, "How could you, Miki? On false rumors." Miki started. "Not a word from you. I don't want to hear it." Sierra interrupted. Riser turned his attention to Claire, who didn't seem all that surprised. Riser looked at Claire, his expression a mix of confusion and hurt. You knew? Claire nodded, her gaze downcast. I did. I'm sorry for not telling you, Riser. I wanted to keep this hidden to avoid breaking the friendship between our families. Sierra turned to Claire, her expression neutral. You should have told us, Claire. I didn't want to ruin the relationship, Claire replied softly. Sierra smiled, seeing the concern in her daughter's eyes. I'm not angry with you, Claire. I'm upset about what my friend did. He disowned someone who wasn't even a proper adult yet, leaving him to fend for himself. I worry for him, and that's where my anger comes from. Mickey interjected. Sierra, please. Not a word, Mickey, Sierra snapped. You did this to yourself. Now you have to live with your decision. Once the open house is over, you and I will have a conversation. Lord Phoenix added, so will I with your husband. Is that clear? Mickey and Masami nodded, feeling the weight of the truth. Sona then spoke up, her voice steady but filled with emotion. But don't blame the Hyutas for everything. You were all equally responsible. Those who bullied, framed, beat, and tormented him, those who looked down on him and harassed his family, you share the guilt. Because of your actions, he is not coming back. I hope you all are proud of it. Her words struck a chord, leaving many students and parents feeling horrified and saddened. Some were even in tears, realizing their part in the situation. And don't even bother asking for his forgiveness, because he will never forgive any of you. Sona continued, her frustration evident. She regretted not finding evidence sooner, feeling guilty for not acting on the rumors she had dismissed. From now on, Yui Kates and Kaori Murayama are expelled and blacklisted from all schools in Kuro. The other members of the Kendo Club will face a 4-month suspension and community service once they are well again. Some parents objected, believing the punishment to be too harsh, while others felt it was justified. However, Sona silenced all objections. Let me make one thing clear. Since the principal is unavailable and we lack a vice principal, I am the acting principal until the admission board chooses a new one. I make the decisions here, and no one shall question me. Silence fell over the crowd as she concluded. Now with that, the announcement is complete. I hope you have a good day. As Sona left, the crowd was left to grapple with their regret. The Phoenix family, along with Motohama, Matsuda, and Asia, also departed, all worried about Issei. Sierra, however, had no longing to speak with Mickey, especially not now. Scene change. A time skip brought them to the peace conference at Kuo Academy, where Surzex was the first to arrive, accompanied by a young woman with a childlike appearance but striking features. She had black hair tied into twin tails and bright blue eyes. Is our special guest going to come? She asked. He will, and he will be the one to decide whether we form an alliance or not, Surzex replied. The woman, identified as Serafal, expressed her hope. I hope he's not a meanie. I need to thank him for saving my Sotan. Surzex chuckled nervously. If he is a meanie, then we might be in trouble. Serafal reassured him with a cheerful tone. He'll be fine, don't worry, Surzex-John. Just then, Sona, Tsubaki, Saji, Asia, Riser, and Claire arrived, taking their places. Only Claire and Asia knew that Issei would be attending the conference. Riser was eager to support his sister but was also concerned about Issei's absence. Issei, where are you? Riser wondered, glancing at Claire, who looked distressed. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, revealing Azazel and Valley. Valley, a handsome young man with light silver hair and hazel eyes, looked around. Azazel smiled as he greeted the group. Hope we're not too late. No, you're early actually, Surzex replied. Are you the only ones joining us? Yeah, the others are busy with work in Grigori, Azazel explained with a shrug, though Serafal shot him a glare, still upset over so. Azazel then turned to the group. Hey, where's the dragon boy? Surzex, surprised, asked, where is Issei? Claire, Asia, do you know? Claire shook her head, her voice tinged with sadness. We don't know where he is. I'm sorry. Don't worry, he's fine. I met him 2 days ago, Surzex reassured them. This caught everyone's attention, and Asia eagerly asked, where is he? I last saw him when I picked Rias up. It turns out the whole framing was a collaborative effort between her and those humans, Surzex revealed. Claire's anger flared, and Riser felt a mix of gratitude and fury. He was thankful for breaking off his marriage with Rias but furious at the situation. Surzex noticed their reactions and added, if you're wondering where she is, she's sealed beneath the Cositus. This caused many to breathe a sigh of relief. Claire was calmed down by Riser and Asia, as they hoped she would not do anything reckless. Sona understood that Issei would have been aware that the principal was also involved, which is why he had cursed the principal with his powers, an ironic way to take him down. Sona asked, "So after that, do you know where he went?" Surzex replied, "I honestly don't know. The last time I checked, he was in her club room, and after that, I headed back to prepare for the meeting." Claire added, "That is where Asia sensed the magical signature." Asia nodded as they continued their conversation. Kiba, Masami, and Zenobia were the next to appear. Kiba asked, "Did we come late, Lord Lucifer?" Surzex reassured him, "No, you are early. The angels and the demons have yet to arrive." Kiba glanced at Claire, noticing her sadness. This had been going on for 2 days now. Zenobia also felt downcast, remembering how she received the notice of her excommunication from the church and her final conversation with Irina. Scene change. Zenovia's POV. Flashback. After returning the swords, I heard the news of my excommunication. I headed to the hotel to say goodbye to my now former friend, Irina. "So this is it? This is where we part ways?" I asked, seeing the sadness, despair, and betrayal on Irina's face. We managed to restore most of the shards, and I handed them to Irina. She looked heartbroken, having been this way ever since she last saw Issei run away. Back then, I hadn't cared much about Issei, but now I felt truly sorry for him. No one deserves to go through what he did. "Yeah, so, you have also decided to betray the church," Irina said. "I haven't, and you know it to be true," I replied. Irina was silent. I had been excommunicated because I was aware of Issei's death. If Irina had been with me, she would have faced the same fate. I was starting to see many parallels between myself and Issei. I tried to convince her, but at least we returned the sword pieces. "I was loyal to the church, Phil," I said. "Do what you want," Irina responded, walking away as she had a flight to catch back to the Vatican to report to her superiors. I spoke silently to myself as I walked away. "So you would abandon me because I am no longer part of your church, just like you did to your childhood friend." I headed back home, knowing Issei was missing and now my partner had left me. I could only find solace in my other friends. I hoped Issei would accept me and not leave me. We were truly similar in many ways. End of Zenovia's POV. Flashback ends. Scene change. Zenobia thought about what could have happened. She waited for Issei, but he did not show up. She understood why he was absent. Meanwhile, Masami was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Sierra had ended her friendship with Mickey because of her actions, only accepting her back if Issei did. Perhaps that was why Masami offered to bring her brother back, even if it meant confronting him. Suddenly, a light shone, revealing 3 figures: Michael, Gabriel, and Irina. Michael appeared as a handsome man with long blonde hair and green eyes, dressed in a red robe with a gold cross on the front of his white alb. He wore golden shoulder plates and a white sash, with a golden halo above his head. Gabriel was an extremely appealing woman with curly blonde hair and a graceful figure. She wore a traditional priestess outfit with a golden church hat, and her robe was white with golden edges. She also wore a necklace depicting a cross around her neck. Surzex greeted them. "Michael, Gabriel, I am glad you made it on time." Azazel had to control his thoughts while looking at Gabriel, who smiled at the other leaders. Michael then spoke with a smile. "We did. Now, who are we waiting for? You informed us that another leader would be arriving. He should be here soon. He will be the one to decide whether we have peace or not, but until then, we need to wait," Surzex replied. Gabriel asked, "May I know why we need to wait? You haven't informed us." Surzex hesitated. "I can't inform you because—" Suddenly, a voice interrupted. I asked him too. Everyone turned their attention to the door, which opened to reveal Majin Sonic, Lord X, MX, and Hypno. The leaders, except for Surzex, felt a wave of concern about the person commanding them. Claire and Asia were happy to see their friends, but a dark, ominous aura filled the room, making both Gabriel and Michael uneasy. They recognized the aura belonged to a very strong demon who was about to reveal himself. The man stepped into the room, surprising many, especially those who knew how the leader looked. "Hello, gentlemen and ladies. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. Shall we get this meeting on the road?" he exclaimed, his voice sounding familiar. Claire and Asia recognized it, and Claire spoke in a low tone, tears falling from her eyes. Issei. Chapter end. Previously, Claire and Asia attended the open house, where Claire found herself lost in thought. Irina Jelavic, their teacher, noticed and asked her what she was doing, suspecting it was due to the influence of the red dragon. When Claire finally responded, the class erupted in snickers. Afterward, Claire, Asia, and their friends stepped outside, where they met Matsuda and Motohama, who were equally concerned about Issei's absence. Eventually, they joined the rest of the Phoenix family and made their way inside the auditorium, summoned by Sona. As Sona began her announcement regarding Issei, anger rippled through the crowd. She revealed a shocking conversation between the girls, leaving many in disbelief. Sona then presented a list of pen drives and CDs, further shocking the audience. She disclosed that Issei had been disowned and would never return, stating that the others had harassed him to the point of a mental breakdown, prompting his departure. She expressed her hope that they were proud of their actions before leaving them to reflect on their choices. Time passed, and Surzex arrived to find the auditorium empty. He was soon joined by Seraphal Leviathan, Sona's older sister, who comforted him, sensing his worry for Issei. When Claire, Riser, Sona, and Asia entered, they were surprised to see the absence of Issei, but Surzex remained silent about it. Azazel and Valley later joined the meeting, with Azazel introducing himself and inquiring about Issei's whereabouts. Surzex, also puzzled, revealed that he had met Issei and confirmed he was fine, attributing the situation to Rias's actions, which stirred anger among the group. Before anyone could respond, Surzex added that Rias was currently imprisoned in Cocytus, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Riser mentally thanked Issei for breaking his engagement with her. As they continued to wonder about Issei's location, Zenobia, Kiba, and Masami arrived. Zenobia recalled her last conversation with Irina and realized she felt abandoned, much like Issei. Soon after, Michael, Gabriel, and Irina appeared, greeting Surzex. Michael asked who was waiting for the meeting, to which Surzex replied that he would decide the fate of peace or war. Just as he was about to reveal more, demons made their presence known, and their leader stepped forward. Claire immediately recognized the voice. It belonged to Issei. Grafia joined her husband, Surzex, slightly late and apologized for her tardiness, to which he responded that it was all right. Claire felt a pang in her heart, wanting to reach out to Issei, but was interrupted by Lord X, who spoke gently. "I know you two care for him," Lord X said. But, Claire began. "Not now, Claire. He needs time. He is not in the right state of mind," Lord X replied with a sad smile. Claire nodded reluctantly, understanding that the demons noticed her concern for Issei. Riser consoled his sister while casting a worried glance at Issei, who took a seat, emanating a powerful demonic aura that left many, especially Michael, Azazel, and Gabriel, looking pale. "Zalgo?" Michael thought anxiously, recognizing the implications of Issei's transformation. Both he and Gabriel exchanged worried glances, knowing that if Issei was indeed Zalgo, the demons would have a valid reason to attack. Despite their apprehension, Michael and Gabriel had always respected demons, and Gabriel even harbored a slight crush on Zalgo. However, the god of the Bible felt fear and jealousy towards Zalgo's power, even if he didn't show it. Gabriel was uncertain about how to approach the situation, fearing that Zalgo might hold her father's actions against her. Issei broke the tension, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Issei, representing the demon faction and its leader." His calm demeanor made the angels uneasy, and sensing their discomfort, Issei sighed. "I'm not here to settle scores. Michael, Gabriel, we are here for one purpose only, to sign a peace treaty. So please, relax around me. If you're wondering how I knew you were anxious, demons have an innate ability to sense negative emotions, especially anger and nervousness." Michael nodded, still apprehensive. "I apologize. Do you have anything to say, Azazel?" Issei trudged through an endless blizzard, bracing himself for an impending battle. Below, Drake and Zalgo observed the scene as Issei faced off against a group of fallen angels. Rainair lunged at him, and he stumbled to the ground but quickly rose, determination fueling his strength. Nearby, Matsuda chased after Motohama while Issei watched, then picked him up, preparing to throw him playfully. A smile spread across his face as he noticed MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. In a different setting, Rias sat in a chair, smiling, while Kaneko perched on another chair and Akino stood beside her. A flashback revealed a young Issei, beaming with happiness alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears glistening as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's gaze shifted to his past, where a once happy family lay in ruins. Masumi and Claire reached out to him, and despite his struggles, he grasped their hands. Two mages attacked, but Issei dodged and countered, fighting back with Claire against a fallen angel with 12 wings. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, watched intently as Issei fought alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Riser, Hypno, and two women. He unleashed a barrage of dragon shots at the advancing force of 10,000 fallen angels. As they charged, Issei, Claire, and the demons released a wave of demonic magic to counter them. Clad in black armor, Issei stood resolute, facing the oncoming threat alongside a man in white armor. Meanwhile, Azazel spoke with a tone of indifference. I take full responsibility. Kokabil was my subordinate after all. Issei raised an eyebrow. The way you say it makes it sound like you aren't even concerned about your subordinate's actions. I was more focused on sacred gear research and didn't monitor them closely. For that, I apologize. I can't control him, he has his own will, Azazel replied. Issei nodded, understanding that Kokabil could have easily overpowered Azazel if he chose to. However, another thought crossed his mind. What about Rainier and her group? Asia tensed at the mention of her name, prompting Claire and Riser to comfort her as Issei continued. What about the fallen angels who have targeted other sacred gear users, stalking them, killing them, and discarding them like me and others? What do you have to say about that, Azazel? Asia clenched her fists, recalling how Rainier had deceived her. Azazel had no answer, and even the angel and devil factions awaited his response. With a deep bow and a somber tone, he spoke, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them. This is my fault. I only intended for them to be observed, nothing more. It won't happen again, I will be stricter. Issei sighed, acknowledging Azazel's point. Valley remained unfazed, recognizing that Issei's words held truth, though he felt a personal twist in his own experiences with the devils. He gritted his teeth, vowing to seek revenge. Eventually, Asia calmed down, and Surzex addressed the group. Now then, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? I do, Issei said. I believe Zalgo has something to say to you, Michael. As Issei activated the boosted gear, the angels gasped in shock. Azazel was taken aback. Issei was the reincarnation of Zalgo and wielded the powerful boosted gear. Michael and Gabriel exchanged worried glances, realizing the potential threat Zalgo posed. He could conquer the world if he wanted to. Not even the top 10 strongest beings could stop him, Michael said, fear evident in his voice. What have you done, father? Zalgo's voice echoed from the boosted gear, sending chills through the room. Hello, Michael. The presence of the Demon King made many pale, especially Irina, Michael, Gabriel, Azazel, and Riser. Riser felt a mix of pride and concern for Issei, knowing he had held back during their previous encounter. Michael and Gabriel braced themselves for what Zalgo might say, aware of his vendetta against the angel faction. Irina was particularly shocked, realizing that her childhood friend had become one of the strongest beings on the planet. Masami felt the weight of her brother's transformation, torn between her longing to bring him back and the reality of who he had become. Zalgo continued, I was honestly surprised. I expected that being to show up from his side. He was interrupted by Gabriel's voice, filled with indignation. Father is not a being, Zalgo. Gabriel, being the closest to the biblical God, would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her father. Though usually gentle, she was vulnerable in this moment, her feelings for Zalgo complicating her reaction to his words. Zalgo's voice was filled with disdain as he addressed Michael. Deny it all you want, but to me, he will always be a cowardly, sniveling coward. I have lost all respect for him, and that's why I need you to listen carefully. Gabriel felt the weight of Zalgo's words, her emotions overwhelming her as tears streamed down her face. Irina moved closer, offering comfort while Michael and Azazel watched helplessly, aware of the bitterness that had grown between the two former friends. Michael clenched his fists, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Michael, Zalgo continued, his tone threatening, keep this in mind. If you ever betray Issei like your father betrayed me, we will not hesitate to wipe out the remaining angel population. You don't want a demon king who can rival the dragon gods as your enemy. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, fear evident on the faces of the angels and exorcists present. Just then, Surzex raised his voice, commanding attention. Enough. Lord Zalgo, we are here to make peace, not to incite war. I ask both of you, please stop this. Issei nodded in agreement, having respected Surzex for some time. Michael also calmed down, and eventually, Gabriel found her composure as well. Surzex then asked, "Does anyone have anything to share?" Michael was the first to respond. "We will share our healing facilities with the other factions. And Lord Zalgo, I promise I will not repeat my father's mistakes." Issei added, "That's fine, but you must keep your word. From us demons, we will offer our skills in demonic magic and the power needed in times of crisis." Surzex nodded. "The devils will share our evil pieces technology." Azazel chimed in, "And we will provide our sacred gear research." Everyone in the room agreed to share their resources and abilities, and Surzex declared, "With this, the three factions will be united under one pantheon, the Christian pantheon, and the demon faction will be part of this alliance. Are there any questions?" Azazel raised a hand. "What is the Dragon Emperor's stance on this alliance?" Issei responded first. "You've heard my stance. As long as the demons are treated fairly, we shall have peace." The demons in the room smiled, and Valley spoke up. "I don't care about anything else as long as I get to fight strong opponents." His battle-hungry nature brought a few chuckles and sweat drops from those around him. Masami then added, "I also longing peace. I don't want a world where sacred gear users are hunted, just like my brother said." As the discussions continued, the atmosphere shifted. The peace conference had begun with tension, but now there was a sense of hope as they all worked together for a common goal. He further aggravated Issei by claiming that he would take pleasure in defeating some of the demons. This taunt was enough to push Issei over the edge, activating his juggernaut drive, which was now mixed with Zalgo's power, shocking everyone present. Valley smirked, knowing he had triggered this reaction in Issei, but he was unaware that it might lead to his own downfall. Issei's roar echoed through the area as Surzex and the faction leaders formed a protective shield, ensuring that no energy would harm the civilians nearby. Herobrine teleported in, having been instructed by Issei Zalgo to lead the demon army if things took a turn for the worse. "What in Zalgo's name happened here?" Herobrine exclaimed. The Lucifer brat thought it was a good idea to provoke Lord Issei and taunt him into a fight. MX replied. "What is wrong with him?" Herobrine asked, bewildered. Azazel sheepishly added, "Valley has always been a battle maniac, but now I fear for his life." "You should be," Asia interjected, drawing the group's attention. Issei has never unleashed his full power out of fear of attracting unwanted attention, especially from certain individuals. But Vala's provocation could bring forth those who would disrupt any chance of peace, Asia explained. The three faction leaders exchanged worried glances, unsure of how to intervene due to the corruption surrounding Issei's drive. Masami stood with them, equally anxious and uncertain about what to do. "And that's not all," Claire continued. "Issei has been a ticking time bomb of emotions. His disownment, combined with Vala's taunts and threats, has triggered that bomb. He has been bottling up his feelings for far too long." Many were taken aback by this revelation. Those who knew about Issei's disownment felt a deep sadness for the trauma he had endured. Gabriel, in particular, felt a surge of guilt and remorse as her wings flickered in color. "Sister, your wings." Michael noted. "Oh right. Sorry," Gabriel replied, feeling the weight of her concern for both Issei and Zalgo, both of whom had faced traumatic betrayals. She wanted to reach out to him, not out of fear, but out of genuine kindness. Riser, confused, turned to his sister. "Bottling up his emotions? I don't understand." "He has been suffering for a long time, thanks to certain individuals who decided to toy with him. His anger has only intensified because of it. His own parents, his sister, and even your friend have played a part in this," Claire explained. Riser was taken aback. He had never properly met Irina, but now he looked at her with concern. "Irina, did you toy with Issei?" Riser trembled, not wanting to believe it. The angels around them were equally curious about Irina's response. "I was only friends with him because I wanted to be close to his sister," Irina said, her voice trembling. "Even then, I still considered him a friend, though not as close as Masami." "I'm sorry." Irina bowed her head in apology, but Riser gritted his teeth in anger. Masami shared his frustration, feeling betrayed on behalf of her brother. Riser struggled to contain his emotions, unsure if he could trust Irina anymore. The angels were equally upset, and Michael spoke sternly. "Irina, your actions are unacceptable, and you will face consequences when we return to heaven. Is that clear?" Irina nodded, her head lowered in shame. Gabriel added, "I am truly disappointed in you, Irina." Irina felt the weight of her actions, realizing that had she not believed the rumors, none of this would have happened. Riser then spoke, his voice heavy with sadness. I'm sorry, but I can no longer trust you, Irina. I have to end our friendship. Reiser's heart ached at the thought, but he felt betrayed. If she could hurt one of his friends, he couldn't let it go unaddressed. He considered giving her another chance, but only if Issei could forgive her and they could reconcile. Irina wept silently, tears streaming down her face. Zenobia and Masami wanted to comfort her, sensing her remorse, but both were wary of trusting her again. Masami, while still holding on to their friendship, felt it was precarious. She hoped Irina could change, just as she hoped Issei would one day return to the family. Karma has a twisted way of biting us back, huh, Zero? Masami remarked. True, Zero replied. But I'm surprised you're still friends with her after everything. I know, but I have hope that she will change in the future, just like I hope that Anai-chan will come back to us, Masami said. Zero sighed, knowing that Issei's return seemed unlikely, especially after the neglect and abuse he had faced. Yet, she held on to a glimmer of hope that things might improve in time. Issei trudged through an endless blizzard, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to confront his enemies. Below him, Draig and Zalgo observed the unfolding battle. Issei faced off against a group of fallen angels when Rainier launched an attack, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, he rose again, drawing strength from within. Nearby, Matsuda chased after Motohama, and Issei watched, ready to intervene. He picked Matsuda up, chuckling at the situation, when he noticed MX, Lord X, Hypno, Asia, and Herobrine joining him. A smile spread across his face at their arrival. In a different scene, Rias sat in a chair, a smile on her face, while Kaneko relaxed beside her and Akino stood nearby. A flashback revealed a young Issei, beaming with happiness alongside his family. Masumi opened her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as a blue dragon enveloped her. Issei's memories flooded back, showcasing a once happy family now in ruins. Masumi and Claire reached out to Issei, and despite his struggles, he grasped their hands. Two mages attacked, but Issei deftly dodged their strikes and retaliated. He and Claire targeted a fallen angel with 12 wings, determined to take him down. A red-haired man, surrounded by shadowy figures, stared intently at the scene. Issei fought alongside MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Reiser, Hypno, and two women, unleashing a barrage of dragon shots at the overwhelming force of 10,000 fallen angels. As the fallen charged, Issei, Claire, and their allies unleashed a surge of demonic magic in response. Clad in black armor, Issei stood resolute against the approaching threat, accompanied by a man in white armor. As the battle intensified, Issei and Valley exchanged determined glances. Albion's voice echoed in Valley's mind, cautioning him about the risks involved. Valley, confident in his abilities, declared that he would not hold back any longer. Issei's voice, distorted and powerful, resonated as he prepared for the clash. Valley activated his juggernaut drive, chanting words of awakening. He transformed, resembling a dragon with white wings, soaring high to gain the advantage. With each beat of his wings, he unleashed a series of dividing attacks that staggered Issei. But Issei quickly regained his footing, calling upon the power of his boosted gear. Albion warned Valley of the time limit on his power, but Valley was undeterred, believing he had enough time to defeat Issei. He unleashed a beam of pure demonic energy, which Issei countered with the Gremory crest and the power of destruction. Valley was taken aback, impressed by Issei's newfound strength. Issei's voice echoed with determination as he declared his resolve. The two dragons lunged at each other, the tension palpable. Meanwhile, Majin observed the unfolding chaos, expressing concern over Issei's unstable state. Surzex and the others realized the gravity of the situation, knowing that Issei's past was threatening to consume him. As Issei unleashed more blasts of energy, Valley dodged and prepared for his next move. The battle raged on, with both sides pushing their limits. The stakes were high, and the outcome uncertain, as the clash of powers echoed through the blizzard. Issei decided to release some of the corruption and aim it towards Valley as Albion warned him. Valley, if that hits you, it will take over your sacred gear. Albion exclaimed. Valley nodded and flew away, dodging the corruption. He continued to divide, eventually reaching his limit after 100 more divides. He knew he had to end this. Half dimension. Valley shouted, his divine dividing glowing a bright yellow. Issei felt himself being crushed by the immense power. As he began to succumb, he activated corruption around him. The spell started to warp but ultimately resisted. Standing tall, Issei let out a fierce roar. Is that all you've got? He bellowed, his voice echoing with intensity. Vale, realizing the danger, forcefully disabled the juggernaut drive, which was consuming his sanity. He looked on in horror as Issei, now unaffected, spoke in a normal tone. Now it's my turn. In a flash, Issei appeared in front of Vale, who was in his regular balance breaker. Towering over him, Issei unleashed a claw swipe that sent Vale flying. Vale screamed in pain as he crashed into a nearby wall. Desperate to escape, he tried to flee, but Issei noticed. Oh, you aren't going anywhere, my dragon, Issei declared, using Shadowbind to imprison Vale. He unleashed several volleys of pure demonic energy infused with chaos magic. The unstable energy exploded on contact, causing significant damage and eliciting more screams of pain from Vale. Despite his injuries, Vale glared at Issei, who taunted him. Not so tough now, are you? Lucifer? Demon you, Zalgo. Demon you. Vale yelled back, filled with rage. Issei smirked. Where's your pride, your valor? You were so confident about hurting my race. Where is it now? Vale gritted his teeth, anger boiling within him. Just as Issei prepared to end Vale's life with one final blast, someone intervened. Who dares? Issei shouted, turning to see a young man with short light-colored hair dressed in ancient Chinese armor. You seem to be in terrible shape, aren't you, Vale? The newcomer remarked. Shut it, Biko. Oh no, watch out. Vale warned. Before Biko could react, Issei slammed him against the wall, growling, You dare to intervene? Now you will pay the price. Biko used his staff to defend himself, but the impact sent him flying. What kind of monster is he? He gasped. Issei's voice twisted with darkness. Your words will be your downfall. He unleashed a volley of sonic booms, causing both Biko and Vale to wince in pain. Biko, being a Youkai, suffered the most. It hurts, keek. Biko laughed through the pain. Make it stop. Vale pleaded. Issei ignored their cries, disoriented, and unleashed another claw swipe that sent Biko crashing into a wall. Now, what will you do? Your friend is down, and you are powerless to stop me. Tonight is your last night on this planet. He prepared a concentrated blast of the power of destruction, but before it could connect, Vale was saved once again. Issei growled in frustration, turning his attention to Azazel, who had intervened. You idiot! What were you thinking provoking him like that? Azazel shouted. I didn't expect him to turn into this. Vale replied, shaken. As they faced Issei, who was now consumed by darkness, he growled, You will pay for this. Issei's mind was filled with chaotic voices urging him to destroy everything in sight. No, he shouted, clutching his head in pain as his friends watched helplessly, unable to approach without risking the same fate. The corruption is eroding his mind, Herobrine said grimly. If we get closer, we will become like him. Darn it! Riser exclaimed in frustration. Issei stopped screaming and scanned the area for his targets, locking eyes with his sister. Issei, Asia whispered, fear evident in her voice. Lord X noticed Issei's focus on Masami and shouted, Oh no! Blue Dragon, watch out! Before Masami could react, Issei grabbed her with blinding speed. She was in her armor, trying to freeze him. The barrier shattered as Issei broke through, shocking everyone, especially Surzex. Masami, snap out of it. You're hurting me, she cried, desperately trying to reason with her brother. Issei continued to crush her with his claws, making her scream. She attempted to freeze his claws, but the corruption twisted her ice into a dark crimson. In a moment of desperation, Masami used her breach ability to inflict internal damage on Issei, causing him to scream in agony. In retaliation, Issei threw her to the ground, the voices in his head commanding him to kill her. He seized her by the throat, his voice distorted as he shouted, It was always you. You, who I will destroy. The battle raged on, and the fate of all involved hung in the balance. Masami could sense the rage in Issei's voice, even though she didn't understand his words. Her determination began to wane as she saw the hatred within him. Zero felt a deep fear for her host and prayed to the dead god for help. The corruption consuming Issei fueled his negative emotions, driving him further into darkness. Inside her sacred gear, the previous hosts urged her to enter her juggernaut drive, but she hesitated, unwilling to take that risk. Issei clawed at her armor, causing her to cry out in pain. He slammed her to the ground repeatedly, breaking her armor and revealing her body. With each blow, she felt the sting of injury, bruises forming on her face and a claw mark marring her chest. Seeing her in such pain, Zero shouted desperately, "Masami! Drake, stop your host!" But Drake remained silent, the corruption having severed their connection. The being before Zero was no longer Drake but a mindless dragon. Issei unleashed a blast of chaotic demonic energy, intent on erasing his sister from existence. Claire rushed forward, ignoring Surzex's warning as Masami spoke softly, her head lowered. "If that is what you want, then go ahead." Issei's eye twitched. Herobrine and Majin observed, sensing a glimmer of hope, but the blast continued. Masami closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Zero watched in horror, but when the blast connected, there was no trace left. It was then revealed that Claire had used her wings to carry the injured Masami to safety. "Claire, Wanichun," Masami murmured. "All of this is because of you, Masami. If you had just stood up or helped your brother, none of this would have happened. I only saved you because I partially care for you. You never supported him, and because of that, he is lost." Claire yelled, tears streaming down her face. Majin spoke up, "There is still hope." The group turned to Majin as Lord X asked, "What do you mean?" Herobrine added, "He can still." "Yes." He paused for a moment. "There might be a way to save him." Surzex inquired, "So you're saying that?" "Indeed, Lord Lucifer. He can hear us, which means Issei is still fighting, but the corruption is strong, triggering his negative memories. We need to help him remember the good times. It's the only way to bring him back." "But how can we do that? We can't even get close without getting hurt," Claire protested. A voice interrupted, startling many. It was recognized as someone powerful, described as having a white, empty sphere for a face and wearing a black business suit. "Slender Man?" Majin said, surprised. The group was taken aback, especially the faction leaders. Slender Man was known to be one of the strongest demons of all time. Herobrine reassured them, "He may look scary, but he is kind to those who know him, including many children." "Greetings, everyone. I can hold him back while you try to bring him to his senses," Slender Man offered. Lord X explained, "He is one of the top 10 strongest supernatural beings on this planet. He could easily match Surzex if he wished." Surzex confirmed, "That's true. There are only 2 other demons in the top 10 alongside Zalgo." "Oh, you flatter me," Slenderman replied. "But we have bigger problems. I need an opening to bind him. Lord Lucifer, Michael, Azazel, please assist us." The 3 faction leaders nodded, preparing their attacks against Issei. Surzex unleashed multiple POD attacks, utilizing his mastery of Baal's power to reach Super Devil status. "Ruin of extinction," Surzex shouted, not knowing if it would help but willing to try. The attack weakened Issei's armor, making him roar in pain. "Sorry about this, but it's the only way," Surzex said, surprised that his attack, capable of taking out ultimate-class devils, seemed to have little effect on Issei. "Michael, Azazel, Gabriel," Surzex called out, and the 3 leaders unleashed their light attacks. Masami joined in, encouraging Zero. "Do it, Zero." Her sacred gear responded, "Breach, breach." Zero activated her sacred gear, declaring, "I don't care if Nichan despises me. I will not give up on him, and I will never abandon him again. I may not have been there for him when he needed me, but please bring him back." The group was taken aback by Masami's words. Claire smiled faintly, holding on to hope that one day Issei might accept his sister again. The light attacks struck Issei, who struggled against them, retaliating with a corrupted blast. But another voice rang out. "Divide! Divide! 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 Divide!" The blast was divided enough times to weaken it, allowing Surzex to dispel it as the spears struck him. Many were surprised when Azazel spoke up. "Vale?" he called out. "I created this problem, so it's only fair that I fix it," Vale replied. As this unfolded, Lord X and Majin unleashed their own magic attacks, sending red rings that floated around and released a miasma of demonic energy toward Issei. Issei roared in pain, retaliating with a barrage of blazing flames that forced many of his attackers to struggle under the intensity of his fire. "This heat is too intense," Kiba gasped. "How strong is he?" Zenobia asked, her eyes wide. "You should know that this is only when he's berserk," MX warned. "We need to find a way to stop the heat source." Graphia, Surzex, Michael, Gabriel, and Azazel struggled under the onslaught of flames. When Issei paused, he looked up and unleashed a powerful blast of demonic magic into the air, causing a rain of demonic energy that struck Kiba and Zenobia, making them grunt in pain. "Are you two okay?" Asia asked, concern etched on her face. Kiba and Zenobia nodded, while Claire managed to deflect any incoming demonic blasts aimed at her. Seeing Claire struggle made Issei's eye twitch with anger. He couldn't bear to see her in distress, so he stopped his attack and used telekinesis to lift Surzex into the air. Surzex countered with his own magical energy, grunting as he unleashed another storm of fire. Once again, they had to generate a barrier, but this time, Claire and the other demons joined him. "Slendy, it's now or never," Lord X urged. "Give me a minute." Slenderman replied, waiting for Issei to pause and recover. "Now!" Slenderman commanded, using his tentacles to bind Issei, 2 on his legs, 2 on his arms, 3 around his torso, and 1 over his mouth, rendering him immobile. Issei's attack ceased, but he began to resist angrily as Slenderman struggled to maintain control. "He shouldn't be this strong," Slenderman muttered. Michael and Gabriel used their light magic to assist the demons, while Graphia employed her ice magic. "Please stop this, I beg you," she pleaded. Issei's eye twitched again as Surzex encouraged everyone. "It's working. Claire, Asia, Riser, and everyone else, keep it up. He can hear us. Herobrine is right." Asia stepped forward, fearlessly declaring, "Issei, if you can hear me, I don't fear you. I want the man who gave me a second chance at living back. You've faced terrible things, but that won't happen again, I promise, because I love you." As Issei clutched his head, fighting back, Claire spoke next. "Asia is right. We care for you and will never hurt you again. We will always be here for you, Issei. We won't give up on you, no matter what." Riser added, "Claire is correct. I want my best friend back, the man who taught me how to live. Come back for those who care about you." Claire and Riser approached, undeterred by the corrupting miasma surrounding them. Issei gradually stopped struggling, calming down as Claire continued. "Don't listen to those voices, they only seek to destroy you from within. I will stay by your side until the very end, no matter what." Issei eventually ceased his resistance, and Surzex encouraged the group. "It's working, everyone, bring it in." Gabriel added, "Just a little more. We can bring him back, he shouldn't suffer any longer." Sona then stepped forward. "Issei, I may not be your childhood friend like Riser or Claire, and I may not be as close to you as Asia, but I see you as my friend. I don't want you to lose yourself to the past." The demons approached next, with MX speaking up. "When I first met you, I didn't know you were Zalgo, but I saw something special in you. I don't want you to lose yourself to the past, just like Sona said." Lord X chimed in, "MX is right, you should bury the past. Don't let it hold you back." Herobrine added, "When I heard your commands, I saw your pain. You hated being away from your friends and buried yourself in work to hide your suffering. Don't do that. Come back, if not for us, then for them. They care for you." Hypno spoke next. "When I hypnotized you, I had another intention. My psychic power lets me see someone's past, and yours terrified me. But you showed me that despite your trauma, you are a fighter. Fight this corruption back." Majin said, "I may not know you well, but if X is right, you should have some fun from time to time. It's not okay to suffer." Slenderman remained quiet, loyal to Zalgo but wanting to understand who Issei truly was. As Issei's armor began to break down, he started to revert to his normal form. Masami wanted to speak, but a glare from Majin silenced her. "Your words might doom us all, so stay quiet. You've hurt him enough, you will not hurt him anymore." Masami looked away, while Irina remained silent, filled with fear and guilt. As Issei's armor finally reverted, he returned to his original appearance, the one he had before disappearing 2 days ago. He was back. "Guys, where am I?" Issei asked, confusion evident in his voice. "Issei!" Claire and Asia exclaimed, rushing towards him. The corruption that had once clouded him was completely gone. The girls hugged him tightly, tears streaming down their faces. "Sorry for leaving you like that," Issei began, his voice filled with regret. "It's all right, we know," Claire replied, her eyes glistening with tears but a smile on her face. "We don't hold anything against you. Just promise us to never leave us again." Issei pulled Claire closer, determination in his voice. "I promise I will not leave you again." "Do you really promise?" Asia asked, her voice soft. Issei gently rubbed her head. "I promise." Asia leaned against Issei, comforted by his presence, as the others gathered around him. Riser then spoke up. It's good to have you back, buddy. Yeah, sorry for the chaos and the troubles I put you guys through, Issei replied, his tone sincere. No worries, Riser said with a chuckle. Although technically, you didn't kill anyone, almost. Yeah, Issei sighed, feeling the weight of his actions. The leaders approached him, and Issei took a deep breath. I know I need to apologize to you leaders as well, especially you, Gabriel and Surzex. I didn't mean to hurt any of you, and I still want to make peace. For that, I apologize. Gabriel blushed slightly as she spoke. No, it's equally our fault. We should have helped you, you were a ticking time bomb, and we should have diffused the situation instead of letting it escalate. Surzex nodded. And for what my sister did, I would also like to apologize. Issei narrowed his eyes. Don't blame yourself for her actions. She is responsible enough to handle it. She even left one of her pieces, Gasper, back at the building. Surzex turned to Gasper. Is it true? Gasper nodded meekly, and Surzex's expression darkened. Issei then spoke up. I have a request. I know I'm not in a position to ask, but can you listen? Go ahead, Surzex replied. Can Gasper stay with me? I can remove the evil piece that Rias placed in him and make him into a demon, but only if you agree. Surzex smiled. As sad as it is for me to lose the Forbidden Baylor View user, if Gasper wants, I wouldn't mind. They all turned to Gasper, who spoke in a shy tone. I don't mind. Very well, Surzex said. Issei, take good care of him. You can count on it, Issei assured him. Just then, Slenderman approached Issei. I never got to know who you are, given that I was blinded by corruption and hate, but you have my thanks for stopping me. I remember you. You are Slenderman, one of my strongest generals. Indeed, it is finally a pleasure to meet you, Slenderman replied. Although I expected our meeting to be more civilized, I wasn't anticipating to meet you in your berserker state. I know, sorry for that, Issei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. It's fine, my lord. Either way, how did you gain access to the boosted gear? Slenderman inquired. I was reincarnated as a human. It's a long story, Issei explained. Well, do tell me when you come to visit, Slenderman said with a nod. I will, Issei promised. Slenderman waved goodbye to the rest of the group as the other demons and leaders teleported back. Before leaving, Surzex mentioned he would send the documents once they were prepared. With that, he departed, leaving Masami, Sona, Riser, Issei, Asia, Zenobia, Gasper, and Kiba present. Valley and Biko had been taken by Azazel, who planned to deal with them himself, considering their punishments. So what now? Sona asked. Well, I've already found an apartment, so I will be staying there for a while. After that, we'll see what happens, Issei replied. Masami decided to leave the area, planning to talk to her brother another time. She knew this wasn't the right moment, but she was determined to bring him back, hoping fate would be on her side. As Issei headed home, the others made their way to their apartments. Riser had rented one a while back, and Claire and Asia accompanied him back to his place. Zenobia tagged along with Issei, while Kiba went to his apartment to rest for the night. Chapter End. Previously, Issei had joined forces with Herobrine after activating his Juggernaut drive in response to Vala's provocations. Many had called him reckless, and now he faced dire consequences. Asia and others were concerned about the emotions he had kept bottled up, which had finally erupted. Irina's actions were revealed, leading to her severe punishment and the loss of her friendship with Riser. Issei was initially irritated by Vala, who was already on edge due to Issei's destructive power. Valley attempted to use half-dimension but was quickly brought to his knees. Just as Issei was about to deliver a fatal blow, a Youkai named Biko intervened, only to face Issei's wrath. In a fit of anger, Issei unleashed a sonic boom that incapacitated both Valley and Biko. As Issei prepared to finish Valley, Azazel intervened, criticizing him for pushing things too far. Despite the desperate attempts of his friends to reach out to him, Issei's corruption was overwhelming. Surzex stopped Claire from acting recklessly, leaving everyone feeling helpless. Issei then targeted Masami, and despite Claire's warning, it was too late. Masami braced for impact, accepting her fate, when Issei's eye twitched, catching the attention of the demons. Claire saved Masami, blaming her for contributing to Issei's breakdown. The demons communicated among themselves, realizing there was a way to bring Issei back. They reminded him of all the good he had done. At that moment, Slenderman appeared, revealing himself to be a powerful ally. He bound Issei, allowing the others to help him remember who he truly was. Eventually, Issei reverted to his old self, returning to his senses. Claire and Asia embraced him, relieved and happy that he was back. He promised never to leave their side again and apologized for his actions. The leaders accepted his apology, and he agreed to a peace treaty, ending the conflict. As everyone teleported back, Azazel took Vale and Biko into custody, contemplating their fate. Riser and the others from Kuo decided to stay behind, agreeing to support Issei and his friends. Issei's apartment, 6:30 a.m. Issei was peacefully sleeping in his new apartment, which he had purchased just a day prior. The furniture was yet to be arranged, as he planned to upgrade to a larger space to accommodate more guests. He turned to see Claire sleeping beside him, holding one of his hands, while Asia held the other. He felt a pang of guilt for the pain he had caused them and whispered softly, "I'm sorry." Drake's voice resonated from the boosted gear. "Partner, don't blame yourself. You were not in the right mental state." "But still," Issei replied. "Issei, you were afraid because of what those humans did to you. You feared hurting them. It's all right, they forgave you. They're just happy you are back. They care for you more than anything," Zalgo reassured him. "Well, the peace treaty went well. So what's next?" Issei asked. "They mentioned a terrorist group called Cow's Brigade, right? You need to stay alert," Zalgo warned. "Indeed," Drake added. "Albion's host has been captured, and knowing Azazel, he will find a way to uncover the truth." "I see," Issei said as the boosted gear dissipated. "Claire, Isha, it's time to wake up," he called gently. The girls stirred, and Claire groggily responded, "Morning, Issei." "Morning to you too, Claire. We need to get up for school," he reminded her. "That's true," Claire acknowledged as she sat up, followed by Asia, who rubbed her eyes and asked, "Is it morning?" "Yeah, it is," Issei confirmed, affectionately ruffling her hair, causing her to smile. Claire pouted at the interaction, but they all got up and began dressing for school. Despite his reluctance, Issei knew he had to finish his education, as Zalgo had advised. Plus, he needed to explain his absence to Matsuda and Motohama. Opening start. Issei lay frozen on the ground, unconscious and unable to move. As the sun rose, a mysterious man with a bead on his head approached, attacking them. A young Issei walked alone, realizing he was all by himself. Sadness washed over him as he looked down, the silhouettes of figures like MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Hypno, Majin, Slenderman, Tails Doll, and Xenophane looming in the background. A young Asia pulled an unknown priest, who vanished, leaving her heartbroken. Claire gazed ahead in despair. Suddenly, Issei felt a warm embrace from Claire, who hugged him from behind, smiling brightly. Asia joined in from the front, wrapping her arms around him as Riser grinned and offered a friendly bro fist, which Issei happily accepted. With a jolt, Issei woke up and faced the man, his friends launching a series of coordinated attacks against him. The man fought back fiercely, unleashing a barrage of strikes. Issei stepped in, determined to confront the threat. The scene shifted to Issei watching the sunset, surrounded by his loyal companions. His friends, including Matsuda, Motohama, Zenobia, and Kiba, encouraged him, and Issei smiled, grateful for their support. Later, Issei and the girls enjoyed breakfast, which he had prepared. Purin happily munched on his poke food, courtesy of Hypno. Issei sighed, expressing his reluctance about school. "I really don't want to go to school," he admitted sadly. Claire placed a comforting hand on him. "You need to go, Issei. Only 2 years left and I doubt anyone will bother you now." Asia chimed in, "It's true. The Kendo girls are gone for months, and after everything you've been through, they won't dare try anything again." Claire added, "The leaders have been expelled and blacklisted from Kuo. They can't enter any schools here, so you won't have to worry about them anymore." Issei reflected on his past suffering, realizing it had finally come to an end. His tormentors were gone, and he was left with those who truly cared for him, his friends and allies. Even Rias and her peerage were imprisoned, leaving him free from threats. He felt a sense of relief, knowing he could finally focus on protecting his new family and kingdom. "I don't know, Claire. It feels almost like a dream, like a really good dream, and I'm afraid I'll wake up and find it all gone," Issei said, looking down. Claire gently lifted his chin, meeting his gaze. "This is no dream, Issei. This is reality. You no longer have to suffer. Today marks the beginning of your new life. You have nothing to fear anymore." Issei looked into her eyes, seeing her sincerity. Claire smiled back, reassuring him that everything was finally over. "Yeah, it is," he replied, a sad smile forming on his face. Scene change. Outside Kuo Academy, at 9:30 a.m., Issei and the girls walked to school, discussing their plans. Since the ORC room is abandoned, what should we do with it? Issei asked. Claire suggested, you could use it as your own base and invite the rest of the group. That's true, but I need to talk to Sona first. I owe her my thanks for proving my innocence, Issei replied, recalling how Sona had gathered evidence against the Kendo Club. Asia interjected, when do you plan on meeting Slenderman? Maybe in a day or two. I need to settle into my new life first. I don't think he minds waiting, Issei said. Asia looked curious. How did you learn to cook so well? Well, after my abuse started, my parents stopped cooking for me. I had to learn quickly to survive, even stealing money and food when necessary, Issei explained, a hint of sadness in his voice. Claire's expression turned serious, anger bubbling beneath the surface. She had no idea how low his parents had sunk. Issei, however, felt relieved to be free from them. But hey, look on the bright side. I became a pretty good cook, he said, trying to lighten the mood. Claire smiled. Your cooking is impressive. It's almost on par with mine. Ravel loves baking cakes too. Really? Issei asked, surprised. I taught her. She enjoys making cakes and tea, Claire replied. Then I'll have to try it? Issei exclaimed. Claire laughed, she'll love that. Asia, feeling left out, pouted. I don't know how to cook. Issei quickly reassured her, don't worry, Asia. I'll teach you. You'll be a great chef in no time. Really? Asia's eyes lit up with hope. Claire chimed in, I'll help too. You'll be on par with Ravel before you know it. Asia beamed at their encouragement, feeling grateful for her newfound family. Scene change. Kuo Academy, 10:30 a.m. Issei arrived at school and was greeted by his friends Matsuda and Motohama, who playfully punched him in the stomach. Though he could have defended himself, he chose not to. The two friends then hugged him tightly, expressing their relief at seeing him again. Claire and Asia watched with smiles, choosing not to intervene. Issei explained that he needed some time to recover from recent events. His friends understood and didn't blame him. They had even reduced their usual antics since his disappearance. They had suspected something significant had happened, especially with how secretive his family had become. As Issei rejoined his friends, Kiba and Zenobia approached, happy to see him back to his usual self. They made their way to class, where many students were surprised to see him again, some feeling guilty for how they had treated him based on misunderstandings. Issei chose to ignore the apologies, focusing instead on what club he might start. The teacher soon entered and instructed everyone to take their seats. Now then, there will be 2 students joining you this year. They are transfer students from foreign countries. Please come up and introduce yourselves. The 2 newcomers entered, surprising the students, especially Issei and his friends, who recognized one of them immediately. Hello everyone. My name is Zenobia Corda. I am from England. It's nice to meet all of you. And I'm Riser Phoenix. If you're wondering why Claire and I share a surname, I'm her younger brother. It's great to meet you all. Riser internally sighed, trying to avoid speaking in the third person. The boys cheered for the new girl, while the girls admired the handsome newcomer. Now, feel free to ask any questions, the teacher encouraged. Why did you 2 decide to come to Kuo? A student asked. For me, it's obvious. My sister is here, so why wouldn't I come? Riser replied. Zenobia added, my guardian wanted me to continue my education at Kuo, which is why I'm here. The students nodded, continuing to ask questions as Riser and Zenobia did their best to answer. Claire felt a bit sorry for her brother, who was overwhelmed but had worked hard to learn the language with her help. Feel free to sit wherever you like, the teacher said. The 2 wanted to sit next to Issei and his friends, but the seats around them were full, so they settled elsewhere as the lesson continued. Scene change. I'm glad you could meet with me, Sona, Issei said. Sona nodded. No worries. What did you want to discuss? Issei glanced at the other student council members, who seemed nervous in his presence, especially those who had previously punished him without consulting Sona or Tsubaki. They knew that Issei had gained a powerful reputation, thanks to Sona's warnings about crossing him. Only Saji seemed to admire Issei, seeing him as a symbol of resilience and strength. Issei sat with Claire, Riser, and Asia, while Zenobia chatted with Matsuda and Motohama, who were curious about England and its culture. First, I want to thank you for gathering evidence and helping me against those girls. I really appreciate it, Sona, Issei said. Sona blushed slightly, which Claire and Asia noticed, exchanging glances. Riser smiled, sensing a budding connection. And no problem. I'm sorry I couldn't act sooner, Sona replied. Don't blame yourself. You stood up to the kendo girls and I'm grateful for that. By the way, how long will they be in the hospital? I estimate at least 4 months unless something supernatural intervenes. They'll also have community service since the police are involved. The leaders have been expelled and blacklisted from all schools in Kuo. I was acting principal after all. A new principal will be here tomorrow, and I've heard rumors that their parents have disowned them, but I can't confirm that. Issei nodded, feeling little sympathy for them. He was content that they would face consequences for their actions. I was wondering if we could use the ORC building for our own club now that Rias and her group are gone, Issei suggested. Sona considered this. Very well, but you know the rules, right? Yep. We want to start a cooking club, if that's okay. Sona narrowed her eyes. I'm afraid that club is already taken. If you had come a day earlier, it would have been yours. Issei felt disappointed but quickly recovered. How about the gaming and music club then? The suggestion surprised everyone, including the student council. Claire raised an eyebrow. Issei, can you even sing? Riser chimed in. Claire has a point. A music club seems a bit out of character for you, but I'm fine with the gaming club. Sona glanced at Issei, a hint of concern in her eyes. 2 clubs at once. This might be a bit difficult. Previously, Issei had woken up from a deep sleep, finding 2 girls beside him. Memories of the previous day flooded back, and guilt washed over him for leaving them behind. He gently nudged them awake, knowing they needed to prepare for school. For a moment, he wished to linger in the comfort of his dream, but Claire's voice broke through his thoughts, urging him to move on. He nodded in agreement, and they shared a simple breakfast. As they made their way to school, Claire complimented Issei's cooking, saying it rivaled her own and even Ravel's. Curious, she asked what inspired him to cook. Issei hesitated before revealing that his parents had often neglected him, leaving him to fend for himself. Claire's expression shifted to one of anger towards his parents, and she expressed relief that he was no longer with them. Upon arriving at school, Issei was greeted warmly by his friends, who were delighted to see him again. They settled into their seats as the teacher entered, introducing 2 new students, Zenobia and Riser. The newcomers were quickly bombarded with questions but eventually found their footing. After a few hours, Issei, Asia, Claire, and Riser headed to the student council room to discuss forming a new club, now that the ORC building was theirs. Initially, Issei had hoped to create a cooking club, but that idea was already taken, leaving him disappointed. Instead, he proposed a gaming and music club, aiming to make it engaging for everyone. Sona raised an eyebrow, curious about how they would manage both activities. Issei explained that there were several rooms available for their use. Sona agreed but insisted that Azazel serve as the chief advisor, a request Issei reluctantly accepted. To lighten the mood, Sona challenged Issei to a game of chess. He agreed, and as they played he carefully analyzed her moves. To everyone's surprise, he managed to checkmate her. He thanked Sona for the enjoyable game and walked away, leaving a buzz of excitement in the air. Sona found herself betrothed to the Demon King, a situation that left her feeling uncertain. Azazel suggested that Issei should be informed about this development, as he doubted Issei would accept it without a discussion. Claire volunteered to speak with him. That evening, Issei was busy training Gasper, helping him overcome his fears. It was a challenging task for the young boy, but he managed to achieve a personal best. Once their training session concluded, Claire approached Issei to share the news about Sona's engagement. Issei agreed to talk to Sona about it and then asked Claire if she would like to go out with him. With tears of joy, Claire happily accepted. The next day, at 6:30 a.m., Issei arrived at the GMC building. He had gathered various gaming arcade cabinets, spanning from early generations to the latest models, carefully avoiding any gambling-related machines. He enlisted the help of strong demons like MX to assist in moving the cabinets, and they were eager to lend a hand. "All right, that's the last one," MX said, wiping his brow. "Yep," Lord X replied, "I never expected my lord to create a gaming and music club. I wonder what else he plans to add." "He's considering including consoles and the infamous Polybius machine," MX mentioned. That one was created by someone who used unstable demonic magic-infused metal. Lord X frowned. He needs to address the hallucination triggers and other dangerous side effects of that machine, otherwise, the students could be at risk. MX nodded in agreement, but Issei was already on his way to ensure that the machine would be safe for use. He approached them with gratitude. Thanks, guys, for helping out on such short notice. Not a problem, MX replied. There wasn't much else to do anyway. By the way, when will the rest of the equipment arrive? Lord X inquired. Azazel will be bringing most of it today, Issei replied. I just need to set up some configurations. Thanks again for your help. The two demons waved goodbye as Issei headed to another room to set up the music equipment for the club. After an hour or two of work, he realized he needed to optimize the machines to ensure they function properly. This building has so many hidden rooms, Issei mused. What was Rias doing while she was here? She could have utilized this place to its full potential. But for now, let's get the machines working, especially the Polybius one. With determination, he set to work. Issei lay frozen on the ground, unconscious and unable to move. As the sun rose, a mysterious man with a bead on his head attacked them. A young Issei walked alone, realizing he was all by himself. Sadness washed over him as he looked down. The silhouettes of MX, Lord X, Herobrine, Hypno, Magian, Slenderman, Tails Doll, and Xenophane looming in the background. A young Asia pulled an unknown priest, who vanished before her eyes, leaving her heartbroken. Claire gazed ahead in despair. Suddenly, Issei felt a warm embrace from Claire behind him, her smile bringing him comfort. Asia stepped forward to hug him as well, and Riser, grinning, offered him a friendly bro fist, which Issei gladly accepted. With a sudden jolt, Issei woke up and faced the man, his friends joining him as they launched a series of attacks. The man retaliated with a barrage of strikes, but Issei stepped in to confront him. The scene shifted to Issei watching the sunset, his demons standing beside him.